This is Audible.
Part 3. Seduced by Darkness. Chapter 38. The underground spit them out near the edge of Bloodwood Forest, an area not far from the border of Envy's circle where using magic was forbidden. He cursed the Fear Collector for the parting gift. Envy had planned on retracing their steps, but the ancient being clearly sought amusement and had deposited them where Envy couldn't easily return to his court. It wasn't lost on him that another player was rumored to have visited this forest 2 nights before. Maybe he'd find some trace of them. Once they safely reached his domain, he'd magic them to a private cottage near his house, where he could think without interruption. Envy strode ahead of Camilla, wondering once again what secrets the artist was harboring and how they might possibly fit into his game. He wasn't one who usually found himself in the dark, and he didn't care for this growing mystery. It was one thing for Sloth to be suspicious. He was wary of everyone he met, until he'd fully investigated them from conception to birth to present day. But for the Fear Collector to sense something, his warning had been clear. Camilla was hiding something. Variables and unknowns were a sure way to lose, and losing wasn't an option. No matter how passionate Camilla had been delivering her little speech about leaving the past behind, some scars shaped the future. Envy had made a mistake he couldn't forgive himself for. His entire court was suffering the consequences, and he needed to make it right. He held his loathing for the Unseelie royalty tightly in his grasp, never forgetting the role they'd played. It was a concept she wouldn't understand. Her life was a mere flicker in time. Until she'd lost and let others down and felt the weight of responsibility press onto her shoulders. She couldn't lecture him on only seeking sunshine and completely forgetting that the world also needed rain to thrive. Darkness was never as appealing as the light to most, but that didn't mean it was any less integral to life. Too much sunshine withered the soul. Balance was the key. Who is Prometheus? Is it the actual titan of myth? A question drew him up short. Had she understood what the Fear Collector had rambled on about in that circuitous way of his? Envy held a finger to his mouth and glanced around the empty path, listening carefully. The woods were quiet, save for the gusting winds, whining and howling through the bare branches like scared mutts. They were almost to his domain, where he could use his magic without issue. Do not say his true name aloud again. Envy's hand was on his dagger, his attention sweeping the woods again. The vampire prince and his spies are always listening. Camilla's face paled. I thought his name was Zaras. Envy's eyes narrowed. For a mortal who's never been to the underworld, you know a lot of interesting information. I think the Fear Collector planted the name in my head, she said defensively. He didn't have time to wonder about that oddity before she added tartly, and the second was because my father had a lot of tales to share. Envy's grip on his patience snapped. Ah, yes. The man who was so obsessed with realm lines that he built a secret tunnel on top of one. Tell me, Camilla, why was your father desperately trying to find a way into Fairy? Or was he looking for certain shifter realms? Camilla's mouth pressed into a straight line, her gaze darting away. She remained silent. The woman in that painting didn't happen to be the queen, did she? He asked. And I do not mean the mortal monarch. I know for a fact that Primrose likens herself to Eve. Strange that the painting was named for Evelyn. Perhaps your father had an affair with the Unseelie queen. If her mother had been a shifter, she would have despised the affair even more. Shifters and fae mixed as well as oil and water. Camilla's steely gaze clashed with his. He'd struck a nerve. His smile was as sharp as his words had been, but he needed to push her until that hard wall she'd erected broke. It was high time he knew what he was dealing with. Lennox wanted her to accompany him to the underworld. The fear collector had given her the next clue. He wanted to know why. Why her? With her rare talent, with her expansive knowledge of his realm, with her ability to withstand most demonic influence. Who was Miss Camilla Antonius? He was damn well going to find out. No more waiting, no more games. If he had to be ruthless, so be it. Envy took a step toward her. Impressed, she didn't retreat. Males twice her size would cower before a prince of hell. My spies have unearthed lots of curious information on your father. Camilla froze. You spied on us? She'd spit the question out like it tasted foul. He inclined his head. Envy didn't like sparking emotions tied to his brother's sin, but the angrier Camilla got, the less likely she was to hold on to all her secrets. What are you, Camilla? Immortal? Halfling? Or just a deviously talented human liar? Fury laced her tone. What other absurd theories would you like to add, Your Highness? A lioness? An eagle? I know, she mocked. Maybe I'm a dire wolf. Why do you intrigue so many dark beings, Camilla, if that's even your true name? What do they sense that my brothers and I cannot? Why are you a necessary piece to the game? Lennox chose you. Why? Her expression shuttered completely, and something inside him went feral. He stalked closer, needing to know what she was hiding, needing to know her. This little game had reached an end. His sin lashed out. There was a wall between him and her will, and he barreled into it, driving his power at it over and over, envisioning it like a wall of ice. Nearly impenetrable, until he made a tiny crack. A tiny fissure was all he needed for his sin to finally burst through. Camilla responded to envy. He'd seen it before. Envy projected images into her mind, both to fuel his power while he drained himself, and to entice her true emotions to surface. He pictured the goddess of death when she'd fucked his second in front of him. Her ancient lavender eyes had locked on envy, attempting in vain to stoke his sin. At once, both he and Camilla were in that memory together, reliving his thoughts beat by beat as Camilla watched, confused through his mind. His focus traveled over her gown, obviously chosen with this tableau in mind. Vittoria always was the theatrical twin. It was a wonder she and Amelia had ever convinced his brothers, and the whole realm, that they were one entity all those years ago. Vittoria's dress was nothing more than 2 swaths of lavender material that covered her breasts, then gathered at the middle before pooling to the floor. Long sections of bronze skin flashed with each of her movements. Envy kept his emotions from that night away from Camilla, only showing her the goddess as Vittoria watched him, her desire for him bleeding through his memories, funneling straight into Camilla. He neglected to reveal that he hadn't been aroused and never would be by Vittoria. He recalled more of that encounter, how his second's hands had roamed the goddess's body, how her low moans had started. He stoked Camilla's jealousy until he was nearly drunk on it. He could sense her pushing back at his mental grip, shoving and trying to force her way out, but it was working. Camilla was wild with envy. "You're playing with fire," he said to Vittoria in the memory. Quite literally. "And I do so love the burn." Vittoria spun in Alexi's arms, pressing her backside against his groin, and slowly gyrated. From this new position, she could watch envy while she worked the vampire into a lust-fueled frenzy, a task she'd already completed if Alexi's curses and moans were any indication. "If you're trying to stoke my sin," Envy drawled, "you'll have to do better than that." "Oh, Envy, if I wished to stroke your sin, I would." Vittoria's hand slipped inside the vampire's trousers. her fist pumping in a steady rhythm as he groaned. "You're welcome to watch, or join." Camilla was nearly feral in his mind, clawing the memory to shreds. Her jealousy was unlike anything he'd ever felt before. It was a deep chasm inside her, seemingly endless. She'd been keeping her emotions locked away inside, and he'd only just begun to discover how deep that well went. One moment he had her in his mind. Then, suddenly, without any warning, Camilla pushed a memory into him. She'd chosen her return fire well. Envy watched as Camilla braced her hands on the male's thighs. The material of his trousers pulled taut against the breadth of them, then leaned forward, tongue darting out to wet her full lips. With nimble fingers, Camilla unlaced his trousers, slowly pulling his erection out. Envy strained to see the male's face, wanting to mark it for future notice, but could only see what Camilla permitted from this memory. And Camilla's focus was entirely on the rock-hard cock twitching in her face. Envy strained to release himself from this scene, but Camilla latched on, fed him more. In the memory, she repositioned herself, then tentatively closed her mouth around the head, her cheeks hollowing out as the man instructed her to suck. Envy wanted to put his fist through a wall. The other male's long fingers plunged into Camilla's silver hair, threading it until he guided her into the motion he preferred. In the memory, Camilla nearly choked as the male pumped into her mouth. His grip in her hair tightened, his thrusts hitting the wall of her throat. Memory Camilla felt like she was choking. It thrilled and scared her. Tears streamed down her cheeks as the bastard fucked her mouth so hard and fast she couldn't breathe. Envy shouted in the memory, needing to be out. He didn't care that she'd been with someone else, but seeing it drove him mad. And the bastard, whoever he was, hadn't been gentle. He'd unleashed himself, uncaring of the woman's comfort. He didn't realize she'd stopped provoking him, had somehow managed to tear them both free of the memory and backed him against a tree, until she pulled the dagger Envy had given her from her bodice and held it to his throat, her silver eyes flashing just as menacingly in the night. They were both breathing hard, their eyes twin flames of envy. Envy thought she would slit his throat right then and there, and he'd deserve it. Maybe he wanted her to. After that memory, he needed to be put out of his misery. The image of her on her knees, pleasuring someone else, was too much. "Go on, pet. Hurt me." His chest heaved with his heavy breath. Instead, she tossed the blade to the ground and dragged his face to hers, their mouths crashing together. Hunger overtook them, or madness. He knew it wasn't madness, but pure, unadulterated jealousy. She didn't ask about Victoria, and he didn't ask about the male in her memory. They both needed to forget that other lovers had come into their lives, needed to imprint each other in their newest memories. Their game had taken a turn. Camilla's tongue was suddenly in his mouth, and his fist was in her hair, and the kiss was unlike any other he'd ever had. She drew back, raking her gaze over him, possessive and filled with raw need, then ripped his shirt open, kissing up the stubbled column of his neck. She stopped again when she reached his jaw, long enough to run her hands along the front of his body, tracing his tattoos, the ridge of each muscle along his abdomen. The dark, hunter-green ink placed just below his belt line was a Latin phrase he admired, but it was only one of his tattoos. Non ducor duco. I am not led, I lead. Beautiful. Her painter's hands followed the lines as they dipped lower. Powerful. The groan that escaped him was all demon. Camilla. He pulled her against him, roughly caressing her breasts as she nipped at his throat. Kiss me, she whispered against his mouth. Like I'm the only thing you think about. She already fucking was. Envy flipped her around, pressing her up against the same tree, yanking down her bodice to finally liberate those glorious breasts. They tumbled free, beautiful and golden in the shadows of the trees. He deepened their kiss until she moaned, arching against him. He was going to devour her right on the cursed path, make her forget that anyone else existed on this realm. And Camilla was all too willing for him to do just that. Envy fitted himself between her thighs and began a slow, rhythmic grinding of his body against hers, a promise of what was soon to come. Camilla pressed back, giving as good as she was getting. He cupped her breast as she bit his lip, rolling her nipple between his fingers until the nub hardened. Then his fingers dipped lower, curling around the hem of her dress before he fisted the material, tempted to rip it to shreds. Camilla made an impatient sound in the back of her throat as he slowly exposed her stockinged thighs, and then the bare flesh above them, as she hadn't donned anything at all. His knuckles skimmed the area he wished to be buried in, already damp with her arousal. Envy wanted to take his time, to fulfill each of her fantasies and make her come until she couldn't take another ounce of pleasure, but his cock ached. He could no longer wait. It was sooner than he'd planned, but what they'd just done, they'd gone too far. Now he had to claim her. Envy didn't care what her secrets were, who he was or what his goal was. He wanted to shed civility and fuck like animals. In one preternaturally fast motion, he had Camilla on the ground beneath him, her legs curling around his body, pulling him closer, locking him against her, as if he'd leave now. Envy didn't think about the game or what she'd set into motion. His thoughts were only of her. Their mouths and tongues and teeth clashed, their hands gripping and tugging as if they were battling to be inside each other's souls. He began that slow, driving motion again, this time with his trousers against her bare flesh. One little piece of cloth separated him from being fully seated inside her. "Tell me to stop, Camilla." If she didn't, he would claim her, right now, ruin her for all other lovers. Maybe she'd do the same to him. His hips ground against her, harder, faster, finding a spot that made her claw him closer, her nails carving half-moon crescents into his skin, marking him too. Camilla's eyes fluttered shut. He pressed that spot again, loving the way she gasped. Her fingers dug into his shoulders, holding him tightly to her. "Don't you dare!" Camilla was unlacing his trousers when he heard it. A beat later he was on his feet, dagger in hand, scanning the woods. He'd moved so swiftly Camilla didn't even call out. Nothing was there, but he sensed another presence. They'd been reckless. He'd been reckless. Envy never should have let passion and jealousy cloud his judgment. He knew how dangerous Bloodwood Forest could be. He knew what the Fear Collector had done, and still he'd let desire take over his reason. Envy held out her hand, keeping his attention locked on the woods, waiting. "Come along, love. We'll finish this at House Envy." Camilla didn't reach for him, didn't utter a word. He glanced down. She was gone. Fuck! The game had already made its next move. Where she'd been sprawled and eager a moment before lay only a card, the immortal heart facing upward. It was the symbol of the vampire court. Zaras had been listening and wanted Envy to know. Well, he certainly knew. Envy stared at the infamous symbol, an anatomical heart struck through the center with a skull-headed dagger that dripped blood, his breathing turning slow and even as a killing calm overtook him. The vampire prince might be undead, but there were still ways to change that.
Chapter 39. Everything happened so swiftly, Camilla didn't sense she was in danger until it was too late. One moment, she'd been on the brink of being swept up in a sea of erotic, unending lust, begging silently to forever be linked to her dark prince. The next, she was tumbling through realms. Her body felt like it was being torn apart, needles pricking and biting like teeth along every inch of her flesh. Her abductor remained a mere shadow until the portal, or whatever magic transported them, violently spit them out. A large, cold hand shoved her to her knees. She spun around, furious. Whatever grit she'd clutched onto died. Every instinct in her screamed that she should run. It wasn't the man's appearance, as much as it was whatever she sensed comprised the fibers of him. Tension thickened the air as they considered each other. Outwardly, he looked like any other member of court. His clothing was simple but fine. A shirt any lord would wear tucked beneath a dark swallowtail coat. Tawny breeches fit snugly on long toned legs. Supple leather riding boots rose to his calves. He was powerfully built, a male made to fight. His short chestnut hair was tousled like he either couldn't be bothered to tame it, or preferred to look wild and inspire wicked thoughts. His penetrating eyes were framed with a fringe of thick, dark lashes. It was those arresting eyes, crimson bordering on black, that gave away what he was. Vampire. She swallowed thickly.
It would be unwise to give me trouble.
His voice was gravelly, rough. A trickle of fear paralyzed Camilla. He crouched, levelling her with a hard look that promised violence if she didn't play nicely. Even from this new position, nearly kneeling before her, he exuded power.
Understand?
Camilla nodded, her mouth suddenly as dry as the beach they'd landed on. He looked over her once more, then stood.
Get up, little lamb. Fix your gown.
Camilla clutched her bodice and adjusted herself. She'd forgotten that the Prince of Envy had wrested it down in a fit of passion. It felt like hours had passed since she'd been in his arms, not minutes. If she could run far enough away. She glanced around at their surroundings, stomach sinking as her worst fears came to life. There wasn't anywhere to run. Not that she would outrun a vampire. They were no longer in the woods, or even close to the frozen tundra that signified the Demon Prince's domain. They were on a seemingly deserted beach, with black glittering sand and matching water, tendrils of fog drifting along the shore. A pair of crimson moons hung in the sky, 2 watchful eyes from hell. The air was warm, uncomfortably so. A fact that wasn't surprising, as vampires didn't produce body heat. Lord save her, Camilla was in the vampire realm, and the Prince of Envy was nowhere to be seen. As if reading her mind, the vampire said,
Your lover won't be joining us. His kind is currently unwelcome on Malice Isle.
Malice Isle. The island nation home to vampires was aptly named. The very atmosphere felt threatening, foreboding, like it wanted to sink its teeth into travellers and taste their deepest fears. To their left, a tropical forest, or what had once been a tropical forest, but was now thick with rot and death, stretched as far as she could see. In the distance beyond that, a Gothic tower rose high into the clouds, like a demon rising up from the underworld, surveying its fiery domain. A bruising shade on the horizon indicated that sunrise was not far off. If she could make it for another few moments, she stood half a chance.
Move, little lamb.
Where? Camilla asked, stalling. She didn't comment on the name he'd given her. The warning was clear. In his mind, Camilla was on her way to slaughter. He saw no need to name his meal. He jerked his chin to the left. A cave mouth yawned wide, a bastion of safety for the twilight creature, and certain death for Camilla. If the vampire trapped her inside, she would stand little chance of escape. I don't care for the dark, Camilla said. Mr.
Blade.
He smiled, fangs gleaming.
Now move, before I make you.
Blade didn't give her a chance to act on her own. He hauled her to her feet and roughly pushed her toward the cave. He didn't hide his supernatural strength, didn't pull back like Envy must have been doing each time he touched her. Blade dragged her across the sand, the grain seeping into her slippers, chafing her skin as she kicked her feet, scrambling for purchase. They were just outside the cave, and no amount of struggling would break the vampire's iron grip. Blade brought his mouth to her neck, and she stilled.
Don't forget to bow.
He shoved her across the cave opening. Instead of finding herself inside the cave as she'd expected, she staggered into a beautifully appointed chamber. She blinked at the gleaming black floors, her reflection wide-eyed and wild where it stared back at her. The cave was a portal to the castle. Camilla immediately schooled her features. Looking like prey in a place where she was prey wouldn't serve her. Her attention drifted along the polished floor to the walls. Black brocade shot through with crimson threads. Her heart pounded. Her attention slid farther, to the center of the room. A dais, a throne, and there sat the vampire prince himself. Hair pale wheat, eyes ice blue, an inhuman expression on his ageless face. He was taking her in, his gaze traveling from the top of her head, pausing on her neck, then continuing down to her feet, until he dragged it back up and fastened it to her face. He did not seem impressed. It was either very fortunate or extremely unfortunate. Recalling what Blade had said, Camilla went to her knees, dipping her chin to her chest. Far better to play the game and live than choose defiance and end up dead, or worse. She kept her attention fixed on the floor in front of her, even as a pair of buffed boots silently stepped into her line of sight, the toes gleaming silver. He moved like a shadow. 2 icy fingers lifted her chin, forcing her to gaze back. Into the eyes of a monster. A beautiful monster. Camilla's mouth went dry, her command over her body drifting away. She'd heard rumors that royal vampires were the most lethal, the most powerful, especially when they touched you. Those stories were horribly true. The prince hadn't even spoken yet, hadn't done more than gently press 2 finger pads to her skin, and Camilla's body was ready to give him anything he desired. An overwhelming need to please him, to arch her neck and offer her wrist, allowing him the honor of penetrating her skin with his fangs, overtook her. What made it more terrifying was that she remained aware of the danger, of the terror of what he was doing, but she was powerless to resist. Her body wanted his venom. His gaze turned molten as it traveled along her skin. A few moments earlier, even more flesh had been exposed from when she and Envy had been mad with desire. Camilla silently thanked Blade for telling her to cover up. That tiny mercy was a lifeline. The prince held up her arm, his thumb stroking the pulse point at her wrist. Terror gripped her mind, but her body buzzed. She wanted to cry, but only managed a small whimper that sounded suspiciously close to need.
Your Highness, the cool voice cut through the heat. This is the one who said your name. I found her with Envy.
The prince dropped her arm, his nostrils flaring, scenting her. She stumbled back, no longer caring if she offended him. Camilla wanted to be as far away from his deadly touch as possible, though her body still angled toward him, yearning. His hold over her hadn't dissipated fully yet. He looked her over with new interest.
Envy's paramour.
The vampire prince's voice was silky, designed to seduce. She wondered how many mortals had lost their lives to that sinful sound.
Or a diversion, Zaris.
One way to find out.
I would strongly counsel sending her back, Blade said. Wrath is primed to attack. We don't need to lose a potential ally in Envy, too.
The prince's smile was razor-sharp.
Bathe her. I want the demon stench removed before dinner.
Camilla didn't return to her full senses until Blade dragged her out of the throne room and slammed the door shut. He whirled on her.
Do you wish to start a war, little lamb?
It doesn't seem to matter what I want, she said, rubbing her arms.
Allow me to impart some advice.
Blade advanced on her, rage burning in his crimson gaze.
Do not offer yourself up to the prince. Pitting two courts against each other won't end well for anyone.
As if I had any choice. You do realize his touch removes all bodily control? His gaze darkened with suspicion.
Not possible. That only happens when he gifts a mortal with his tongue. Terror should be clawing at your heart, not desire.
Blade's attention swept the corridor, and she could see him thinking quickly. He yanked her forward again, his voice low.
Does envy know what you are?
No, but he's been trying hard to figure it out, she thought. I'm an artist. Blade slammed her up against the wall.
No amount of magic hides the truth in blood.
Blade looked like he was considering biting her. She held his stare, silently daring him to. She swore he'd regret it.
Act afraid next time you're near Zaris, or he will become curious. I saw your reaction. Be thankful he wasn't paying attention. I promise intrigue is the last emotion you'd like to invoke in him. Do you wish to live here?
Camilla nodded.
Then fight your true nature, or find yourself his new princess.
He finally loosened his hold, and she peeled herself away from the wall. Why are you helping me?
I am helping my court. We are standing on a knife's edge at present, thanks to a foolish play a prince recently made. And I will protect these vampires at all costs. If that means feeding you to the wolves, I won't hesitate to do that instead.
He leaned past her and opened a door she hadn't realized they'd been pressed up next to.
Lock the door. Do not open it for anyone until I come for you again.
He didn't say the precaution was to keep the prince away, but Camilla knew that was what he'd meant. The warning was there, flashing in his eyes. The only reason she hadn't been bitten was because Blade had intervened, twice. Camilla didn't want to owe him any more favors. She sensed they didn't come for free. She ducked under his arm and did as he'd suggested, wondering, as the bolt slid home, how she'd control her senses the next time Zaris touched her. It seemed there were indeed some truths she couldn't run from, no matter how hard she tried. Blood will out, as they say. A castle filled with vampires was perhaps the most dangerous place for someone with secrets like hers. Blade returned directly after her bath, looking freshly bathed as well. Camilla couldn't help but feel disappointed when she heard his voice on the other side of the door. She'd never been the type to turn to religion, but she'd prayed envy would be standing there, looking suspiciously close to an angel. Something she knew he'd hate. While she'd been alone, she'd had time to go over the events leading up to her kidnapping. The Fear Collector had given her that name, Prometheus. It was the vampire prince's true name, apparently, which made sense. Otherwise, Zaris would be inundated by too many creatures speaking his name on a daily basis. The Fear Collector had either known or bet Camilla would say it out loud. She was certain of it, which meant this had to be part of the game. All she had to do was survive until Envy puzzled out the clue, if he hadn't already done so. Unless this was part of the game she needed to solve. Her mind raced with new possibilities. If she'd been tricked into coming to the vampire court, the game master had a reason for it. There had to be something here he wanted her to find. But what? Blade gave her an icy once-over when she kept the door half closed. Instead of ushering her into the corridor, he pushed his way into her chamber.
Give me your wrist.
She clutched it to her chest. The gown she'd found waiting for her after the bath left much of her skin bare. The sleeveless, dark plum one she now wore was the most decent, and its neckline plunged to her navel. The right side of the skirt had a slit up to her thigh, and the silk clung to every curve, as if she'd dipped herself in paint. Two little straps held the top in place, but barely. One quick move in any direction, and she'd be on full display. She shuddered to imagine being so bare in front of the vampire prince. No.
Do you prefer to offer me your throat?
His mouth curved into a taunting imitation of a smile as his gaze dropped to the dress's slit. There wasn't anything heated or sensual in his look, only mockery. Blade enjoyed reminding her that she was only a warm meal.
There is always your femoral artery if you're feeling a bit more daring.
She leveled him with a hard look. Have you been drinking?
An idea came to me.
He casually dropped onto a high-backed chair, his gaze running over her again, this time contemplatively.
Vampires are highly territorial by nature. Even the prince wouldn't touch what belonged to another. At least, not without making a grand show of fighting for the prize. Should you be bitten by someone else, he'd have to submit an official challenge.
Let me guess, she deadpanned. You wish to own me.
No, darling. I wish to get rid of you, as easily as possible.
He leaned forward, his hands clasped loosely in front of him. If it hadn't been for the hunger taking over his expression, he would have looked deceptively relaxed.
One bite, one mark. Zara's won't move on you again.
In life, things were rarely as simple as Blade was making this out to be. In fact, whenever someone promised an easy solution to a difficult problem, it was wise to run as far and fast in the opposite direction as possible. Camilla knew one thing with certainty. If Blade wanted her blood, that was precisely what she wouldn't trade. He clearly had his suspicions, and she would not confirm them. At least, not willingly. Some secrets were worth holding on to for as long as possible, no matter the cost. There must be another solution, she said.
Your demon prince won't come, Lem. It's you and me or you and Zara's. Unlike the prince, I won't turn you. And I won't try to fuck you.
You could simply help me escape. Blade's chuckle was deep and dark.
Where would the fun be in that?
Camilla didn't comment. She hadn't expected him to help her, so his rejection was unsurprising. He rose from the chair, a dark omen in the flesh, and motioned for her to follow.
It seems you have made your choice, then. Move. We're going to be late for dinner.
Camilla glanced down at her silken gown again, at all the tempting skin left on display. Blade had made it clear he didn't view her as anything other than food, but other vampires wouldn't feel the same. I sincerely hope I'm not the entree this evening. She wasn't trying to be funny, but Blade's fathomless gaze suddenly twinkled with amusement.
That all depends. Try to keep your wits about you, and you'll probably be fine.
Chapter 40. Envy strode through Bloodwood Forest toward his house of sin, the immortal heart burning a hole in his pocket. Zaras had taken what was Envy's right out from under him. Literally. He carved his way through the dense wood and underbrush, the unnatural bark gleaming like bloody fingers in the moonlight. Fog wound its way around the base of the crimson trees, dense enough to obscure the ground and any nasty trap that might be set. Envy didn't slow his stride. He barely glanced at his surroundings at all. Between the escalating tension of the memory game he and Camilla had played and the abduction, he turned into a primal, territorial creature, driven by instincts to take back and protect what was his. There'd been no cunning prince, only snarling demon. Envy supposed it was a result of feeling too much of his sin after so carefully doling it out over the last few years. He'd been distracted. He'd almost forgotten who he was, what was at stake. and nearly raced off to the vampire court without a plan. But exploding into the vampire court would have been a terrible move. His envy eventually cooled to that dangerous place he sought deep inside, clearing his mind until each piece of the last few hours had come together at last.
There are many riddles, many games, many players. If an ice prince falls, will a crimson one rise? I suppose that depends on who does the slaying. Blood must spill.
The fear collector's message was meant to be misleading, but Envy understood which part had been the real riddle when Camilla said that foul name. It had clicked into place at once. The vampire prince must die, and a crimson-eyed heir must take his place. God's bones! Would this game never end? Lennox clearly had a deeper goal than even Envy had imagined, using his players to move much larger pieces around the underworld on his behalf. Unless having the vampire prince die was only about causing chaos, Lennox thrived on chaos, created it as often as he could. The Fae and their eons of life found it broke up the monotony of immortality. Envy already knew that Wrath and his brothers would not be pleased with what he'd have to do next. It would be too risky, cause too much upheaval. But Envy had no choice. Camilla was gone and Lennox would have his chaos one way or another. Envy's court's falling would also cause upheaval in their realm, and he vowed to protect his demons at any cost. He'd made no such vow to the vampire court, so he'd orchestrate a regicide, even if it furthered the Unseelie King's plot. Pulling it off wouldn't be easy. Envy would need to somehow convince the only red-eyed royal he knew of to murder his crown prince in cold blood. It would unveil Blade's secret, one he'd kept hidden from the rest of his court for 2 centuries. Until he'd been sired, there had never been another crimson-eyed royal, at least not to Envy's knowledge. Envy would need Alexei to deliver the message. It would be the only way to ensure that Blade took the request seriously and didn't tell Envy to go fuck himself. He'd send Alexei immediately. Then A giant silver tree with gnarled wood and ebony leaves with silver veins drew him up short. The curse tree. Envy's mind spun to a painting he had in his collection, and the silver plaque he'd had made to explain the fable surrounding this magical tree. He'd read it so many times over the years, he'd memorized the damn thing. Curse Tree Fable. Deep in the heart of Bloodwood Forest lies a tree planted by the crone herself. It is said, among other favors, the tree will consider hexing a sworn enemy if the desire to curse them is true. To request the crone's curse, carve their true name in the tree, write your wish on a leaf plucked from its branches, then offer the tree a drop of blood. Take the leaf home and place it beneath your pillow. If it is gone when you arise, the crone accepted your offer and has granted your wish. She is the mother of the underworld. Beware of her blessing. Envy's skin prickled. He drifted closer to the tree, picking his way over the rotted roots littering the ground, making forward movement trickier. The roots looked like broken bones jutting up from the earth in a failed attempt to free themselves from this cursed forest. Mist slithered around his boots, wrapped around his legs. Whether drawing him closer to the tree or trying to push him away, it didn't matter. He could have sworn he'd seen something carved into it that made his pulse quicken. He crunched over brittle leaves that had fallen, pausing at the wide trunk, then swore. Leviathan. Not many guessed the correct spelling of Envy's true name. It was one of the most highly guarded secrets a demon prince could keep. The princes were always known by the sin they ruled over, keeping their true name from anyone who'd attempt to bind them. That his name was carved into the curse tree was highly troubling. He scanned the area, noticing fresh sawdust blanketing the frost-kissed leaves near the carving. Whoever had carved his true name had done so recently, probably within minutes. He thought of the gossip column, of the rumoured player who was seen heading to this very forest. There were no coincidences while the game was underway. He pulled his house dagger from its sheath, canting his head to listen. Bugs chirped and buzzed, the sound drowning out any footsteps. But the player was close. Envy sensed it now. Swore he felt the air holding its breath, along with whoever dared to curse him, as if he weren't already cursed enough. He circled the wide tree trunk, listening, watching. The fog and mist played with his senses like smoke and mirrors, causing shadows to flicker around his peripheral vision. The player was using it to their advantage, or so they foolishly thought. Envy was the predator in these woods, and he enjoyed a good hunt every now and then. He moved like a shadow, senses reaching out. There, crouched behind an evergreen bush. The coward ducked his head to his knees, keeping his face turned away. Envy raised his blade, his intent clear. A twig snapped behind him. Envy stiffened. "Don't touch him!" The voice was familiar and unwelcome. The goddess of death had arrived. "He's mine!" Vittoria appeared as if from nowhere and drifted over to the player, running her hands through his hair. Assured he was still living, she then tugged him to his feet. He did as she commanded. Envy recoiled. The player was fey, not human. His elongated ears were pierced several times, the little suns signaling the Sealy court. Vittoria leaned in and kissed him, completely unfazed by the demon blade Envy still held. Envy gritted his teeth. "He's part of the game. He belongs to Lennox." Vittoria ignored him, stepping back. "I know, but he came to me." She gave the Fae an appreciative look. "He was very persuasive with asking for my help in his little game." Envy drew in a deep breath. It didn't take his annoyance away. "You gave him my true name." She finally glanced over her shoulder, lavender gaze raking over Envy. "Not outright. He had to work hard for it. I gave him a nearly impossible task. He won." Envy sensed she wanted him to ask about the bargain she'd struck, but refused to do so. It didn't matter. The end result was all he cared about. Predictably, Vittoria's frustration grew. She turned on her Fae. "Show him!" The male had the good sense to look scared. The goddess of death was not known to be merciful. When she wanted something, she got it. If someone refused, she made them regret it. She was one of the few beings in the underworld who could kill an immortal with true death. Not that Envy wanted to think about that. "Now," she said, eyes glowing as her power churned. The Fae spared one last look at Envy. Then, his glamour fell over him. Envy stared at a mirror image of himself. "Your obsession with me is getting sad," he drawled. "Fucking someone wearing my face still isn't the same thing, darling." Vittoria's demonic hand darkened at the fingertips, death charring her own skin. Soon, Envy knew, her fingers would lengthen and end in talons, the better to pluck out hearts with. "It has nothing to do with you," she said, voice pitched low. "Only what bedding you can do for my purposes." "You know just what to say to make a male feel wanted." "Would you rather I stroke your ego?" she asked, her voice a purr. "Tell you no male will ever please me like you? I think you hear that enough." "Only when warranted." "Maybe I wanted to let the fantasy of it ride me again and again in my dreams." "It wasn't the fantasy or dreams, darling, but the Fae riding you." She gave him a withering look. "Our joining is inevitable. You cannot deny me for eternity. He knew exactly why she wanted him, only to see whether his brother Pride would become jealous. Her games were never ending but held no appeal for Envy, unlike Camilla. She motioned to the Fae wearing Envy's skin. "Go on. Pull his cock out and see how it compares to yours." Her smile grew wicked. "And then I want you to worship it." The Fae dropped to his knees, hand already on Envy's trousers. Envy halted the Fae's movements. "While I appreciate the artful way of telling me to go fuck myself," he said, "I'm bored. I have a game to win. Aside from riding me, I'm sure we can find something else you want." Victoria's attention roved over him again. He could practically see her scheme. She'd known all along it would come to this. She whispered a spell that put the Fae in a trance. "Your heart for his death. Before you open that troublesome mouth of yours, know it's my only counter-offer. Accept, and he dies, or decline, and I escort him safely from these woods." She motioned toward the silver tree behind them. "Lest you forget, he already carved your name. If he lives, you yourself will be cursed." Lennox must have spies in the 7 circles, ones who were well aware of his last run-in with the goddess of death. It was one more twist of the knife, quite literally. Victoria had removed Envy's heart recently, and it had significantly weakened him while it slowly grew back. His power was already slipping, thanks to the ward he had to keep up around his house of sin. He didn't have the energy needed to regenerate a heart in the middle of the game. But if the player left these woods now, placed that leaf under his pillow before he slept tonight, Envy would have another set of unknown troubles to watch out for. It was a gamble he couldn't risk. The Fae had to die. He kept his emotions locked away, mind reaching for any other solution. He didn't want to be the cause of another death, but his court was at stake, and he'd do anything to save them. Victoria's gaze shimmered with dark victory. She knew he'd take the deal. Hearts were one of her favorite sources of power. Seeing no alternative, Envy gave a slight jerk of his chin. "What was that?" Victoria asked sweetly, as if she didn't damn well know. "You accept?" He allowed every last drop of hatred he felt for her to shine through in his expression. "Yes, I accept." Her smile was as nefarious as they come. With lightning-quick reflexes, she punched a hole through the Fae's chest and tore out his heart. The Fae dropped into an unmoving heap. Trance broken, he reverted to his true form, his eyes wide with shock. He was dead before he'd hit the ground. Victoria's demonic hand dripped with sparkling blood as she pivoted to Envy, clutching the throbbing heart close. She looked at it with approval only once, before magicking it off to her secret chamber, where she kept them in jars. Gods only fucking knew what she did with that morbid collection. "Will he rise again?" Envy asked, towing the body. Victoria gave him a bemused look. "He was given true death." He shot her a sharp look, not liking her tone. "True death is not what you're giving me," he said. "Remember that." "Don't worry, little prince. I'm not finished playing with you yet. A deal is a deal." She moved to stand before him, her talon carving his shirt open as she slowly dragged it downward, cutting some of his flesh as she exposed his chest. She licked her lips, then flicked her gaze to his. "This will hurt." He'd no sooner braced himself for the pain than her talons ripped into his chest. She clutched his heart in her demonic hand, feeling it beat a few brutal times before wrenching it out. Her delighted, cruel laughter was the last thing he heard. Darkness descended, and Envy collapsed.
Chapter 41. Camilla really ought to stop searching every shadow in the vampire castle for Envy. Blade was correct about one thing. The prince wasn't coming to save her. Maybe she'd gotten it wrong, and the fear collector hadn't somehow implanted the name in her mind. Or maybe the next clue had brought the demon elsewhere. Envy had his game, and Camilla had hers now. She vowed to pour her energy into plotting her own escape and would not think of the prince again. They had no true future. Engaging in a dark flirtation was not the same as falling in love. Camilla wouldn't confuse any game with reality. With each step she took deeper into the vampire court, she released herself from thoughts of Envy, or anyone else for that matter. Camilla was her own hero, and would plot her way out of this. She and Blade strolled along a darkened corridor, the floors the same gleaming black as the throne room, the walls papered in a deep burgundy brocade. Tapestries hung every few feet, giving the corridor a bit of texture and colour. Even being in the heart of enemy territory, she couldn't help but admire the art they passed, until she saw the scenes that had been captured. Bloodbaths, literally. Every which way a vampire might dine on a human, shapeshifter, or fae was immortalized in the morbid art. Camilla's heart pounded a wild beat. Blade slowly glanced in her direction, his attention fixed on the pulse point in her neck. Another couple emerged from the opposite end of the corridor, making her heart race faster. Blade had her up against the wall, his body blocking the other vampires, his eyes burning crimson. He brought his lethal mouth to her ear. She snapped, bucking against him. He clamped down on her, using his weight to pin her.
Calm the fuck down, now.
Tension coiled inside her, ready to lash out. Blade shook her until her teeth rattled. I'm trying. She focused on her breathing. In, then out.
Try harder.
He gripped her waist painfully.
Your pulse is like a beacon. You'll attract every forsaken vampire on this isle if you don't relax.
Steps approached them, louder, closer, driving Camilla's heart rate up. Blade cursed, his hand shooting down her leg to the exposed skin. His icy fingers shocked her into stillness.
Pretend, lamb. Pretend you're enthralled, or this will turn ugly.
Camilla froze, her body tense, as the sound of the other couple drew nearer. Blade's cold fingers travelled higher, then pinched her, drawing her attention to his cruel face. Anger replaced her fear, which, from his slight look of relief, was exactly what the vampire had been trying to do. Prick, she murmured, earning a wider grin. His icy fingers only roamed higher, drawing her ire. There was no passion in his crimson gaze, only a warning. His hand travelled up until he grabbed her bottom, the move meant to indicate possession.
She smells divine.
The female's voice was throaty, sensual.
Share her, or take her to a private chamber, Blade.
Camilla dared to glance over Blade's shoulder, and any residual fear melted away at once. She wasn't looking at the female. She was staring at the male beside her. The human. Lord Vexley? He gave her a haughty look.
Miss Antonius.
He acted as if they were at another boring party in Waverley Green, not thrust deep into the bowels of the vampire court. What are you doing here?
Don't be so surprised by my otherworldly connections, darling, he sneered. Did you think I only held power in Waverley Green?
Camilla didn't think he held much power there either, except, of course, through blackmailing her. The female vampire stroked his chest, purring as he puffed it up. The fool was going to entice her to bite him right then and there. Vexley looked Camilla over disdainfully, his cool blue gaze raking over every inch of skin he could see past Blade. His attention fell to the slit of her gown, narrowing on where Blade's hand moved beneath the silk. Camilla gritted her teeth, hoping she hid her snarl. The damned vampire was stroking her bottom, his smirk daring her to ruin their show.
"When you tire of the vampire," Vexley said at last, "come find me. There's a chance I may forgive your transgressions, especially now that you're so uninhibited."
Camilla was going to murder him. She tried to shove her way around Blade, but he was as immovable as a mountain range. Blade jerked his head in a quick approximation of no. Camilla glared at him, wondering when they'd formed this uneasy alliance.
"Let's join them for dinner, my love."
The female vampire's hands were now caressing Vexley in places Camilla never wished to witness.
"It promises to be fun."
Vexley grabbed a fistful of her silky black hair, guiding her to her knees.
"Convince me, lover."
Blade shoved off the wall and escorted Camilla quickly toward the dining chamber, leaving Vexley and his vampire to their games. Once they rounded the corner, Camilla paused. Is she going to kill him? Blade shook his head.
"He's been granted asylum.
Why?
When the unseelie king submits a request, it's wise to accept it. Even Zarus recognizes that."
Camilla's blood chilled. Vexley is playing the game.
"Appears so."
Do you know what's at stake? Blade slanted a look her way.
"Don't know. Don't care to know. It's nothing good if the unseelie are involved."
Blade stopped outside a wide set of double doors, carved with more seams of death. They were an off-white, like bones bleached in the sun. Camilla realized with a start that they were bones bleached by the sun. Human bones, hundreds of them. Looking at them closely, she saw places where they'd been gnawed, the teeth marks unmistakably created by fangs. She stepped back, a surge of fear urging her to run the other way.
"Don't run."
Blade's tone implied he'd chase her, and that would be ill-advised. He was a predator first, the need to hunt in his blood. His large hand gripped her arm, a cold manacle tethering her to his side.
"Try not to speak to Zarus or draw his attention. We'll sit as far away as is acceptable. At the first opportunity, we'll leave."
He looked her over, his expression harsh.
"If you cannot control yourself, I will bite you. Understand?"
Camilla inhaled deeply, then nodded. If she lost control around the vampire prince again, she wanted Blade to bite her. Hopefully, it would bring her body back under her control. With his free hand, Blade pushed the doors open, revealing a dining room that was more bordello than banquet hall. Sultry immediately sprang to mind. The chamber was a study of deep, rich colours, the favoured ones being deep purple and black. Dark, decadent, and tempting. The sort of room that invited you to come in, lie back, and indulge each of your senses. Floor-to-ceiling windows opened onto a wide terrace overlooking the sea, the warm, salty breeze snaking lazily through the chamber. A long dining table was divided by a deep plum runner straight down its centre. Glasses filled with various dark purple and red liquids. Wine and blood, and God only knew what else, were placed at each setting, while trays of purple fruit sat untouched in the centre. Plums and grapes and figs and fruits she had no name for glistened in the soft candlelight. Several alcoves were fitted with sheer panels that fluttered with each sea breeze, showing off private areas stacked with pillows where vampires lounged. Some talked, some made love, others sipped from chalices filled with what could only be blood. The moment Camilla's gaze landed on the prince, a wave of panic rolled through her. Thankfully, he was otherwise preoccupied and hadn't noticed her. Blade tugged her toward the end of the table and slammed a glass down in front of her.
"Drink."
Blade blocked her view of the prince.
"Now."
"Wine is the last thing I need," she whispered. "Are you mad?"
If your bodily senses are dulled slightly, you might not succumb to royal appeal so easily if he touches you.
That logic made little sense. When the doors opened behind them, bringing 2 more blue-eyed royals into the chamber, along with a new wave of fear that rivaled the one caused by the prince, Camilla downed her glass. Blade had been correct. It somehow eased the power of their magic. He poured another.
Sip this only when necessary.
Camilla settled into her seat more comfortably, then slowly took in the room. Murmured voices carried toward them, low and soothing. If it hadn't been for the occasional biting, it would have seemed like a quiet, intimate affair among close friends. Perhaps a little too intimate. Skin slapping against damp skin, softened by dewy perspiration, added a sensual applause much too close by. Camilla certainly was not in Waverley Green anymore. She didn't look, even when their heavy breathing turned to soft moans of rapture. Blade slung an arm around her chair, his head canted toward her. To anyone observing them, he would seem interested, possessive, like she belonged to him. He twirled a strand of hair around his finger, almost absently, but she knew Blade didn't do anything without reason. Camilla hid her cringe when a group of humans was brought in, dressed even more scantily than she was. They paired off with vampires immediately, and Camilla could sense the new couples drawing the approval of the room. As the first bites took place, Camilla watched the bliss unfold. The human woman nearest to her was already climbing onto the table and lying back, her legs spreading wide in invitation. 2 female vampires moved to stand near her feet, each caressing a different leg, drawing her skirts high, then leaning in to suckle the artery in each of her upper thighs. After they'd sipped her blood, they began licking at the woman's sex. The mortal arched up from the table, her fingers trailing down her breasts, dislodging the flimsy fabric of her dress. Her hands travelled down, across her stomach, then slipped into her own folds, while the vampires began lathing her breasts. A male vampire strolled over to join the little group, standing across the table by the mortal's head. When she noticed him, she cried out, begging for him to let her taste him. The vampires around the table called out in approval. One of the vampires replaced the human's fingers, bumping her own in and out as the woman moaned. The vampire at last released his cock, then granted the woman's wish, pulling her toward him until her head hung off the table, allowing her to take him fully down her throat. The 2 other vampires continued pleasuring her, one stroking her sex, the other tending to her breasts, while the male thrust into her mouth. It couldn't be comfortable, Camilla thought, having the blood rush to her head, allowing the male to guide himself even deeper. Still, he took the human's wrist, fangs at last penetrating her flesh, and groaned with pleasure as he drank. Camilla couldn't look away. The passion, the desire, it flowed as freely as the blood they sipped, and no one batted an eye. The vampires sitting nearest them turned back to their conversations. It was as if an orgy weren't happening while they mingled with old friends. Camilla couldn't imagine Waverley Green's nobility witnessing such an act and remaining as cool and calm. They'd all been scandalized by the kissing at Envy's masquerade ball. She laughed softly at the absurdity of her thoughts. Camilla had been just as shocked that night.
Dinner and the show,
Blade said, startling her. He, at least, understood this wasn't par for the course, at least not in Camilla's world. Soon the whole quartet was moaning, pleasure rippling through them as the first waves of their orgasms hit. Envy's taunt came back to her. You'd come as you died and beg for more with your last breath.
My brethren have unique tastes.
Blade leaned in, his voice dark with amusement.
But I've never understood the appeal of playing with one's food.
A shock of blonde hair skirting the perimeter caught her attention. Vexley and a new vampire had arrived. This female wore something much bolder than the last. Leather that hugged her curves, showing off flawless skin and a pair of bat-like wings Camilla hadn't noticed on anyone else. She had a whip-like tail she was using to swat at Vexley, which she didn't appear to mind in the slightest. They went straight to one of the private alcoves, her long wavy hair flowing behind her. "Do you have wings?" she asked Blade. He leaned in, breath cool enough to make her shiver as it whispered across the shell of her ear.
"Nightshade is a succubus."
Camilla's attention shifted back to Vexley. Of course he'd get tangled up with a demon who lived for pleasure almost as much as he did. Perhaps they'd have long-tailed demon children and live happily ever after in hell. One could only hope.
"Zaras won't allow anyone to harm him until the game ends. But he'd better be gone before then. Asylum only lasts so long. Like I said, I don't play with my food, but others obviously enjoy it."
Camilla was relieved that Vex the Hex wouldn't become someone's dinner this evening. If he was stupid enough to outstay his welcome and bed every vampire and demon that caught his attention, then he deserved whatever fate he was dealt. "I need to speak with him again." Blade pressed his lips together, his attention sliding toward the end of the table where the prince now stood, his face buried in the neck of a handsome human. The mortal dropped his trousers and stroked himself as the prince fed, a beatific expression on his face. If Camilla wasn't careful, that could be her.
"Make it quick."
Blade pulled her chair out, escorting her around the far edge of the chamber, keeping as much distance between her and the royals as possible. He flicked the sheer curtains back, then followed her inside. 2 large velvet pillows were unoccupied, so Camilla sat on one, and Blade took the other, his knee brushing against hers. The slit on her gown parted, baring her almost entirely. There were no undergarments in her suite, not even daring lingerie. Years of human modesty kicked in, and she gripped the 2 sides of her skirt, attempting to cover herself, to no avail. Blade dropped his tailcoat in her lap, his look cautioning her not to comment. Vexley lay back, one arm bent under his head, the other fondling the succubus kissing her way up his neck. He watched Camilla get situated, eyes slitted, as he slipped a hand down the front of his lover's pants.
"Crawling back so soon, darling."
"I know you're playing Lennox's game." Camilla had been wondering what Vexley's clues might have been, and had a sinking suspicion she knew exactly what he'd needed to find. "What was your first clue?" Still fully clothed, the succubus climbed on top of him, grinding against his arousal to reclaim his attention. Wonderful. They were going to fornicate right there. "Vexley!" Camilla hissed. He paid her no mind. The succubus pulled his erection out, her gaze hungry. Vexley grabbed Nightshade's bottom, squeezing and kneading, his focus entirely diverted. He slapped her leather-clad rump with a flat palm, lips quirked on one side.
"Take these off, love. Then hop up and ride me backward."
"Vexley!" Camilla said more loudly. "Stop!" Nightshade's clothing vanished from one blink to the next, her tail whipping back and forth like a cobra being charmed from its basket. She flipped around, then sank onto Vexley's less than impressive erection, giving him an unobstructed view of her bottom and that tail as she began bouncing up and down along his length. Camilla was completely taken off guard at the sight, but Vexley wasn't at all concerned, as if it were commonplace to take someone with a forked tail to bed, in front of an audience. He grabbed the tail, winding it around his fist like rope, or a length of hair, then thrust up, fucking the succubus with vigor. "May the gods be merciful and burn the image from my mind," Camilla silently begged. Unsurprisingly, no divine interference arrived, wiping that hellish scene from her memory. Camilla wished to be anywhere but sitting there, and Blade looked like he felt the same, his lip curled back as he shook his head. "Vexley!" Camilla gritted out. What was the first clue you needed to solve? He rolled his eyes. I had to get the key. Time seemed to freeze. And if it hadn't been for that horrid wet noise and Vexley's grunts, Camilla would have thought time had frozen. My key? She asked, her voice rising. Vexley gave her an annoyed look. Honestly, Camilla, let it go. It's just a key. My father's portal key. Just as she'd suspected. She moved without thought, knocking the succubus off the lord, her hands fitted around his throat. How could you? We had a deal. Camilla wasn't that strong, but she was furious and had taken the lord by surprise. Vexley thrashed, bucking wildly, but she held on, intent on murdering the idiot. If he'd given the key to a fae, there was little hope of her ever retrieving it. Where is it? She demanded, hands digging into his flesh. Do you still have it? No, he spit out. I gave it to a contact in the dark market for my next clue. Vexley went to hit her, but Blade's hand clamped around his fist. Do not put your hands on her, mortal. Vexley glowered, but dropped his hands. Get her the bloody hell off me, then! Blade hauled Camilla to her feet. But Camilla knew exactly where the key would have ended up. In the Game Master's wretched claws. She went to dive for Vexley again. Stop. Blade growled low in her ear. You're drawing. Tusk, tusk. You know the rules, Blade. Dinner time is for fucking, not fighting. The voice was temptation, desire, seduction, and death knitted together, and it was entirely too close. Lips brushed against Camilla's neck, a cool balm against the warm room. Her body wanted to lean into it, while her mind screamed to run. It's under control, Your Highness. The female was jealous, an emotion to be expected, considering who she was with earlier. Blade's tone was almost as hard as the grip he had on her arm. He was subtly trying to pull her farther away from the prince. We were just leaving. Actually, the seductive voice murmured, there is a matter you need to see to. Now. Blade's grip tightened, the pain a lifeline Camilla clung to. I'll see her to her. She stays. Zaris's command brooked no argument. And suddenly, Blade was leaving her here, with him. Death! Camilla watched as Blade inclined his head, then left without a backward glance. He'd warned her he'd toss her to the wolves if it meant saving himself. Her throat tightened as she glanced around, searching for a glass of wine to help dull the vampire prince's appeal. Cool fingers wrapped around her wrist, drawing her nearer. Her body instantly forgot why it wanted to dull his appeal. Why would it ever wish not to fully experience this feeling? Beyond passion, beyond lust, there was no name to give the sensations his touch alone provoked. If he should kiss or bite her... Camilla felt boneless as she sank against her hard chest. Cold and smooth like marble, and just as still. No heartbeat thudded, nothing but venom flowed through his veins. A chair appeared, or perhaps it was a throne. One moment, Camilla was on her feet, the next, she was perched on the vampire prince's knee. A mere brush of his fingertips had rendered her body under his full control. In the distance, the slow pounding of a drum began, the tempo akin to his missing heartbeat. She looked blankly out at the chamber, her senses addled the longer she remained in the vampire's arms. Whatever had seduced her clearly impacted everyone else, too. Everywhere she turned, couples gave in to their desires. Males pleasured males, females pleasured each other, and mixed groups kissed and bit and sucked whoever caught their fancy. Humans slashed their own flesh, allowing multiple vampires to lick and caress them. Never killing, only tasting pleasuring. Bloodlust took on a whole new meaning in the vampire court. Camilla didn't realize that the prince's lips hovered along her throat until he pulled her closer, his hands skimming her shoulders, brushing her hair aside. She struggled to remember why she needed to be alert. A game. A clue. Camilla vaguely remembered what Blade had said about not appearing seduced by the prince's touch alone. She tried to remain alert, to tense, to behave as if she were fearful and not yearning. His breath was on her neck, his tongue so close to her skin. Envy had said a mere lick could cause her to come. She fought as hard as she could with her mind, trying to twitch even one finger, blink one eye, anything to prove she was stronger than this. Zaras's fingers angled her chin, tilting until her neck begged to be suckled. A shiver finally shot down her spine, in pleasure, not fear, but she hoped the vampire prince couldn't tell the difference. She mentally cried out for a miracle, for anything. His mouth came down on her, fangs scraping along her skin, sending cold fire as he punctured. But then, he was gone, crashing backward against his throne. Camilla went toppling from his lap, their connection and his control vanishing. Her screams finally broke free from her throat, and she fell directly into the Prince of Envy's waiting arms.
Chapter 42. Envy held Camilla tightly to his chest, hoping she was too distracted to notice his lack of a pounding heart. He didn't want his confrontation with the goddess of death known. Zaras would use the information to his benefit. Yet even in his weakened state, Envy's sin chilled the whole cursed dining room. Frost coated the chamber in thin sheets, the vampires hissing like the reptiles they secretly were as the temperature plummeted. His arms shook with the exertion of using his power, but he kept on. He'd almost been too late. If the vampire had turned Camilla... Zaras recovered almost instantly, flashing his fangs as he brushed imaginary lint from his suit. He plucked up the dagger Envy had thrown, sneering at it. "You always know how to make an entrance." His gaze was hard. "Though I'm a bit insulted you used this blade instead of your house dagger." That blade was mortal steel washed in holy water. It didn't kill a vampire, but it stung like hell. Next time he'd coat his blade with rosary peas, which would do a lot more than sting. Though if all went as planned, there wouldn't be a next time. "Apologies, Zaras. I hate to stab and dash off, but you rudely interrupted us earlier. I'd like to get her back to my bed." Zaras arched a brow. Arrogant twat. "The woman said my name, which makes her mine." The room chilled further. Envy had little power to spare but didn't bother trying to hide his darkening mood. Camilla was his. Zaras grinned. "Unless, of course, you'd like to offer up a challenge." Envy kept the smile from his lips. That was precisely what he'd come to do. Camilla stared up at him as if she'd seen a ghost, her gold skin pale. She hadn't thought he would come for her. It was a wise deduction, one that should please him. He'd told her that the game was his only focus. She wasn't entirely wrong. He was here because of it. A twinge of something twisted deep inside him, though. Something not at all pleasant. He would have come for her sooner if he hadn't run into trouble, but to admit that... He flicked his attention around the room. Envy would prefer to have Camilla tucked safely into the guest cottage on his estate, while he tended to this situation on his own. There were at least 20 vampires, 3 of which were royal. Zaras warded the castle using blood magic, so Envy couldn't just magic Camilla away to his house of sin. Even not fully recovered, Envy could almost take down the vampires on his own, but Camilla complicated matters. He couldn't guard her and fight them all. at least not without posing a great risk to her. If he'd been uninjured, it would still have been too risky.
"Then I offer a challenge."
Envy's voice was laced with boredom. "Your life for hers." They were sent back to what must have been Camilla's chambers, while preparations for the challenge were made. The entire journey down the hall, she'd clutched onto Envy's hand so hard his bones ground together. If he'd been mortal, it would have bruised him or dislocated something. Once in the room, she whirled.
"You cannot fight him,"
she said. Not, "Hello, wonderful to see you, thank you for stabbing my enemy."
"If he kills you—"
"Your confidence in my abilities is overwhelming, pet. Zarus may be strong, but he's not more powerful than me." Camilla scrutinized him.
"Is that hubris speaking or truth?"
"Did anyone harm you?" She pursed her lips at his blatant change of subject and refusal to answer her question. Aggravation was good. It meant she was scared, but otherwise all right.
"No. Blade guarded me. For a while."
Envy cocked his head, listening. "Speaking of the crimson-eyed bastard." The vampire slipped into the room, eyeing Envy as he crossed his arms over his chest and leaned against a far wall. Blade was wise to keep space between them. With the image of Camilla sitting on Zarus's lap, his tongue on her skin, fangs just shy of penetrating her, Envy wasn't feeling very charitable. His sin was still raging, searching for an outlet. Blade knew that. "You owe me," the vampire said, voice low. Blade kept his attention fixed to Envy. "Not if you get everything you want out of the deal," Envy said. "You spoke with Alexei about the details, I assume." "Yes. I don't like it." "You don't have to. You've seen what he's been like, what he did with Wrath. He tried to steal Wrath's wife, Amelia, a move that no sane creature would make. Is he still really fit to lead your court?" Camilla glanced between them, a slow realization dawning.
"You're one of his spies."
"Associate, darling," Envy said. "No one likes the term spy." "Mutual associate," Blade added. They were reluctant allies when circumstances forced them to be. Other than that, neither he nor the vampire had much use for the other. If it hadn't been for Alexei, Blade wouldn't have dealt with Envy at all. The vampires were brothers, in a sense, each turned by the same sire. For some reason, Blade's eyes were crimson instead of blue, but he was still royal. Not many knew of the connection between Envy's court and Blade, and Envy kept it that way. Camilla stalked over and slapped Envy's face. She knew it wouldn't harm him, so it was more a show of temper than anything else. He raised his brows. "To what do I owe that honor?"
"You work together?"
she asked. "Occasionally. I fail to see the issue."
"Did you have me kidnapped?"
His eyes narrowed. "When exactly would I have had time to arrange a kidnapping? Before you shoved that memory into my mind, or while we were rolling around like fiends in the dirt? Surely I would have chosen a much more convenient time to have you abducted."
"You deserved the slap, if only for that memory you shoved into my mind first."
She turned those flashing silver eyes on Blade. He didn't hide his grin. The scourge of Malice Isle was amused. Blade liked her.
"You could have mentioned this association instead of saying he wasn't coming," Camilla said. "Or were you hoping to bite me?"
Blade's smile turned as sharp as the weapon he was named for. "I'd even bite him, foul-tasting demon blood and all, if it suited my interests, lamb." "If we're through with the pet names," Envy drawled, growing more annoyed as his sin ignited, "what information do you have?" Blade's attention zeroed in on him, a knowing look flaring in his eyes as he glanced between Camilla and Envy. The vampire would be wise to keep his observations to himself. The challenge will begin an hour or so before sunrise in the arena, gladiator style in front of the entire court. Zarus wants to stir as much drama as possible. With a ticking clock, the tension thickens. He plans to use poison. As if that would kill Envy. Though weakened as he was, it wouldn't be pleasant. He kept his face a mask of nonchalance. No one could guess there was a chance he'd lose. He couldn't even think it himself. And the poison will act only to slow you, dull your senses and power, much like his venom does. Once it takes effect, he'll remove your head and limbs and burn the pieces on a pyre. Envy rolled his eyes. Pyres are so dull. Leave it to your prince to be so uninspired. Though I suppose he is still stuck in the Middle Ages. Camilla looked stricken.
Can't we escape through that cave?
We could. Envy reached over, tucking a silver lock behind her ear. But that doesn't solve the problem. Zarus would just send someone else to collect you, and next time he'd strengthen his borders. Best to end this now. Blade pushed himself off the wall and headed for the door. I'll return if there's any news. Envy nodded, turning his attention back to Camilla. He waited until the vampire could no longer be heard in the corridor before speaking. Should anything go awry, Alexei will take you to House Wrath. Don't fight him. My brother will see to your safety, and his presence will make Zarus think twice before attacking.
You just said you are more powerful.
He hesitated for a beat. Winning is not always about power. It's about who wants it more. Zarus will not fight fairly or lay down his sword easily. He will make me earn that victory.
It would be easier if you just left me here.
You know I'd never do that. Envy's hand curled around her chin, his touch gentle as he tipped her face up. She'd romanticized him again, giving him a golden halo, while ignoring the fact that his had broken long ago. Because he'd shattered it. But you haven't asked the all-important question, my darling Camilla. She scanned his face, knowing he was leading her into a trap, unable to see where it lay.
Why?
You are much more than you seem, aren't you, Miss Antonius? Not human. But what? I have a feeling that if I knew that, I'd know why you're part of the game. Care to enlighten me? She held his gaze, offering a slight negation as her answer. Whether she was admitting to not being human or answering his question about enlightening him, it didn't matter. Why wouldn't I ever leave you here? He asked again, bringing his mouth close to hers. She'd wanted to taste the seam of his lips, and he wished to taste her lies. He brushed his lips against hers, the kiss barely anything at all. Camilla's breath hitched. He drew back. It appears you've forgotten the game, Miss Antonius. You are a requirement for me to win. Were you listening to the fear collector? I am exactly where I need to be. Camilla winced, tried to jerk away, but he held on, forcing her gaze to remain locked on his, even as it turned hateful. He thought of the book she'd been reading at Sloth's, knew there was more to the choice in her fairy tale romance than she'd let on. Better for her to despise him now. Envy wasn't incapable of change. He simply didn't wish to change. I will never be your Prince Charming, Camilla. For now, you hold immense value to me. When your value runs out. He stroked her jaw, watching her eyes turn hard as steel. She wanted to hurt him. It was written all over her pretty face. Best hope that doesn't happen until the game ends, pet. Or else you might see how wicked I truly am.
Chapter 43. A few tense hours later, Camilla sat beside Blade in the royal box overlooking the arena, her knuckles bone white from gripping her fists tightly in her lap. Far below them, a circular patch of white sand stretched wide, surrounded by matching high, smooth walls designed to keep fighters on the ground. Unlike the black sand beach they'd arrived on, the snow-coloured grains and stone were clearly chosen to show off spilled blood, something that could prove dangerous in an arena filled with vampires. Camilla didn't want to think about what might happen if bloodlust took over. Given how high up she was, there would be no way out but down through the thick of it. Dawn was still a ways off, the strange double moons of Malice Isle casting an eerie red haze along the sand. Torches burned, the acrid scent of smoke rising on the thick, humid air. Camilla's gown clung to her like a second skin from the oppressive heat, adding to her discomfort. That was the reason she couldn't sit still, or take more than a few shallow breaths at a time. It was a necessary lie she kept silently repeating to herself. Vampires poured into the tower from several entrances, filling the seats beyond capacity, their cheers creating a terrible cacophony as they pounded their fists and stomped their feet, waiting for the battle of princes to begin. She glanced around, looking for Vexley, but he was either seated in the raging throng below or had decided to spend his time with his mistresses from hell. Soon, the metallic scent of blood mixed with the smoke. Tray after tray of blood cocktails was served, and the crowd, already dangerous, was now drunk and raging.
"One thing is certain,"
Blade said, gaze locked on the pit below.
"It will be interesting."
She was grateful he hadn't lied and said it would be all right. Even with Envy's confidence, there was no telling how the fight would end. Immeasurable ass that he was, Camilla didn't want any harm to come to the demon prince. Alexei entered the royal box, nodding to Blade as they silently exchanged places. Camilla slanted a look in his direction. He was already watching her.
"His Highness said to wear these."
He held up two beautiful cuffs, wide silver bands fitted with what looked to be 100 ruby shards.
"He said, and I quote, 'Put them on and pretend he's cuffed you to his bed.'"
She rolled her eyes. Even now, the demon was trying to distract her. He could say whatever he liked about only keeping her safe for the game. His actions said otherwise. Alexei handed her one cuff at a time. She noticed he only touched the silver. "Aversion to rubies?"
"Not quite."
A smile ghosted across his face.
"Rosary piece mixed with rubies. Highly lethal to vampires."
"He expects I'll need them."
"A precaution, Miss Antonius."
She gingerly took the cuffs and put them on. They fit as if they'd been forged for her.
"They were,"
Alexei said. "Why is it that everyone in this realm can read my mind?"
"Your expression tells your thoughts. It's minute," he added, "nothing a mortal would notice. But you're no longer surrounded by mortals. Creatures here pay attention to everything. No detail is too small. You need to constantly wear a mask."
"I suppose being surrounded by other predators keeps one sharp." He inclined his head in agreement, but didn't comment further. Instead, he handed her a matching necklace he pulled from a satchel she hadn't noticed, his cool fingers accidentally brushing hers before he quickly drew back. She searched his blue eyes for answers. She hadn't felt any loss of her senses, and his eyes identified him as royal. "Your touch doesn't impair me the way Zaras's does." "Why is that?" His attention sharpened. "Bollocks," she cursed silently. She remembered too late that she was supposed to be human. Alexei looked at her for a long moment, then finally answered.
"Zaras is a blight."
Alexei's icy gaze hardened.
"He needs adoration almost more than he needs blood. In his mind, he is a god, and he wants to be worshipped as such. even if he manufactures it through abuse of power. He rarely listens to advisors, and his hubris damages his court. He recently provoked Prince Wrath, which resulted in... He shook his head. Zarys' reign ended when he made that move. It's only been a matter of when he is deposed. Camilla was surprised any predator felt a moral obligation to use their magic only when necessary. If Prince Envy defeats him, will you take the throne? When His Highness defeats him, Alexei corrected, I will return to House Envy. Is that what you want? Yes. Alexei glanced at the billowing white sheer drapes separating the royal box from the chaos beyond, the chalices of alcohol-spiked blood, immortals being seduced and bitten. If he longed to indulge like his brethren, he didn't let it show. I choose to be His Highness's second in command. There is much to learn from the way he runs his court. One day I might decide to return here. But for now, our arrangement is mutually beneficial. Does Envy know you're studying his court? Alexei's smile broadened. Of course. It was his idea. Trumpets blared near the fighting pit, 3 short blasts that made the hair along the back of Camilla's neck rise. Alexei shifted his attention to Blade, a silent conversation seeming to take place between them, before the latter inclined his head and stepped into the shadows. Relax, Alexei murmured. Envy will not lose. Relaxing in a tower full of blood-drunk vampires, while one of the only allies she had in this realm battled to the death, wasn't possible. If Envy didn't make it... Camilla wasn't sure there was much hope that she'd find her way back to Waverley Green. Alexei might try to bring her to House Wrath, but what chance did he stand of getting them to safety if the Demon Prince fell? She perched on the edge of her seat, staring down. Camilla fixated on the white sand below, on the 2 gated caverns on opposite sides from which she imagined each prince would emerge. A giant humanoid creature, wearing a crudely made wolf head helmet that completely hid its face, strode out, muscled chest bare, tattooed arms, and thighs the size of an elephant. It had to be at least 12 feet tall and was built like a mountain. Camilla couldn't imagine anyone fighting it and walking away with their life. Alexei scoffed. Canidai. An original as far as tones go, but that's Zarys. How is it a taunt? It clearly didn't seem like a taunt to her. It seemed like death walking. Envy's house symbol is a double-headed wolf, a green-eyed monster. Canidai, known as the Wolf of the Western Isles, was chosen to mock the prince. In one meaty hand, it swung a flail that had 2 spiked balls attached via chain. It was positively medieval, a weapon made popular in ancient blood sports, of which she'd seen many gruesome paintings throughout the years. Camilla supposed that was exactly what this was. Blood sport. The giant creature swung its weapon at the crowd, the cheers growing impossibly louder as it swaggered around the arena. It thrust its unoccupied hand at the stands, taunting, daring someone to come and fight. To her horror, she realized it wasn't wearing a helmet. The creature had a wolf's head with a man's body. It was barking and growling as the crowd tossed someone over the wall directly at the monster. Without seeing its eyes, she couldn't tell whether the victim was a human or a vampire. But she saw how terrified he was. A steady trickle of urine glistened down his leg, earning more jeers from the raging crowd. Everything happened quickly after that. In a blur of metal flashing and flesh shredding, the creature had beaten the male until he was an unidentifiable mass of raw meat, his dying screams blood-curdling as they echoed up the tower. Blood coated the male from head to toe. Part of his arm hung off, severed at the wrist, dangling by a stubborn tendon. His left eye had been bashed out, oozing something foul-looking.
Camilla squeezed her eyes shut, fighting the overwhelming urge to vomit. The creature had been aiming for the male's skull, and she did not need to witness what happened when the killing blow connected with its target. Silence fell. Metal cracked bone. Then the crowd went wild. Vibrations from the seats below rattled her bones. "It's over," Alexei said, leaning close. "The body is gone." Camilla's stomach twisted violently as she stared down at the pool of blood that had just contained someone's life. It was beyond horrifying, beyond a nightmare. And it was only just beginning. With blood still dripping down the smooth stone walls, Envy strode into the arena, looking like an indolent royal out for a stroll among his adoring court, completely unconcerned with the giant storming toward him, flail swinging, gore from its last victim splattering the mixed crowd of vampires and their human pets in the nearest stand, its muzzle nearly black with entrails. Camilla realized with sudden horror that the body of its last victim was gone because Canadae had eaten it. No bone, no flesh remained. Still, Envy walked out, his body language bordering on bored. The demon prince wore a crisp suit, a stylish waistcoat, and a pair of freshly pressed trousers tailored to him exceptionally well. Not ideal fighting clothing. Camilla wasn't sure whether he was brilliant or mad. Perhaps a little of both. "What's happening?" she asked, searching for the vampire prince. "Why is he fighting that creature?"
"Zaris will strike as soon as Envy is focused on Canadae."
"Isn't that against the rules?" Alexei flashed her a grim look.
"There are no rules."
The wolf-headed creature, Canadae, descended like a storm. The way it had been fighting earlier, it had been only half-heartedly. Canadae focused on Envy with singular brutality. Its footsteps shook the arena. Its war cry was the most terrifying thing Camilla had ever heard. It sounded like all hope had been lost, like blood and death had been its only friends for millennia, and Envy threatened to take them away. The demon prince didn't move, didn't tense, as Canadae thundered closer, its snarls making her recoil almost 100 feet above it. Camilla's heart nearly broke out of her chest, it was pounding so furiously. She stared, her attention fixed on the prince, as if it had been magically stuck to the scene. "Run!" she urged quietly. "Please, run!" Impossibly, as if he'd heard her whisper from the pit far below, Envy raised his gaze, finding her in the crowd instantly. He stared into her eyes, mouth curved, as his hair ruffled in the breeze of the flail sailing near his head. He'd stepped out of its path only at the last second, sending Canadae into a seething rage as it barreled past him, whirling and wild-eyed. Its size worked against it. The creature wasn't agile. Any sudden movement from its opponent worked against it. Camilla's knees knocked together, her hands bouncing from where they rested on her lap. She wanted to run and scream and wake up from this horrible nightmare. Then she realized what Alexei had said. There were no rules. Envy could use magic. But why doesn't he? Canadae had charged again, mere feet from Envy, when the prince suddenly unleashed himself. Whatever animal, whatever that uncivilized creature was that she'd sensed lived beneath his skin, it was no longer caged by propriety. Envy was no longer a prince. He was every inch the demon. And he was magnificent. From one breath to the next, he'd ripped his jacket and waistcoat off. The sound of his fist connecting with Canadae was audible all the way up to where she sat. The crowd, the jeers, the pounding fists and stomping feet, nothing drowned out the sound of that punch. The creature flew backward, crashing into the wall, a crack shooting halfway up the tower from the impact. The demon had tossed the giant as if it had been nothing at all. Camilla recalled when he'd hit Harrington. Envy must have been holding back. A lot. Envy whirled, his house dagger drawn, as the vampire prince leapt from behind, fangs bared. Zarus had taken the coward's move, trying to attack from behind. Envy was faster, more powerful, more ruthless. The demon thrilled at violence. Camilla watched, rapt, as he fought with the sort of brutal grace that was hauntingly beautiful, despite how horrible it was. If she could paint him now, she'd focus on the harsh lines of his face cast by shadows, the glittering promise of death in his eyes, and the violent slash of his mouth as it twisted into a vow of pain and torment. Suddenly, it all took a terrible turn. Canadai removed a barbed whip from its belt, cracking it more loudly than thunder. Another great beast, this one with the head of a lion, charged into the arena, while the vampire prince stalked closer, still aiming for Envy's back. Camilla was out of her seat, leaning over the edge, shouting at Envy to look. Alexei grabbed her, hauling her back. She nearly turned and punched him. "Do something! He cannot fight against 3! Alexei's gaze sparkled.
Zarus is attempting to make it a fair fight.
How is 3-on-1? Camilla's voice trailed off as the answer came to her. Envy is that much more powerful.
Not quite.
Alexei nodded to the arena, where another 2 giant creatures emerged. One had a bull's head with the body of a man, and the other had the head of a bird of prey. 5. It took 1 vampire prince and 4 giant beasts to even the fighting field. Exactly how strong is Envy?
The Kiadara each possess the strength of 200 men. They are rumored to be the Byblos of the old gods. Because of their taste for blood, they've aligned themselves with the vampires.
Camilla's mouth went dry. Envy was fighting the equivalent of 800 mortal men and a vampire with immortal strength of his own. The demon prince turned, saw the raging beasts descending, lifted his dagger, and smiled.
Chapter 44. Envy hadn't had a decent fight in a good long while. He was glad now that he hadn't taken Wrath up on his recent offer. He channeled his less dominant sins into weapons to be used on his enemies, stoking his wrath and gluttony and lust for killing. He saved the best for last. Envy summoned an image in his mind, one that made his sin snarl. For once he let his envy out of its cage, let it consume every thought save one. Zarus had touched Camilla, knowing it was only a matter of time before envy arrived on his doorstep. With the memory of the vampire's hands on her body, his teeth scraping across her neck as he used his powers on her, Envy spun, sinking his dagger into her leg. The vampire's growl was animal, the splurt of blood satisfying. He'd aim for Zarus's unbeating heart next. Ice shot around the arena, a result of Envy's power. He needed to pace himself, rein his magic and emotions in, or he'd burn out too fast. Already he felt breathless, the strain of moving his body more difficult without his god's forsaken heart. Sadistic death goddesses. The Kiadara used claw and fang and might, falling on him like starved animals in a frenzy. Daggers made of his ice stabbed the creatures. Envy landed punches that sent them flying back, took some hits, and quickly realized they'd come prepared to win using any means necessary. The Kiadara coated their claws and blades in toxins, slowing his already sluggish healing abilities. If he had to guess, based on the searing pain shooting down his back, they'd made Hellbane. If he'd placed a bet at House Greed, he'd have wagered Zarus had done the same. Blade had said Zarus planned to poison Envy, but Hellbane was different. The plant was only found in the most remote regions of the 7 circles, and wasn't toxic unless burned to a powder. A barbed whip slashed between his shoulders, right where his wings were still tucked away. Hellbane seeped into his flesh, scolding. The pain honed his fury. Envy spun, punching through the Canadai's chest to rip out its still beating heart. He tossed it to its brethren, who grew ravenous as they fought over it. The Kiadara's hunger knew no bounds. They'd eat their own severed limbs if bloodlust had taken them. He raised his blade to the vampire, his teeth bared. This needed to end. Quickly. But he'd still make a good show of it. "Come play. I'm going to make that little bitch come before I suck her dry," Zarus sneered. It was the wrong thing to say. Regardless of how drained he was, Envy moved with as much of his immortal strength as he could muster, dragging his blade across the vampire's neck. The wound was superficial, a warning that Envy was still playing. He spun and struck again, this time sinking his blade into flesh until he nicked bone. Zarus howled. Envy barely noticed the hellbane-coated blades as they tore at his flesh. His gaze was fixed, hungry, on one target. He brought his dagger down on the vampire's right knee, bone shattering from the impact. Zarus, for the first time, lost his sneer. He hobbled back, wincing. Envy stopped playing. Only one of them was walking out of this arena, and it sure as fuck was going to be Envy. Fear entered Zarus's eyes. Vampires healed fast, but bones took time to mend. Envy struck again, breaking his other kneecap. It shattered to dust. Zarus wouldn't be standing again. The Kiadara circled them both, spittle flying, landing in acidic hisses on the sand. Envy was momentarily distracted, and one of the Bovenai's bull horns pierced his shoulder, going clean through. The wound didn't begin to heal. Envy gritted his teeth, swinging his blade up and through the Kiadara's ribcage, despite the ripping pain in his own chest. His earlier wound had split open, but at least the Kiadara had crumpled into a heap, twitching. Zarus had summoned the other two Kiadara to his side, forming a meager line of protection. His knees likely wouldn't heal until he feasted on blood and had a day's rest. Zarus would not see sunrise. The remaining Kiadara growled and screeched. Envy's grip on his dagger tightened. Lion or falcon, Panthera or Falconidae. In the end, it didn't matter where he started. Envy felt no satisfaction in destroying these creatures, descended from gods. It was a waste. And one more reason he would kill this vampire who took life without care. Not kill, he reminded himself. That final blow belonged to another. Envy might be a soulless demon, but Zarus was a rotten bastard. His court deserved better. Panthera roared, the sound vibrating the ground with its force. Until this point, Envy hadn't paid attention to the crowd. He'd tuned them out, focusing instead on the sounds of his blade, meeting and tearing and shredding flesh. Now he heard their jeers, their cries for blood. They didn't care whose it was. He wanted to look for Camilla again in the stands, to know she was still secure, but didn't. Alexei had his instructions. He'd die by Envy's hand if he didn't follow them. Panthera prowled in a circle around Envy, closing in slowly. Falconidae let loose a shrill call meant to distract. They would come at Envy as a team. The wounds in his back bled freely, the drops turning to gold as they hit the ground. The creatures scented it, their gazes turning fully black. Envy was damned, but his blood was still divine. One taste was worth dying for, or so he'd been told. "I know I'm pretty, but are you going to stand there mentally undressing me all night?" They leapt in tandem, each striking out at him. Envy narrowly missed Panthera's teeth, but wasn't as fortunate with Falconidai's sword. It carved into his side, hitting a rib. Hellbane made the wound twice as painful, his breath turning sharp with each damned inhalation. His gold blood mixed with the red and black of his opponents and their previous victim, spilling faster than it had ever done before. Fucking hell. He was getting dizzy. Panthera used the distraction to knock Envy to the ground. Sand ground into the wounds on his back as Panthera's teeth gnashed at his throat. Where its saliva hit his skin, it sizzled like water hitting hot rocks. Envy bucked, sending the lion flying across the pit, its body hitting the stone wall with such power that it fell, limbs and head crooked, dead. Envy did not pity the final creature, Falconidae. He charged the raptor-headed monster, dagger puncturing one eye, then the next, before he tore the creature's head off and tossed it aside, panting. The hellbane continued to burn beneath his skin. He needed to clean his wounds soon, and the fight needed to end. Envy was weakened, more so than he'd ever admit. Zarus, however, was trying to drag himself away, trailing his useless legs. Envy walked over and drove his blade through Zarus's hand, pinning him, then crouched in front of the wounded vampire, arms propped casually on his knees. The position hurt like nothing he'd ever experienced, but his expression didn't let any pain show. It would be so easy to rip Zarus's head off and feed it to the flames right now. But the game hung in the balance, so he waited, wounds searing. The Fear Collector had given an unmistakable command. He wondered, briefly, if the vampire had known all along what was at stake today. If he'd agreed anyway. The Unseelie were excellent at stoking egos, making a win seem inevitable instead of improbable. Hubris, the great destroyer of man and beast alike. Envy tisked. Whatever the Unseelie king offered, you should have refused. You had a good life, blood, lovers, a whole court to serve and please you. Yet you dared to stand against a prince of hell. Zarus coughed up black blood, but his expression remained a vicious mask of defiance. She'll never be yours. Something twisted in Envy's chest, as painful as the hellbane. Did Lennox tell you this would happen? He asked. That you would fight for more than your crown? Rage flared in Zarus's ice-blue eyes. Promised his daughter. I certainly hope he specified which one. He has more animal-like half-breeds roaming around than any of the mortal gods. He might have promised a sacred cow to you. Zarus's lacerated tongue darted out, as if savoring this final blow. 1, 4. Envy's brows knitted. There were 4 blood heirs in the wild court, 2 Unseelie princes and 2 Unseelie princesses. Each was rumored to possess magic with untold capabilities. It would indeed be enough of an incentive for Zarus to risk it all. Not only would his court be aligned with all Unseelie fae, but his princess would be fearsome, powerful enough to keep enemies from his shores. Any Unseelie princess would be as wicked as her parents, though, eventually ending her vampire prince for sport, or, more likely, to claim more territory for the dark fae. Lennox never offered something of value unless he believed his investment would triple. The vampire either didn't know or didn't care about that. He probably thought he'd trapped the princess with his venom. Zarus gurgled on his own blood, trying to say more. Envy supposed it was poetic justice in a sense. He yanked his gaze away, finding Blade in the cavern just outside the pit. Thanks fucking be. The hellbane was so painful now, he was nearly brought to his knees. He needed to siphon some envy soon, replenish his depleted power. Teeth gritted, Envy hauled Zarus's limp form up. Blade's crimson eyes glowed with violence as he stepped forward. It was time to crown a new prince. Zarus finally caught up with the truth of the situation, his fingers clawing at Envy's arms. Mercy! I forfeit! You never should have attacked my brother, or abused your own people, Envy said quietly. Taking Camilla was your worst move yet. Never touch what's mine. Blade's attention remained locked on the prince, his fangs gleaming as the sun slowly began to rise. In a move that was at once graceful and brutal, he tore out Zarus's throat, then held the severed head high. Envy felt the crowd's shock trickling down. Blade didn't play with his targets. He'd always been one to strike hard and fast, dispatching with precision. Envy sent a bit of magic to the bodies piled on the sand, creating a pyre. Blade brought the prince's head to the flames, holding it there as the fire burned it to ash. Zarus had been so ancient, his papery skin caught like kindling. The crowd's hysteria hung like a dark mist. "Silence!" Blade's voice cut off the cries of terror that had erupted. "By blood!" He indicated the charred head of his predecessor. "By blade!" He dragged his weapon over his heart. "By might! I've taken the immortal throne!" Envy watched the crowd. They didn't seem convinced. Blade would need to get them to his side before the shock wore off and another heir stepped up. Blade knew this. He pulled out 2 curved daggers, holding them as he spun slowly, staring into the stands. "Bow before your new prince, or die by my blade." Tension hung as thick as the smoke in the air, and the sun continued to slowly ascend. Soon the vampires would need to retreat, but Blade had guards at the exits. He would see them burn if they did not bow. Next to Camilla, Alexei beat his fist to his chest, then took a knee. His proud voice carried down over the stands. "Rightful ruler of the immortal hearts, I honor thee, Prince Blade." A tense pause stretched out. Finally, several other vampires followed suit, offering the vow and kneeling. Soon the whole arena knelt, their whispers filling the air. Blade had taken the immortal throne. A crimson-eyed prince now ruled, the first as far as Envy knew. Envy glanced at Blade, hoping he hadn't made a mistake by putting a stronger vampire on the throne. Zarus was cruel, conniving, brutal to his own people, but Envy knew how he ruled. Blade was an unknown, but hopefully he would be the prince his people needed. Time would certainly tell one way or another. Hopefully over the next several months, Blade would be too busy establishing his court and his rule, his attention set on finding a consort to join political forces and smooth things over with vampire nobility, to want to start any trouble with demons. If not, Wrath would undoubtedly hold Envy responsible for allowing a greater threat to emerge. They would have to cross that bridge when they came to it. For now, Envy needed to tend to his wounds before anyone discovered his growing weakness, collect his next clue, take Camilla away from here, then win this God's damned game.
Chapter 45. Camilla paced inside the chamber, feeling caged. The battle had ended more than an hour before, and Envy hadn't returned to the room yet. Alexei had deposited her, locked the door from the outside, then left. She'd rattled the handle, then tried to pick the lock, to no avail. The vampire said it was a safety precaution, but it felt like she was the prisoner. She rummaged through the room, finding a little satchel filled with medicinal jars and a slim dagger and sheath she could hide on her person. The dagger Envy had given her was lost to Bloodwood Forest, so this would do nicely for now. A hastily scribbled note read, "For the prince's wounds, reapply as needed. Never forget. Strike hard, little lamb. Blade." Camilla smiled. Despite how they'd met, she wished Blade well, too. Footsteps rushed past her room again. 1,000 people must have hurried past since she'd been locked in. Bits and pieces of conversation reached her, confirming that the court was in total chaos. Apparently, only royal vampire heirs had ever deposed a prince before, and Blade's crimson eyes were making this unusual. No one knew what to do about Blade's new position or claim. Some were saying he was a royal despite his eye color, and then fights broke out over that. The vampire court during such an internal upheaval was the last place she wished to be. Camilla thought of her gallery, of her friends, and her life back in Waverley Green. She thought of Bunny, and wished more than anything else that her sweet furry friend were with her now. She tried to summon the feeling she thought should be gripping her tightly. To no avail. Aside from her cat and her friends, Camilla didn't miss much else. She sat on the edge of her bed, removing the rosary peacuffs and necklace. A noise outside her chamber drew her attention, and she sprinted to the door, banging. "Hello?" she called.
There you are.
Vexley's drawl sounded from the other side.
Camilla, darling. Open the door.
She thought about banging her head against the wall. "It's locked. From your side."
Oh.
Click. The door swung open, revealing both Vexley and his new girlfriend. The succubus waved her pointed tail, then shoved Vexley against the wall, running her tongue over him with a wink, before striding off. Camilla was too grateful for her assistance with breaking the lock to be disgusted by how aroused Vexley now was. She kept her eyes on his face. "Are you going back to Waverley Green?" she asked, peering down the corridor. No Alexei, no envy, no guards rushing to lock her away.
I am. Although, if you're asking for a way back, it will cost you more than another forgery, my love.
Vexley smiled and stepped closer.
This time, I want you to accept my marriage suit.
Camilla wasn't surprised he'd use the situation to his advantage. But she was surprised to realize she hadn't been asking for a way back to Waverley Green. If ever there were a time to escape, to run headlong back to her normal life, this was it. No more games, no more underworld, no more vampire battles or houses of sin. But as much as she wanted her cat, she did not want to return home just yet. She still needed to win back her talent. She retreated from Vexley, slowly shaking her head. "You misunderstand. I don't wish to leave." His hand clamped down on her wrist, grinding her bones together.
You misunderstand. It's not a choice. Zarus's death has prevented me from obtaining my next clue.
I don't see how that has anything to do with me.
I've lost the game, Camilla. It's over for me. But you're here for a reason too. You'll ease my pain, won't you?
Let go. His grip had tightened, but his expression remained perfectly calm. It frightened her more than his outward fury ever had. His tone was pleasant, cajoling, like she simply needed him to bring her to heel, to make her see reason.
This is the way, Camilla. You will return as my wife. We'll sell more forgeries, make so much coin. We'll buy our way into immortality.
That's why you played? To become immortal? Vexley's placid expression faltered.
I have my reasons, darling. Now, come along.
I said, let go. The mask of calmness shattered, revealing the truth of the man she'd seen once before.
I'm not leaving without a prize, Camilla, even if that's you.
Vexley's gaze had turned cold, his mouth twisting into a cruel sneer. He shoved her back into her chamber, quickly pinning her against the wall.
First, we'll put an air in your belly.
His free hand slipped between them, tenderly caressing her stomach, as if he weren't speaking of forcing himself upon her. As if there were anything gentle or sweet about his proposal. Vexley, she said again, trying to remain calm. You don't want to do this. Let me go. She glanced around wildly. The damned dagger blade had given her was still in its sheath, too far out of reach. Vexley leaned in, eyes menacing. How this man had ever fooled society into believing he was carefree was a mystery. Camilla now saw that his lopsided grin also indicated how off-kilter the scales of right and wrong inside him were. She channeled her fear, her rage, feeling it collect beneath her skin. She would give him one more chance to unhand her. Let go of me, Vexley. Now. Her voice was calm, steady. It was a deception, one Vexley fell for. He leaned into her harder, as if he could force their souls to twine right there. He wished for marriage, till death do them part. She would grant him at least part of that wish. He ought to have been paying attention to the silver in her eyes, gleaming like assassins' blades, not the swap of skin between her breasts. But Vexley wasn't wise or observant. His selfish behavior would be his undoing. His grip on her didn't loosen, but she no longer cared. Using that connection, every single place he touched her, she let that strange feeling under her skin loose. Perhaps she was mad, but she'd had enough. Years of torment, of fear, of folding into herself instead of pushing back, exploded in a torrent of suppressed emotion. Like a dam breaking. Everything she'd held back flooded her. What the? Camilla's force surged through them both. Vexley's eyes rolled, showing the whites. His hands, now fused to her, couldn't have unclasped her if he'd tried. She watched distantly as he shook, his body violently convulsing, spittle forming at his mouth, like foam collecting on a churning sea. She smelled the piss, the excrement, just before the pig collapsed onto his filth, his body twitching one last time. Camilla stepped back, gaze fixed to the unmoving form, feeling void of emotion. In the distance, perhaps only in her mind, familiar female laughter snaked down her spine. She thought, for one dark second, that her mother would be proud. She couldn't say what made her look up. Perhaps she knew he'd been there, watching from the shadows. Perhaps she'd simply wished him there and he'd come, summoned by the depravity of what she'd done, of the way she felt not an ounce of remorse. Envy moved into the light, his attention locked on hers. He said nothing of the man lying dead at her feet. No judgment crossed his features, no fear or revulsion. Camilla said nothing of the wounds leaking ichor from his body, or the brutal way he'd killed in that arena, the pleasure he'd seemed to take in death. Maybe they were both damned to wicked things, broken in all the right places so they lined up, jagged edge to smooth. He extended his hand, waiting. Before she went to him, she grabbed the satchel Blade had gifted her. She didn't spare another glance at Vexley as she stepped over him. Right now, Camilla wasn't capable of regret or worry, not even shock. Whatever feelings she'd stored up had emptied, as if she'd used them all. Clasping Envy's blood-speckled hand in hers, Camilla gave him one nod and braced for his magic as he whisked them away from the carnage of the vampire court.
Chapter 46. Envy pulled Camilla behind him, his battle senses on high alert, the pain inflicted by the hellbane still searing through him, honing his senses to a sharp blade. They stood outside the private cottage on the outskirts of his grounds. He wanted a chance to speak with Camilla, to process all he'd just witnessed, and to clean himself up before deciding whether he should risk taking her into his castle. He'd need to walk his house first to ensure that the worst of his court's failing would be hidden. Now that would have to wait. A shadow moved along the forest's edge. bringing with it that sense of darkness that indicated one thing: Fae. "Step into the clearing, slowly," Envy commanded. The Unseelie did. The male had a shock of white hair, pale yellow eyes, and lashes blacker than ink. His brown boots were scuffed but well made, his shirt sleeves rolled to show off dark bronze forearms, toned and lethal. The shirt was wrinkled, but even in the dark Envy saw the fine weave of the linen. The Fae wore a hat tucked low, hiding his elegant pointed ears. He looked like a mortal hunter who dashed out from the woods, weapon missing, but most didn't realize he was the weapon. Envy recognized him by reputation instantly. "You're a long way away from hunting maidens in the woods, Wolf." "Rumors abound." The Fae smiled, revealing more of his face and discarding his human disguise. "They say you crowned a new vampire." Wolf's voice was melodic, mesmerizing, and had been used to seduce more than a few mortals over the years. His voice was a sign he'd once held rank in his court, though he was a long way from home now. Envy didn't miss the fact that he'd referenced the gossip column. Wolf had likely come to see if the rumors about House Envy were true, testing the ward's boundaries. They were true, of course, but the ward Envy had placed was smaller than most would guess, surrounding only his house. "You have a message from Lennox?" Envy asked. The Fae drew closer, suddenly curious about Camilla. Too curious. Envy's dagger was in hand, the blade still faintly glowing from its recent offerings. The Unseelie noticed it and stepped back, smiling as if amused. "Rumors, as I said." Wolf's grin spread. "Lovely little shocking rumors." He was still looking at Camilla, fixated in a way that wouldn't end well. Envy stepped forward, dripping menace. "My patience wanes." "I have no message from the king," Wolf said. "I was simply curious whether the rumors were true. I see that they are. Delightfully so. If you were curious about the new vampire prince, why come here? Those two are unrelated." The Fae flashed another smile, this one as wolfish as his name. "I'll be seeing you, fair winter lady. Shifting seasons are always so beautiful." Before Envy could run him through with his blade, the Unseelie was gone, shifting from one reality to another. Envy glanced back at Camilla, his sin threatening to emerge. For a moment, she looked as if she'd seen a ghost. "Have you met him before?" Envy asked, suspicious. Her gaze darted to where the Fae had disappeared. "Everyone's heard of his legends." "Try not to appear so enthralled." Envy's mood soured further, noting she hadn't answered his question. "He hunts women." "Those stories aren't exactly true." Camilla bit her lower lip after the admission. "Oh? Do enlighten me, Miss Antonius." "Wolf prefers women, but he doesn't hunt them to eat. Well," she cleared her throat, "at least not in the way the stories tell it. Wolf's appetite is... Most in Waverley Green believe he tricks maidens into letting him inside their homes. That's the cautionary tale told by men, at least. But from what I've heard, maidens are only too pleased to see Wolf. A night with him is enough of a threat for men to weave such tall tales." He'd battled a vampire and legendary monsters, and Camilla's face had flushed only when recalling lurid stories of the cursed Unseelie Fae and his bedroom skills. Envy stalked up the stairs to his cottage, wounds stinging. As if Envy himself hadn't given her an orgasm with his legendary tongue. Jealousy, cold and unrelenting, lashed through him. "Come," he said, his tone frosty and, perhaps, a little petty.
Unless you'd like to wait for Wolf to return and see to that. After Envy had shown Camilla to her private room and attached bathing chamber, he retired to his own bedroom suite. The cottage was large and well appointed, fit for a prince who wished for others to envy him. It also happened to be the perfect place to entertain Camilla while he privately checked his court, after tending to his wounds. He hissed as he slowly peeled off his shirt. His cuts had only partially healed, causing his skin to freshly rip again when he removed his clothing. Another thing was stinging Envy too. Directly after the battle, he'd waited for the next clue to be delivered, but no message had come. And as for Camilla, he'd suspected she had secrets, but she'd seemed momentarily stunned by the magic that crackled over her skin like little webs of lightning. Whether she knew she possessed the skill or it had been a shock remained to be seen. Creatures in nature held such power, electric eels for one, leading him to think she might be a shapeshifter. If she wasn't fully shifter, she could have some unique parentage. Shifter blood from a distant relative would show in such ways. Faye also possessed skills like hers, magic and talents, but he hadn't gotten any indication she had Seelie blood. Her ears were those of a mortal. Until tonight, he hadn't seen any hint of magic. After he'd massaged her, there had been no sign of an enchantment inked onto her skin, and a glamour could often still be detected, even slightly. If not Faye or Shifter, then what else could she be? Envy's hands were on his trouser strings when he heard her sharp inhalation behind him. He hadn't looked in the mirror. He'd already known the wounds on his back weren't pretty. They were deep, down to the bone in some places, and the hellbane ate away at his flesh. They might even scar, for once. The tattoo that symbolized his house, starting just above his elbow on his right bicep, before winding across his shoulder and onto his chest, might even need touching up. "They didn't hold back," she said softly. Her touch was feather-light and far too tempting. He knew what those painters' hands were capable of. Miss Antonius. Envy meant for his tone to come out harsh, but it was too low, too inviting even to his own ears. "You should go back to your suite." "I have a salve." Her fingers traced his shoulder muscles, bunched and tense, until they slowly relaxed from her ministrations. "And some herbs for your bath. They were gifted from Blade." Envy smiled at that, appreciating a smart move when he saw one. The new crown prince was already strengthening their alliance, making amends for the previous ruler. Envy doubted the Unseelie king would be pleased that this particular game had landed so smoothly. Lennox no doubt had wanted to create chaos and discord, to shake up the courts. Not to mention, now that Envy knew Lennox had promised Zaras he'd unite their courts through marriage, Lennox would be spitting mad when he found out Blade intended to take a vampire bride. He'd already announced that he'd choose from one of the noble families in Malice Isle, further securing his claim to the throne. It was another wise move. Now all the nobles who might have plotted to take Blade's crown would plot to have their heirs ruling beside him. The new vampire prince wouldn't risk marrying a fae and causing any more strife. Besides, Blade refused to fall for anyone who could be food. He'd made that abundantly clear. And that was partly why Envy had known Camilla would be safe near him. He'd only ever heard of the vampire deviating from his rule once, when he'd gotten tangled up with a werewolf. Enemies made interesting bedmates. Lennox must not have known, or thought Blade could be swayed to his side. "Your arm and chest. Twin wolves?" she asked. He swallowed thickly, thankful the ink was still intact. "A double-headed wolf, my house symbol." Envy imagined Camilla taking in the piece, how it covered his entire upper arm, then the right side of his chest. The lower portion of the wolf's body began right above his elbow. It stood on its hind legs, body reaching up to his shoulder. Its first head angled toward his chest, curving across his shoulder, its muzzle closed and somehow peaceful,
contemplative. The second head was set lower, taking up his pectorals, and was vicious. Its jaws hung open, teeth snapping at an unseen enemy. With the exception of their vivid green eyes, Envy had chosen the tattoo without color, wanting the contrast cast by the shadows to give it stark beauty. Chiaroscuro always fascinated him, the study of light versus dark. His wolves were forever chasing after something just out of reach, never content, monsters green-eyed and vicious, like him. Without any warning, Camilla slathered Envy's first cut with the salve. It burned like hell. Envy gritted his teeth as those lovely little hands continued to slowly torture him with the herbs. Admittedly, the first wound already felt better. In no time she tended to each claw mark and laceration. The hole where the bull's horn had pierced him was worse, but soon that too slowly began to stitch itself together, the skin itching and stinging like fire ants had nested there. Camilla pressed a hand to his good shoulder, turning him until he glanced down at her. She winced as if feeling his pain firsthand, though most was only a dull ache now. His chest held only one wound, but it was by far the worst of them. Panthera had gotten one good hit in, its claw nearly gutting him. Her gaze followed the jagged line from his chest to his navel. Some emotion flickered there. She touched his chest softly, her brow knitting. Your heart. If it could have pounded, it would have been doing so now. Envy gently withdrew her hands. Will grow back soon enough. Horror washed over her features. What? How? Let's just say I would have followed you to the vampire court sooner if I hadn't run into a slight issue. Camilla stared at him, seeming unsure of what to say. I'm sorry, she said, quietly, softly. It made something primitive inside him sit up, snarl. I don't recall you wielding a blade, pet. Do not apologize for someone else. Let me rephrase. Silver eyes glimmered with annoyance. I'm sorry, but this will hurt terribly. Camilla smeared the salve down his front, her touch no longer gentle as she coated the wound, leaving no minute section untended. He swore and jerked back, but the little hell-beast moved with him, finishing the job with brutal efficiency. There! Her tone was clipped as she twisted the cap back on the salve. That should be sufficient. Blade's note said to reapply if necessary. She slapped a bag of herbs to his still healing chest. Add 2 generous pinches of this mixture to your bath and soak for 20 minutes. It won't improve your attitude, but your wounds should heal nicely. Cursed saints above. He was hard as granite. Again. She turned to leave, and he snatched her hand, drawing her close against him. Her desire hit him harder than any blow he'd taken in the arena. It was the first powerful emotion he'd felt from her since they'd come to his circle. Allow me to properly thank you, Miss Antonius. Before she could offer him another smart comment, his mouth came down on hers.
Chapter 47. Camilla had just killed a man for less, but Envy's brazen kiss brought her back to life. If she'd been trapped in a cocoon of ice, frozen from the horror of what she'd done, she'd broken free now. His fire ravished all the dark, cold places in her soul, warming her, making her feel everything. Protected, safe, alive, passionate. Strong hands touched everywhere. Her hair, her throat, cupping her breasts, running over her hips and thighs, stroking each area like her body was his favorite canvas. Her gasps were his paint, her lips his greatest inspiration. He tasted and teased, nipped and owned, never relinquishing her mouth for long, his tongue tangling with hers in a dance she never wanted to end. The kiss was a battle, a plea, a path to salvation, or their greatest destruction. Their game had become intimate, each move he made provoking one of her own. When she teased him, he returned the favor until they were clawing at each other's clothes, shedding them as quickly as they'd shed any notion of restraint. Camilla didn't care what it was. Masterpiece, chaos, it made no difference. It was pleasure, intoxicating and pure, and she drank it down, sip after decadent sip. His calloused skin was rough against her softness, the friction of a wonderful, unexpected delight for the senses. Camilla had hated this scrap of gown in the vampire court. Now, she relished how much skin it exposed, the access it granted him to stroke and caress. She touched him back as freely, flattening her palms on his bare chest, marveling at how soft his skin was there, despite the hard muscle underneath, despite how torn it had been only moments before. The intricately crafted tattoos marking his arm and chest were just as beautiful as the hunter-green ink at his beltline. She traced them all, listening to the rasp of his breath as she moved lower, along the line of his trousers, slung so low on his hips it ought to be criminal. Despite his injuries, he was already aroused, the thick length of him straining against his pants. Camilla wanted to pull him free, offer him the same release he'd offered her. She went to undo his trousers. His arms, capable of slaying giants, were gentle when they came around her, drawing her closer, staying her movements. What had started as hungry, greedy kisses slowed into something more tender, gentle, but never shy. Their lips began to savor, to move as if, for once, they had all the time in the world to learn all about each other, explore. It was languorous, drowsy, the sort of kiss that made knees weak and heartbeats strong. It took her a moment to appreciate the shift, enjoy the sweetness of it. His tongue touched hers, heat pooling low in her belly from the lazy stroke, invoking memories of when he'd made that same movement between her thighs, kissing the apex of her body until her back had arched off the bed and heat bolted up her spine. When his hands moved over her now, it was less about possession, less about feral need. It was a question that made her breath catch, an answer that threatened to undo her. All the teasing, the private games, the allure of knowing they only had one night, and she'd wanted to make it last, draw it out for as long as possible. It had just been a fun game, a way to forget her loneliness for a while, a light-hearted way to pass the time. What Envy was doing now, this move, it threatened her carefully constructed walls. Camilla had thought she knew the rules of this private game, but now he was kissing her like she meant something, like this wasn't just about winning one night, like he might be playing to win something more. And that awful realization that he might in fact still be playing at all made her face a truth she wasn't ready for. Camilla felt as if she were falling, plummeting from the heavens to the earth, and he was the star she clung to, their desire lighting the whole damn sky. Or maybe they were a comet, destined to crash. Camilla drew away, touching her swollen lips. They tingled, seeking the press of his. Envy brushed her hair back, cupping her face between his hands as if she were precious, the most intriguing piece of art he'd ever laid eyes on. Those hands still had blood on them, but his violence didn't frighten her. She watched as his palm slid to her chest, feeling the beat of her heart instead of tracing her peaked breast, still aching with want. The way Envy looked at her now was dangerous. So brutally dangerous. More than the dagger he'd wielded with ease, or the cold, efficient way he'd dispatched creatures twice his size. The sharp edge of his lust had been honed to a finer point by something else. Something that could strike with more precision, travel deeper until it pierced a vital part inside her. Whatever game this was, it could slip between her ribs faster than he would slip out from beneath her sheets after their one night together ended. His gaze never wavered from hers, so she saw the moment when he realized what she had seen, before banishing it from his face. A flicker in a storm, there one moment, and blown away the next. But Camilla had seen it for what it was, knew it would never last. This would always be a game to him. And the tender move, the sweet kiss, this play knocked her wildly off balance, only to worry she was tumbling all by herself. "I should go," she said tightly, suddenly needing space. Seeming to understand, he clasped her wrist in his hand, drawing her palm to his lips. He pressed a kiss to her skin, then stepped away. "Bathe. Rest," he said, backing into his bedchamber, giving her leave to exit. A chasm opened between them, stretching wide, where moments ago there had only been closeness, a desire to breach all that separated them, at least on her end. The tenderness was gone, replaced once again by his cool indifference. Envy was content with their game as it was, and she'd broken the unspoken rule. She'd fallen for the illusion. "I'll see you in a little while for dinner." Camilla opened her mouth to call him back, to explain why she suddenly needed to protect her heart, that this private game had somehow started to mean something it shouldn't. She wanted to cry out that she wasn't who he thought she was. But the only words that came out were a softly spoken lie. "A bath sounds good." Camilla's head rested against the lip of the tub, her silvery hair pinned high to avoid getting wet, the water's warmth finally soothing her. She was trying to forget Vexley's attack and subsequent death, the way he'd looked so broken and fragile as she'd stepped over him. Then there was Wolf. He'd wanted to speak with her for a while now, had played a dangerous game trespassing on the prince's land. With a real game underway, Camilla knew she couldn't ignore Wolf forever. Then there was envy. Excitement was something she'd craved while living her quiet little mortal life in Waverley Green. And so she'd been a willing player in their flirtation, had enjoyed it thoroughly. There'd been a dark sense of pleasure in constantly upping the ante with him. She liked that he didn't hold back, that he made his move boldly and ruthlessly, that he'd pursue her, then pull back, waiting to see what she'd do, delighting when she bested him. He'd treated her like an equal, his constant playing exciting her on multiple levels, not purely physical. Their dynamic had been working wonderfully until that kiss tonight. She knew what she needed to do next. End their game. And not by giving in to the heat that burned between them, like flying near the fiery sun. Camilla needed to put distance between them, set new boundaries. She'd focus on the game master, on helping Envy win, since that seemed to somehow be tied to her role. Then she'd win back her talent and return to Waverley Green. There was a good enough plan, even if she didn't feel thrilled by it. It was the safe choice, the one that guaranteed she'd remain free of more heartbreak. She'd already experienced enough of that to last a lifetime. And Envy? Even if she wished to share her secret with him, she couldn't bring herself to. It was best to end their game now and walk away unscathed. Her eyes drifted shut, the promise of sleep tugging her conscience under. Much too soon, a quiet knock broke the serenity. "Come in." There was no logical reason for Camilla's skin to suddenly pebble, as if a cold wind had snaked through the warm bathing chamber. Yet goosebumps rose along her flesh, her body aware of what her mind had yet to notice. Her eyes cracked open. As if her thoughts had conjured him, Prince Envy stood there, looking as sinful as Lucifer the moment he'd accepted his wickedness and fallen from grace. She should demand he leave. She'd already concluded that this flirtation needed to end. Camilla did not speak at all. She wanted to know why he'd come. Maybe he knew that kiss had been too much, had come too close to meaning something they both knew it didn't. She raised a brow, waiting. He could explain himself. Then she'd send him away. Envy's attention slowly meandered along the lines of her neck, as if cataloguing the shape to later have painted. It was something he'd done before. Like that unassuming swath of skin fascinated him, called to his need to have someone capture it on canvas.
2 things drove me here, Miss Antonius, he began. First, I considered apologizing for my behavior.
Her heart pounded faster. She'd been correct. The kiss was just another move. A moment passed, followed by another. She wondered if he hadn't quite worked out his apology, and why simply saying, "I apologize for being a tremendous ass and ruining our game," seemed to be such a monumentally difficult task. When he didn't attempt to speak again, Camilla's patience dwindled. "What's preventing you from accomplishing just that, Your Highness?" His mouth curved, and Camilla knew at once he'd laid a trap. He'd been waiting for her to take the bait.
I realized I would be lying. I'm not remotely sorry.
For which part? Curse her. That was not the question she'd intended to ask.
You know which part.
That's not the way this is supposed to work.
Do you want me to suddenly play by the rules?
He knew she didn't, the damn beast. His smile was victorious. He hadn't come here to apologize at all. Envy had come here to restart their flirtation, to up the stakes once again.
Were you to say the words, I'd have you out of the tub and on the bed this instant.
His voice was sin incarnate. He continued, more slowly now, taking another step into the room.
As an artist, I'm sure you can envision my tongue on the canvas of your bare body. I imagine we would make quite the masterpiece together. If you don't forfeit now.
Camilla's breath hitched, but she forced herself to stay calm. You have no morals.
True, but yours are as grey in tone as mine, my dear.
That's hardly true.
What a cunning little liar you are.
She was indeed. What is the second thing that brought you here? She asked. She couldn't let herself get caught up in this again, no matter how aroused she was feeling in the bath. Heat kissed her cheeks that had nothing to do with the warm water. He smiled, noticing her pinkened skin.
Thinking about my tongue, Miss Antonius?
Camilla's thighs squeezed together. No, I'm thinking of dinner. His attention moved to the bathwater, rippling from the subtle movement. Hunger flashed in his eyes.
Lie to me all you like, Camilla. But this isn't over yet, and you know it. When you're in bed tonight, fingers trailing over your deliciously swollen clit, you'll be dreaming of my hand doling out your pleasure.
Before she could argue, the damned demon gave her a mocking bow, then left. Frustrated and highly aroused, Camilla slipped her hand beneath the water, doing exactly what the prince had said. As she came, she made sure her moans were loud enough for the demon to hear across the cottage, hoping to drive him as wild as he'd driven her.
Chapter 48. What happened in the vampire court once I left? Envy had his back to Alexei as he asked, attention fixed on the cocktail he swirled in one hand. It was well past the hour he should have retrieved Camilla for their dinner, far past when he should have checked on his court too. He'd made no move to leave the cottage. He'd felt victorious after leaving Camilla aroused in the tub until he heard her orgasm through the walls. She'd knocked him clear off his high horse with that move. He'd grabbed some oil, fisted his aching cock, and stroked himself to orgasm while envisioning her. How many tried to take Blade's throne?
2 heirs, Your Highness.
Alexei sounded amused.
Their heads are on spikes, one outside the throne room, the other outside Blade's bedchamber, with a warning that he's always watching.
Brazen, bold, a bit dramatic. Envy snorted.
Glad to see Blade is taking to the role as expected.
He turned. Alexei cocked his head.
No clues, then?
His second shook his head and didn't elaborate. With a tight nod, Envy dismissed him. He went back to considering his drink, playing over the encounter with Wolf. Envy did not believe in coincidences. The world was far too vast, the realms too plentiful for anything to be random, especially while a game was in play. Somewhere, buried in the seemingly random interaction, had to be the next clue. There was no other good reason for Wolf to risk entering demon grounds uninvited. And the fact that he'd once been unseelie nobility added to the possibility that Lennox had used him to deliver the next riddle. Of course, Envy couldn't stop his mind from spinning with far-fetched theories about how Camilla had responded when she'd seen the Fae too. Envy had scrutinized Wolf, wondering if he'd been the male Camilla had shown him in that memory. He gritted his teeth. He shouldn't be thinking about that cursed memory still, but his sin needed an outlet, and feeling envy brought his senses into sharp focus. Envy tried to use that now. He focused on the very first words the unseelie had spoken, arranging and rearranging them 100 ways. Rumors abound. It was a throwaway answer, given casually. The fact that it had been the gossip column headline made it almost innocent, something easily overlooked. So, of course, he was suspicious. If it was an anagram, there were several possibilities. Oh, absurd on rum. Sob around rum. Armor bound us. A mob surround. He was getting nowhere. Absurd on rum could be gluttony, he supposed. He'd probably sob after imbibing too much liquor, too, especially if the reporter bested him again in a battle of wits. Armor bound us. Perhaps Wrath, the war-seeking deviant. A mob surround might speak of pride. Previous clues had left Envy feeling certain of what he was after. None of these clicked into place as soundly, felt as right. Envy swirled his liquor again, the darkness spinning wildly around a giant cube of ice. The rattle soothed him, as did the liquor itself. He was stalling. The truth was, he didn't want to see his court. The last time had been horrific. Children, they were the line that should never be crossed. And it was all his fault. What he'd find now, after more of his court succumbed. His next clue had to be from that conversation. He had to move forward. Envy shifted to when the Fae had been speaking to Camilla. In the moment he'd allowed his sin to take over, cloud his judgment. Imagine all the ways the male would, or had, pleasured Camilla. It was a mistake. Envy was starting to wonder whether Lennox wanted Camilla with him for the final part of the game to distract him. If it had been the Fae's plan, it was working. Even being aware of that fact, Envy couldn't stop himself from succumbing to it. She interested him on too many levels. Her parentage, her talent for painting reality, her clever mind, and that magical little lightning show. She was a puzzle he'd not yet been able to solve.
and he wasn't the only one intrigued by her. Wolf made it seem like there was another secret he either knew or suspected. "I'll be seeing you, fair winter lady." Envy set his drink aside and used a tiny bit of magic to summon his journal. Moments later, he was scribbling down as many clues as he could form. Fair winter lady. Fear it inwardly. Fire at inwardly. Finality redraw. Radiant wiry elf. Envy cursed. The clue had to be there. The more he grasped at it, the more it seemed to slip through his fingers. Eye friendly at war. Fairway tendril. He focused solely on winter lady. Envy was suddenly aware of Camilla's scent. She'd entered the room on silent feet, and her presence now burned like a candle behind him, or a strike of lightning, he thought wryly. He straightened, glancing over his shoulder. She wore a hunter-green velvet gown, his signature color, that made the silver of her hair and eyes glimmer like the moon. She looked ethereal, otherworldly, entirely forbidden. He followed her silhouette with his gaze, struck silent by how regal she appeared, how elegant, how different from the tousled woman he'd pictured moaning in the bath, the one who'd had him cursing as he found his own release. "You look like a personal disaster." His face tightened. "I suppose that will do." Her eyes narrowed, but she didn't call him on the lie. She nodded at the several sheets of paper he'd torn out, crumpled all over the floor. "Cause for concern." "Deciphering riddles." He motioned to the ground. "Poorly." She strode over, careful not to touch him as she leaned in, tracing the letters he'd scribbled in his journal. He'd sensed her shift in emotions earlier, how she'd wished for something he refused to give. Camilla wanted a fairy tale, and he'd been serious when he'd said he'd never be the hero. Envy did not believe in happily ever afters, only stretches of time that could be more enjoyable than others. He liked Camilla's company, thrilled at their push and pull flirtation, but he didn't want friendship, as she needed to get back to her world, her gallery, her life. "Dearly twin?" she tried. His blood iced, as did the chamber. Camilla instantly shivered beside him, drawing back to rub her arms. He knew of twins, and he despised one of them, the one who'd just removed his blackened heart once again. God's damned Lennox. "It was only a guess," Camilla said quietly. He yanked his anger under control, offering her a quick smile. It did little to comfort her. "An excellent guess. I believe you solved it, Miss Antonius. I just don't like what comes next." He strode past her to the door, pausing to look back. "I won't be able to be at dinner, but please feel free to dine without me." He snapped his fingers and a servant appeared. "The cottage also has a studio stocked with paints and canvases, and a library. You are welcome to explore and use whatever you'd like." "Where are you going?" "House Envy." "Am I not coming with you?" Envy hadn't imagined the subtle edge to her question, the hint of disbelief. They'd never played the game apart like this, at least not intentionally. "No, you'll remain here." He made a show of straightening his suit, pulling at his cuffs, as if he wished to look his best. He allowed innuendo to drip from his tone. "I have a private matter to tend to. I'll be gone for hours, so don't wait up, Miss Antonius." He told her once before that if he took a lover to his bed, he'd need hours. She hadn't forgotten. Camilla flinched. Envy had never felt more like a villain. But he left her standing there alone, looking like he'd broken her heart, then cut her with its sharp pieces. To save his court and also keep Camilla safe, especially if Vittoria was still involved, he'd do much worse.
Chapter 49. Camilla stared at the door long after the prince had left. He'd lied to her, pretended he was seeking a lover, when his expression looked as pained as hers. Had the idiot even realized he'd glanced away, his throat tight at the most crucial moment? What an ass. He was an even bigger ass if he believed she'd simply stay put. As far as Camilla knew, she was guarded pages, scanning more of the clues he'd tossed away. Interesting. He believed Wolf was the messenger. Camilla had a slightly different suspicion. She called for a cloak and thick wool gloves, which took far longer than she'd expected. The maid who'd arrived was flushed, her eyes bright, almost feverish. "Apologies for the delay, miss. Staff is short." She trailed off, glancing back down the corridor. "Were you needing anything else?" Camilla followed her gaze. No one emerged from what she presumed were the kitchens below. Typically, a cottage of this size was considered a country estate. Envy should have a full staff: butler, footman, maids, and cook. "Are you alone?" she asked the young demon. The maid nibbled on her lower lip. "Just me and one footman left." Camilla's brows knitted. Something in the way the demon had said they were the only ones left caused unease. Before Camilla could ask her to expound, the maid dropped a polite curtsy, then darted back down the hall. Camilla stared after her for a few more moments, but Envy's choice to keep the cottage barely staffed wasn't really a great mystery. Maybe he didn't use it often. Maybe the others were preparing for Camilla's arrival at his house, or the supposed guest he was expecting tonight. Either way, she had bigger things to focus on. Camilla donned her cloak, pulled on her gloves, then stole into the snow-covered night. Excitement thrummed through her as she inhaled the cold, spruce-scented air. The 7 circles were under a constant cover of snow and ice, and the realm a winter wonderland. Her breath puffed in front of her as she darted along the tree line, her steps crunching on the frost-coated ground, sinking into the soft coldness below. She glanced behind at the cottage, the windows glowing with warm gold light. She'd half expected Alexei to emerge, but wherever Envy had gone, his second seemed to have followed. Envy probably expected her to stay inside the cottage. A renewed sense of annoyance had her pressing on, searching for the far western edge of Envy's circle. Soon enough, the howl rent the air due north of where she'd paused. The sound raised an army of goosebumps along her arms. Camilla tossed a quick glance around one last time to be certain she wasn't being followed, then plunged into the woods. The animals grew silent, watchful. A predator lurked nearby. Several minutes later, she found him sitting on a mound, a brook fighting against the elements nearby, the trickle nearly frozen but refusing to submit to winter's might. Wolf. What a delight. His teeth gleamed in the moonlight. Our paths cross again. He'd discarded his hat, allowing the full majesty of his fey glory to shine. He knew what he was doing, and Camilla allowed herself to admire him for a beat. His white hair was tousled from the gusts of Arctic wind, his ears on full display, his starkest appearance like the night in all its glittering charm. He was still beautiful, still as ageless as the last time she'd seen him up close, 2 years before. His otherness reminding her of how quickly he'd enchanted her, how fast she'd wanted him in her bed. But he was a reminder of her past, of a choice she'd been given years too late. "You had a message," Camilla said. "Give it now." Wolf tisked. "Is that any way to speak to an old friend?" He unfolded himself from the rock and was suddenly before her, her hands clasped in his as he swung her around. He danced them across the snow, humming a tune that would enchant any mortal who heard it. "My sweet little lover," he crooned against her ear. "Come to court. Imagine the fun we could have."
Twisted in sheets, twisted in our dark souls. Don't you wonder what it could be?
She did, and that was the problem. She shouldn't want to go to the Dark Court at all. Camilla allowed him his moment, then halted, feet stubbornly fixed to the ground. You brought me out here in the dead of night. I came. Give me the message. I'm sure you have many mortals to charm. Some immortals, too. His chuckle was filled with sensual promise. Why deny what you are? You hide under that facade, dimming your light, year after year. He trailed a nimble finger along her ear, his expression sad. Do you even remember what you are? Or has playing pretend for the humans made you think you are one? She batted his hand from her ear, then strode away, furious. I am not here to debate my choices. Or lack thereof. Then tell me what you are. Prove you still know. Camilla's throat tightened, her hands curling into fists. She had not admitted the truth out loud since the first day they arrived in Waverley Green, and her mother had forbidden it. Wolf's animal-like eyes glowed dangerously. Shall I remind you what it was like to finally be with an equal? He said quietly. Not to have to hold back. She was breathing entirely too fast, her nails carving crescent moons into her palms. You wanted me, Camilla, because we are the same. When you came to me in the dark market, you knew I could give you what no mortal man could. Yet you take mortal women to your bed. Do they not give you what you desire? You know as well as I do. I cannot truly fuck a mortal without glamour. It will never be the same as it was between you and me. Flirt with your demon now. But when the time comes, you'll mate with a fae. There is a place for you in the wild court. This was not at all the way she'd wanted this conversation to go. Is that why you were outside my gallery in Hemlock Hall? You're trying to stake your claim? Partly. But I was also sent to watch the game players. You were a pleasant surprise. He sighed and stepped back, looking over her. It would be a poor move on my part if I didn't make my intentions known now. I'm here to offer you a way back. If you agree, I want you to do so as my mate. It doesn't have to be about love. An alliance is far more valuable. Would you bring me back to Waverley Green? Wherever you wish to go. His yellow eyes drank her in. Mortal realms, fae courts, my bedchamber. The offer has a time limit, I'm sure you understand. Camilla knew what he wasn't saying. If she chose to return to Waverley Green, she wouldn't be able to leave again. Such was the subtext of fae bargains. This offer hadn't originated with Wolf. It was from the Game Master himself. She chose her next words with care. If you're serious about forming an alliance, answer a question for me. He smiled, intrigued. One question. One kiss. No kiss, one question. No assault on your favorite head. His booming laughter filled the night. Very well. Let's play by your rules tonight. Where is the dearly twin? Old name. Older than me. Ancient, then. My question remains. Old ones call them the dearly twin. His focus briefly turned inward. The twin pillars of Ferry. It's an ancient fae site, now abandoned. That is where you wish to go? No, that was where she wished to go without him. And it was also not at all what she'd expected. Thankfully, he didn't seem to realize he'd given her much more than she'd hoped. You didn't answer my question.
There is a portal not far from here. One of the Demon Prince's guards watches it.
He flung his hand out, motioning in the general direction. Which prince?
If you want me to take you there, that detail doesn't matter. Come.
Stubborn male. Good night, wolf. She started walking back in the path she'd made, unsurprised to hear the Fae curse and come after her.
You need to give me an answer, Millie.
She spun, eyes flashing. Do not call me by a nickname. We fornicated a lifetime ago. That is the beginning and ending of any affection we shared. And yes, I could give in to all my passions in your bed. I could ride you for as long as I liked, as hard as I liked, and know you'd be just as wild and hungry. That's ancient history now.
Doesn't seem like so long ago. And you didn't mind that nickname when I was pushing inside you.
Wolf's attention dropped to where her locket lay nestled against her chest, barely visible under her cloak. His expression imitated mortal sadness perfectly. He'd been practicing.
What a curious little trinket. Did your...
He reached over, gently brushing the gift from her mother, then drew his fingers back with a hiss. He glared at her, as if she should have warned him that the charm repelled unseelie males.
If you leave, the offer is revoked.
Of course it is. Camilla's laugh was cold, void of humor. They expected her to make a life-altering decision in only a few moments. A future wasn't something to throw away on a whim, to be forced into by fear. When Camilla chose her fate, she wanted to do so for herself, because she'd had time to think about what she wanted out of life. She'd never gotten to decide that before. Good night, Wolf. Travel well.
Wait!
His voice had lost its teasing edge. She turned back, waiting. Wolf surprised her by yanking her close, attempting a hug that ended up being a stiff pat to the back. Foolish Fae. She melted against him for a moment, before disentangling from his embrace, then stepped back. I appreciate your hunting me down, she said. Thanking a Fae wasn't wise. Acknowledging an action was the best course to take, one that wouldn't leave you indebted.
Don't go yet. Camilla, I need to hear you say it. I need to know you remember.
She knew what he meant, even if she wasn't sure why he was so desperate for her to say it out loud. It was a plea, not a threat or a demand. A choice. She thought about her mother, about how she'd commanded Camilla never to speak the truth out loud again. I may be Fae, she whispered softly, but that doesn't make me part of your court.
Doesn't it, though?
His smile was reminiscent of his name.
Be safe, fair winter lady. Remember, I am not your enemy.
Oh, but he is exactly that, isn't he? At least for now. This time, when she plunged back down the path she'd made, the other Fae didn't follow.
Chapter 50. Alexei! Envy's voice carried a magical summoning, alerting his second no matter where he was on the grounds that Envy needed him. A moment later, the air stirred behind him. Your Highness! Victoria is on her way. I need this. He motioned to the bodies of his fallen court members, slumped throughout the corridor leading to his throne room. Taken care of before she arrives. No one can know the extent of our problem. Envy finally turned, looking his second in the face. The vampire's gaze was hard. Alexei had known the court was falling to the memory madness, had scented the blood behind closed doors well before the violence reached the corridors. Lennox had many enemies. Envy only wished one would have taken him off the playing board centuries back. His second looked like he was considering doing just that. Alexei could have returned to Malice Isle decades before.
Envy knew he'd never admit it, but the vampire felt at home in these corridors, had taken to the demon realm more than he'd ever taken to the politics of the vampire court. He wanted to see this game over too. Wanted to rip the throats of their enemies out, bathing in their blood, making them pay for the suffering of the demons here. "Of course," Alexei finally said, twisting to the nearest body. His mouth had a grim set as he hauled the first body up. Envy lifted another, his anger and hopelessness growing. These members of his court looked like they turned on each other. When you couldn't remember anything, everyone wore an enemy's face. Together he and Alexei worked quickly, bringing the bodies to a chamber where they could be properly tended to later. Demons didn't have religious practices like mortals, but there were sacred funeral rites observed by each house in the 7 circles, ways of honoring the fallen. Once the corridor was cleared, Envy went to his bedchamber and changed into a fresh suit. Vittoria would scent death better than anyone else, given her true role as the goddess who ruled over it. He used more of his magic to cloak the scent. It was draining too much power, but he had no other choice. Initially, he'd only used his power to keep a select group of his guards and staff as clear-headed as possible, hoping they'd be able to take care of the rest of the court. Then Envy had had to ward his house. When he'd arrived tonight and seen the state of his court, he'd decided that no matter how much of a drain it caused, he needed to use his magic to stave off any more madness in his circle, as long as he could. Now he was fueling too many demons with his personal store of power and barely keeping the memory fog at bay. He wasn't siphoning enough magic back to replenish what he was using, and it was taking its toll. Being weakened going into what he assumed was the final leg of the game was not ideal. He had to hope other players were just as ragged. Alexei stood in the doorway, arms folded across his chest. "I don't like this. Lennox doesn't design the game based on what we like. We don't even know if Vittoria has the next riddle or clue." Envy blew out a breath. He knew that, but he couldn't risk not seeing if she did. "Do you have any better ideas?" Alexei's mouth pressed into a firm line. Vittoria might not be the key to the next clue, but they were almost out of time. "If you're going to go through with it, then we'll make it count. You need to siphon more of your sin tonight," Alexei said, echoing his own worries. "You'll never last to face off with Lennox if it comes down to it." They both knew it would. Lennox enjoyed lording over the winner, mostly to boast about his cleverness as game master. "You won't like it," his second continued. "But Miss Antonia's, no. I don't mean stoking your jealousy." Alexei smiled. "If Miss Antonia sees you with someone else, I'm sure she'll provide a great deal of envy for you to siphon." Envy couldn't argue. It was the best way for him to regain some of his power, to continue funneling to his court. And yet... "It's our best hope," Alexei said, more softly. "If Vittoria doesn't have a clue, you'll still have gained something from this meeting." Envy glanced toward the window. Somewhere on his grounds, Camilla was in his cottage. Part of him wanted to go back there, forget his reality for a few more delicious moments. "Vittoria will be here any second. I can set up an opportunity for Camilla to happen upon you." Alexei gave him a hard look. "Do what needs to be done. You know Vittoria only wants to make my brother envious." "And?" Alexei challenged. "Are you suddenly taking the moral high ground? Now?" Envy flicked imaginary lint off his lapel. Alexei was correct. He didn't have to like it, but he needed to do whatever it took to keep his court standing. Camilla's envy would give him enough power to fuel them all. He already knew from that taste in the woods. They descended the stairs in silence, winding their way toward the throne room. 2 guards stood on either side of the door. Once I call for the doors to close, no one is to enter, Envy said, infusing a bit of magic into his command, ensuring that they remembered their orders. Are we clear? Yes, Your Highness. Envy strode toward the dais. The damage from the fire had long since been cleared away, his throne untouched by the magical flames that had taken the life of one of his council members. Rains had been a wise voice for many years, had the respect of almost everyone. His loss was a great hit to the court, as were the lives of the other council members who'd fallen during that first clue. Envy settled onto the plush cushion of his throne, the hunter green velvet soft and decadent. It was strange, glancing around the empty chamber, once home to so many lords and ladies, all vying to be the envy of their peers. They'd wear their finest jewels and silks, draping themselves in a sea of riches, all artfully displayed because of their prince's love of art. Now there were only himself and Alexei in the great, cavernous chamber. The silence was oppressive. It felt as if the eyes of all his slain court were watching, wondering how far their prince would go to right this wrong. Alexei climbed the dais as well, and clapped Envy's shoulder before he took up his place of honor as right hand to the prince, standing just behind and to the right of the throne. They'd only just settled into their roles when Vittoria strolled in, eyes glowing, brunette hair flowing. Envy motioned to the guards and they closed the doors, sealing Envy, Alexei, and Vittoria in, alone, for now. He swallowed the revulsion down, adopting that indolent mask. Vittoria. Envy. I didn't expect you so soon. She gave him a long once-over. I'll always come for you. Alexei mumbled a low warning. Envy had apparently made some sound of disgust. Vittoria's gaze traveled over his second. Alexei, she said. Always a pleasure. Innuendo dripped from her tone. The last time she'd seen the vampire, she'd been riding his cock in the corridor outside Envy's bedchamber. Her blush gown had clearly been chosen to provoke. Split up both sides, it fluttered open as she walked to the throne. 2 tiny scraps of silk looped from her waist over each shoulder, covering her breasts only in part. She looked like temptation and sin, her 2 favorite things aside from death. As wonderful as it is to see you again so soon, she said, pausing on the first step. What do you want? I have werewolves to wrangle and a house to re-establish. To see your head on a pike outside my house, Envy thought. He felt Alexei's gaze boring into the back of his head, reminding him to set his personal feelings aside. Camilla's silver gaze flashed into his mind. He shut it down. Perhaps I simply was bored, dearly twin. Vittoria's expression didn't shift at the odd phrase. Maybe she wasn't part of his game. Or maybe she would make it difficult for him. And? She climbed up another step. Only 2 steps separated him from the goddess of death. Are you finally ready to play? His gaze sharpened on her. It was impossible to tell whether she was hinting at the game or was simply baiting him. Is that your price? He asked, steeling himself. If we're negotiating, I want a sample first. Victory flared in her eyes. See what it's worth to me. She ascended another step, then the final one. Any objections, Your Highness? Vittoria leaned over, slowly pushing his legs apart and settling herself between them. Her palms flattened on his thighs, slowly stroking upward, her thumbs following the inner seam of his trousers, stopping just shy of his cock. It didn't so much as twitch. Vittoria arched a brow. Well, now, this is rather surprising. She raked her nails over the tops of his thighs next, attempting to spark some sensation. His cock had no intention of playing along with his scheme. Envy wasn't sure whether he felt like laughing or cursing. Vittoria grew annoyed.
"Do we need to bring someone else in for our fun?" she demanded, attention flicking to Alexei. "Perhaps your second should join us."
Alexei came around to the front of the throne, his expression cold.
"Should I get the woman now?"
Vittoria's head cocked to one side. Then a wretched smile curved her lips.
"No. Our little prince here is going to close his eyes. Think of this woman."
Envy gritted his teeth, but attempted to summon an image of Camilla, no matter how wrong it felt. He closed his eyes, closed out the throne room, recalled Camilla soaking in her bath earlier, how the water had caressed her curves, the steam mixing with her floral scent, her gaze sharp as he teased her. He'd wanted to shuck off his clothes and step into the tub with her, drawing her onto his lap as he dampened a cloth and dragged it over every inch of her glorious skin, her nipples pebbling from the sensation, making his mouth water from the sight. He jolted from his memory.
"There it is."
Vittoria was licking her lips and rubbing his erection. She'd only gotten the first lace of his trousers undone when he softened. She glared at him.
"What seems to be the issue?"
He scrubbed a hand over his face. "I don't know," he lied.
"Are you in love?"
Vittoria asked, her tone dripping with accusation.
"Of course not."
She pushed to her feet, her cheeks flushed with annoyance.
"Your bedroom skills are legendary. Am I to believe the rumors are all false?"
"I'm tired. I have a lot on my mind," he said. "And you know I don't particularly like you."
"And you've particularly liked everyone you fucked before?"
He hadn't, further complicating matters. He tossed his hands up, frustrated. "I'll try again." Vittoria folded her arms across her chest, clearly annoyed.
"What does this mystery woman look like? Glamour works wonders."
Everything inside him seized at the thought. He did not want to fuck someone wearing Camilla's face. When he took her to his bed, it would be her. His mouth pressed into a firm line. Alexei shook his head at his refusal to play along, answering for him.
"She has silver hair and eyes, stands a little over 5 feet 3 inches tall, gold skin, full mouth, slightly upturned eyes."
Vittoria flashed another crooked grin. She moved around to the back of his throne, leaning across his shoulder.
"Close your eyes, Prince Envy."
Her hand shifted, slowly undoing the top button of his shirt. He hid his flinch. The last time she'd been near his chest, a taloned hand had punched through it. She slowly licked down along the column of his throat. He fought the urge to leap up and put distance between them.
"Let's pretend your silver-haired beauty is here."
Vittoria's skin brushed against his.
"In your deepest, most secret fantasies, does she close those full lips around your thick length while you sit back on your throne?"
Her fingers trailed lower.
"Or does she bend over this armrest here?"
She traced the spot where his hand curled over his throne, his grip tightening.
"And let you take her from behind?"
Envy thought about what Alexei had suggested earlier. He didn't need to actually have Vittoria in his bed to incite jealousy. He only needed to give the appearance that he was aroused by the goddess of death. Vittoria continued whispering sinful tableaus in his ear, tempting him with thoughts of Camilla. He closed his eyes, imagining everything Vittoria said. Slowly trailing his fingers up the back of Camilla's legs, the slight swishing of silk as her skirts lifted off her body, her bare skin soft and welcoming. He'd draw her gown farther up, bearing her as he slowly pushed her up against his throne. He'd go to his knees, kissing his way up, his hands drifting over the curve of her bottom, then sliding around to hold her hips, and dip within, ensuring that she was wet and ready. Victoria had painted a vivid picture, her hands roaming down his chest. But Envy had stopped listening to her, thinking only of the woman in his fantasy, glancing back at him over her shoulder as he finally dragged his cock against her entrance. Soft, throaty laughter sounded from behind him. Envy had gotten so hard from the erotic image, from the look of impatience on Camilla's face as she pushed herself onto him. He was so lost to the fantasy that he almost missed the commotion outside his throne room.
Chapter 51. I need to speak with the prince. The grey-haired butler's expression was one of deep contemplation as he barred Camilla from entering House Envy. How odd. The prince? He trailed off. Envy, she said, watching for any flicker of recognition. If the prince hadn't brought them here, hadn't told her they were in his circle, Camilla would have thought they were somewhere else entirely. Is the prince here? Clarity flashed. His Highness, Prince Envy. Yes, of course. The demon nodded several times, almost absently, then turned on his heel and began striding in the opposite direction, not looking to see whether she followed. She waited on the palace's front step, debating whether she should return to the cottage. Cursing, Camilla closed the door and hurried after the demon, wondering at the strangeness. They travelled down a long corridor, silent save their footsteps. No demons or courtiers lingered. No staff. All was eerily quiet and still. "Where is everyone?" she asked. The butler didn't turn, didn't acknowledge her at all. Camilla drank in every detail of the hallway, fingers trailing over the statues lining the wide passage, appreciating the way the art had been set up. If she hadn't been in such a hurry, she'd have wanted to spend days admiring each piece. From the brief glimpse into the prince's house, it was like a museum or art gallery. It was the home of her dreams. The floor tile was oversized black and white marble laid in a checkered pattern, broken only by a long hunter green runner. Frames were gilded, sculptures were marble. The ceiling was painted with a wonderful detailed fresco. Camilla wanted to lie on the floor staring up at it. She glanced back at the floor, squinting at what first appeared to be droplets of paint. Little splatters of dark reddish-brown marred the otherwise shining surface of the checkered tile. She kept the butler in her sight, but drifted to a closed door. Dried blood smeared along the handle, pooling under the threshold. She jumped back, heart hammering. What on earth? Now that she was looking more critically, other cracks in the beauty emerged. The thin layers of dust, the shattered marble and defaced art up ahead. Camilla grew more concerned the deeper they travelled into House Envy. She stepped over what appeared to be a smear of blood, strikingly similar to how it would look if a body had been dragged down the corridor. Bits of broken glass crunched under her boots, the artful sconces smashed and hanging from the wall. If the blood hadn't been dry and the dust hadn't settled over the mess, Camilla would have thought Envy had encountered something horrible earlier here. Is this why the game is so important? She imagined so. If his court was failing, she understood exactly why he was so driven to win. The butler kept glancing over his shoulder, seeming to grow more concerned by her pursuit, as if he couldn't remember speaking with her, and worried she was stalking him. This was why Envy had kept her in the cottage, and it was why he'd kept his indifferent act up so insistently. Envy had been playing another role, wearing the mask of someone who needed to hide his desperation, who needed to plot and scheme and save his people at any cost. She rushed around the corner of the next hallway after the butler, who'd finally paused by a set of arched double doors. 2 guards stood to either side. Ignoring the demon as he spun to face her, brows tugged close. "May I help you, miss?" he asked. Camilla was unsure how to reply. "The prince," she said delicately. "You were taking me to His Highness." "I was?" The butler screwed his eyes shut, then blinked them open. Without uttering another word, he darted down the corridor, disappearing. Playing her own game of pretend, she smiled warmly at the guards. "Hello, No one is permitted inside." "Is the prince here?" "No one is permitted inside," the guard repeated, his tone unchanging. Camilla glared at the barrel-chested demon barring her from the throne room. "This is a matter of urgency." "No one is permitted inside." The guard flicked his attention over her, a tiny furrow appearing in his brow before smoothing away as quickly. "Order stands. For everyone." "He is inside, though, correct?" "No one is permitted inside," she finished. "I heard you the first 3 times, sir. Please. I need to know if the prince is here. I assure you he will want to know what I've come to say." The guard pressed his lips together. This was ridiculous. Envy wanted to win the game, and Camilla had the location of the next clue. What on earth could he be? Soft, feminine laughter spilled out from the other side of the door. Camilla shot an accusing look at the guard. "I thought no one was permitted inside." The demon averted his gaze, square jaw set. He would no longer answer any questions. Not that he'd answered any before. He seemed only capable of repeating that one phrase, as if it was the only thing he'd been trained to say, and he refused to deviate from his orders. Why would Envy keep me locked out? A sick feeling burned inside her. Envy hadn't lied. He hadn't changed tactics. He was entertaining someone else. Someone who had a sensual laugh, who probably wouldn't balk at spending only one night with him, who didn't selfishly desire more than he wished to give. It could have been her. It should be her. Envy had wanted Camilla earlier, and would have given her a night of pleasure she'd never have forgotten. But it hadn't been enough. For that one confusing moment earlier, she'd wanted more than just his body. And he'd made it clear his heart was strictly off limits. It hadn't taken him very long to find another willing bedmate. Camilla almost doubled over. There it was again. That uncomfortable, dark feeling she refused to acknowledge, bubbling below the surface, a scalding geyser preparing to erupt. Pretty, husky laughter sounded again, farther away this time, still as sultry as a summer evening. Inviting and warm, like sweat-dampened sheets and whispers spoken against pillows. The prince was being charming, funny. How wonderful. Camilla hadn't yet seen the throne room, but she imagined they were slowly making their way to the dais, dropping pieces of clothing faster than their inhibitions as they disrobed each other, hands frantic, searching, kisses searing, messy, tongues and teeth clashing, fighting for dominance. Or would Envy kiss the woman like he'd kissed Camilla earlier? Sweet enough to make her dizzy, slow enough to make her believe it could last forever. More likely, he'd have her skirts bunched in one fist, hair wrapped tightly around the other, bending her over the throne. Jealousy, pure and unending, barreled through Camilla. She blamed being in this circle, this court, blamed the whole damn demon realm for its proclivity to induce sin. But mostly, she blamed the prince for daring to take another lover while she was sequestered. Did he think he'd come back sated and Camilla would be waiting? She would not be so easily dismissed. Camilla turned away, noting the moment the guard relaxed his stance, then spun back and darted past him, shoving the double doors hard with both hands. Luck was with her. They were unlocked. They crashed against the wall, two cracks of thunder, warning of her impending storm. She rushed in and ran hard, halting at the base of the dais, staring up at the prince. Envy was indeed on his throne, his expression pure, glorious indolence, as he casually lounged back, eyes closed. One leg was kicked over the arm of the chair, the other was planted firmly on the floor. His trousers were tented in the front, his arousal straining against the material. His hair was mussed, as if someone had run their fingers through it. That someone being a stunning brunette standing behind him, playing with the unbuttoned collar of his shirt, whispering something in his ear. Her gown was blush, ethereal, and practically non-existent. Her eyes, a light purple hue, glowed softly as they flicked up to drink Camilla in. She looked like she ate lovers alive and picked her teeth with their bones. Recognition slammed into Camilla. It was the female from Envy's memory. Whoever the female was, she wasn't human. Power churned in the space around her, not visible, but Camilla sensed it there. Her mouth twisted into a delighted smirk, her hand disappearing under Envy's shirt, exposing a triangle of the prince's smooth bronze skin, which she leaned over to slowly lick. Perhaps she thought Camilla was here to join them. Camilla cleared her throat. Envy's eyes opened, his attention sharpening when it landed on her, his nostrils flaring ever so slightly. Maybe he was furious about the interruption, or maybe he'd scented her envy. Too late, she recalled what he'd said about showing that sin to him again. The guard had her in hand at once. "Apologies, Your Highness. Leave her." Envy motioned to the guard. "Get out." Camilla didn't turn to watch, but heard the hasty retreat. "Miss Antonius, we seem to have a problem." No warmth was present in Envy's voice, or his expression. No hint of the male who'd held Camilla a few hours before, kissing her like he was damned and willing to fall further for another taste. "I can see you're terribly busy," Camilla said, not hiding the bite in her tone as her attention dropped to his arousal. "What with all the clue-finding you're doing?" "Allow me to introduce Vittoria, the goddess of death," he said. "She is the dear twin of my sister-in-law." Camilla drew in a deep breath. He was trying to solve the riddle by seducing the twin. But she knew deep in her bones that she was correct, and this goddess damn well knew it too. "Ah, the silver-haired beauty." Vittoria looked Camilla over with appreciation. "No wonder he's distracted." The goddess toyed with a lock of Envy's hair, then raked her nails down his chest, dropping dangerously low. Camilla's jealousy reared its head, a territorial snarl close to ripping from her chest. Vittoria watched her with slitted eyes, her hands now drifting to Envy's belt. "Should we take turns, now that he's up for the challenge?" she asked. Camilla's jealousy was spinning wildly out of control. Vittoria kept her attention on Camilla as she dragged her tongue across the prince's neck, then slowly drew back, lips quirked. She knew what she was doing, was getting a perverse pleasure from it. Envy hadn't moved, hadn't stopped her, but his gaze was flaring with some emotion, something that burned ice cold, not hot. Seeming to tire of her toy, the goddess descended the stairs of the dais, walking a slow circle around Camilla. "Perhaps we should pleasure each other." She gave Camilla a secretive smile. "See if we can tempt him to join. Or maybe we'll decide against it. Play with his sin a little." She looked at Envy. "Would you like that, Your Highness?" seeing her come for me. Camilla's attention drifted past the goddess, coming to rest on the prince. Envy's expression was hard now, his chest barely rising. He was no longer lounging across his throne. His hands gripped the arms of it, knuckles white, like he was trying not to launch himself off it. "Do you think he'll stroke himself?" Vittoria asked, shooting him a dark look. "Make himself come all over that pretty throne? Or do you think he'll envy me as I make you writhe?" She moved a step closer. Camilla didn't retreat. "What is it about you?" Vittoria muttered. "Your very presence seems to incite passion." That was an effect of Camilla's true nature, and the goddess was entirely too observant. Or maybe Camilla was tired of chaining herself, dimming her light as Wolf had accused. Perhaps she should seduce the goddess in front of Envy, and give him a taste of his own game. Envy suddenly rose from his throne, all demon. He took one fierce step at a time, closing the distance between them in an excruciatingly slow procession. Camilla held his stare the whole time. This battle of wills was one she could not lose. It would give him too much power, alter their dynamic in a way she'd never regain ground from. Camilla was an equal here, not a pet. It was high time he realized that. The prince stopped close enough for her to feel the heat of him. So close, she had to tilt back her chin to hold that glittering, dangerous stare. Sometimes she forgot how large he was, how tall and commanding. He used every bit of his size now, crowding her space. Camilla's chin notched a degree higher. She was not cowed. He moved so fast, she didn't register what had happened until her cloak hit the floor. "You smell like unseelie, Camilla." Vittoria laughed quietly. He tensed. "Alexei, see the goddess out. We're through." "No, we're not," Vittoria challenged. "Things are just getting fun." Jealousy had Camilla feeling downright murderous. No matter if the goddess ruled over death, Camilla would find a way to end her if she touched Envy before Camilla did. "Alexei!" Envy was pushed to his limit too. "Now!" Camilla hadn't known the vampire was there. She'd kept her attention only on Envy. But now he swooped in, ushering Vittoria out with a bitter curse and a foreboding thud of the throne room doors. Camilla heard a bolt sliding home, locking them in. Envy was still. It was the stillness of a predator, of a being who wasn't human and never had been. The sort of stillness that unnerved. And it would have, if Camilla hadn't been as still, mind whirling, as the puzzle slowly came together. All at once, she understood. She thought Envy had been reacting to her jealousy, her sin surging, being stoked by her strong emotion. But the stillness, the tension. He was jealous of more than the goddess's taunts. Those had been a mere distraction, a way for him to try to get his true envy under control. And he'd failed to do so. Wolf had touched her cloak, her locket. He'd danced with her across the snow. He'd hugged her, run those big hands along her spine, attempting a mortal's embrace. And Camilla had sunk into it, allowing Wolf to envelop her for a moment, brief though it had been. But Envy wasn't human. His senses weren't dulled. From the second she walked in, he would have scented Wolf all over her. Had probably assumed that the Fae had sought her out once Envy went to meet the goddess. And there was only one thing Wolf was legendary for. A puzzle that wouldn't have taken Envy long to solve. Camilla imagined that Envy was vividly picturing all the things the Fae had done to her, the same way she'd just pictured what Envy was doing here, on the throne, with the goddess. Camilla wasn't jealous of Vittoria. She was envious that he'd dare to touch another the way she wanted him to touch her. Only her. "I spoke with Wolf," she said.
"I know."
His sin chilled the chamber, frost lightly coating the walls. If she'd possessed that ability, Camilla would have iced over the chamber with her envy too. Finally, his gaze flicked down to her locket. Or maybe he was staring at her breasts. An eternity passed in a handful of moments before he looked up, face impassive.
"Did you fuck him?"
His voice was low, but his words carried a punch. If he expected Camilla to flinch, she refused to do so. Clarity came without warning. This wasn't about her, or whether she'd allow Wolf into her bed again. It wasn't even about Envy's sin, about his inability to be satisfied like his brothers all thought. His one-night rule was about Envy punishing himself, repeatedly. Brick by brick, he'd built a wall around his heart. His refusal to spend more than one night with a lover meant he never had to risk that wall crumbling. Never had to risk getting hurt or falling in love. Never had to risk losing. Because he had been hurt before. He'd played the game of romance and had lost. The scar ran deep, the fracture never quite mending. And he blamed himself for a choice that was never his to make. This mortal had gone to the wild court of her own free will. What had happened was tragic, but he was not to blame. Once, Camilla gave him the truth, knowing he'd sense a lie. Knowing, too, she wanted to offer an olive branch. A long time ago. His gaze travelled to her lips.
"Was he the male in your memory?"
Yes.
"How long?"
His voice held no trace of anger. It wasn't a question either.
"A year? A decade?"
Camilla's throat tightened. He was asking so much more than he appeared to be. 2 mortal years. There was a flicker of understanding in his face. Perhaps relief. Even if he didn't know what she was, it was an admission that Camilla wasn't human. Moonlight streamed in from high-set windows, pooling around them. For the first time, Camilla noticed how the light bathed him in silver, giving him a celestial glow, a star fallen, to grace mortals with its splendor. As if he needed any heavenly assistance to make him more alluring. Looking at him now, Camilla wondered how she'd ever believed he was human.
"Is that why you wear the locket?"
he asked.
"The charm to ward him off? Or is it an enchantment to hide your true nature?"
Did you love her? Camilla didn't clarify who she meant, and he didn't ask. They both knew she was asking about the mortal, not the goddess. He'd gone still again. This time, a storm was quietly brewing behind his gaze as it turned inward.
"Infatuation, intrigue, deep admiration, but never love."
He bared his teeth, like he expected her to think him monstrous for that admission of truth, and played the role to own it. Masks upon masks. Deception would be their undoing. When she didn't react, he filled the silence.
"I brought her to the wild court, introduced her to her death. Made a selfish mistake that has impacted my entire court. That responsibility weighs."
And then, she'd wager, his one-night rule was born. Camilla knew what it was like to make a single mistake that continued to ravage. Some mistakes grew fangs and claws, always hungry for more wickedness, more regret. She wanted to ask what he'd done, but sensed that was a door he'd keep firmly closed for now. She'd just walked the halls of his house, knew his mistake had grown more than proverbial fangs.
"Your turn,"
he said.
"Tell me more about the locket."
She expelled a breath. It was a gift from my mother. It wards against unseelie males. It did more than that, but that was all she'd reveal now. His gaze sharpened on her admission, the wheels of his mind spinning. She saw the exact moment he'd added all his clues together.
You're Seelie. How old are you, truthfully?
Far older than 28 human years. We left Fairy when I was 6. Envy blinked, calculating. Time in Fairy was much different, but Fae children aged slowly there even by those standards. She'd been born more than a century before. Camilla hadn't truly started to age until she'd left her realm and come to Waverley Green, where human time had quickly ushered her to full adulthood. It was one of the many reasons she'd refused to marry. Camilla wouldn't age another day in her life, would have to leave Waverley Green eventually before anyone grew suspicious. She wondered sometimes if that had been one of the reasons her mother had left. "Were you going to bed the goddess?" she countered. He considered her question.
That was the plan, if it came down to it.
This time Camilla did flinch. Truth was more hurtful than a blade, but he'd given it to her as she'd done for him, and for that she was grateful. Envy moved in, like a shark scenting blood in the water.
You see, Miss Antonius, the truth is, I've fucked for less. I've fucked for more.
He nodded to the doors, the moonlight shifting into shadow on his face.
I would sooner stick my blade in that goddess than my cock. But if that was her price, I was willing to pay it.
He was no better than a scorpion, striking out when cornered. Camilla drew herself up, unwilling to become anyone's pincushion. Being hurt and regretful was one thing. Being an ass and lashing out was another. By all means, go after her. I'm only here because I deciphered the last clue. The dearly twin is a carved pillar, not a person. That is why I sought Wolf out, all for your stupid game. Though he did offer to make me his mate. Perhaps I'll allow him the chance to convince me. He was quite talented with his tongue. Envy looked stricken, but then realization dawned.
The twin pillars of Fairy.
Perhaps you ought to take your goddess there. Stab or fuck to your heart's content, Your Highness. Maybe a blood sacrifice unlocks your next riddle. A beat later, his eyes narrowed, like he'd just deciphered what else she'd said.
He wanted what?
Oh, please, she said, as if you truly mind.
Swans mate for life. I've heard the Fae are similar. Do you really think I don't care if another male mates with you? Do you know what other creatures mate for life?
Camilla almost drew up short. Wolves. The very creatures Envy had chosen to symbolize his house of sin. There was just one more twist in their game, and she'd had enough. You only want one night. Am I supposed to simply swear off all other lovers for eternity? I assure you, I'll carry on living my life long after you and your magical erection are gone from it. Camilla turned, furious. He could keep his damn wall up for eternity. When and if he ever grew up, he could seek her then.
A curious thing happened.
Envy didn't chase her, but something in his tone made her pause.
My cock, diligent soldier that it normally is, refused to cooperate with Vittoria.
Of all the asinine things to say. Is that supposed to console me? Camilla spun. It seemed his cock had more sense than his brain. Perhaps you ought to speak to a royal physician, Your Highness. I'm sure there are herbs for that problem. He advanced on her then. For every step he took forward, she matched it, stepping back, until she found herself pressed against a column and could go no farther. Her heart pounded, a tiny thrill racing down her spine as he closed in. The smooth stone cooled her flushed skin through her clothing. Her whole body suddenly warmed, her senses heightened. Her breasts chafed against the fabric of her gown, aching to be freed, yearning for the cool air to kiss her flesh. come at all. She couldn't possibly be aroused. Envy pressed one hand to the stone next to her, the other snaking around her waist, holding her firmly against him. The scent of bourbon and mixed berries, with something unmistakably masculine, surrounded her. Intoxicatingly dark and sinful. Just like him. Camilla could get drunk on that scent alone. His hips ground against her, the hard ridge of him sliding against that most sensitive area, even through their clothes, stole her breath.
Does it feel like I have a problem, Miss Antonius?
He moved again, hitting that same place with unerring precision. A responding throb of pleasure pulsed between her legs. It felt like she had a problem. The problem was that she wanted him to do that again. His gaze captured hers, penetrating and deep. He knew. He'd sensed her desire, her want. Camilla didn't try to pretend otherwise, didn't demand he retreat. Her traitorous hands roamed over the backs of his defined arms, the muscles flexing beneath her caress, encouraging her to explore his back, his waist, before rising again to tangle in his soft hair.
You didn't answer me.
His voice was a hoarse whisper now. Another sinful, decadent stroke at her parting thighs on instinct, inviting him closer, deeper. She should push him away, protect her heart. This was destined to end in a few short hours. Instead, she touched him everywhere, committing each curve, each ridge, each line to memory to paint later. The bones of his cheeks, his nose, and those seductive lips. She wanted to map the road of his body and travel it again and again in her dreams.
My only problem,
he said, gently nipping at her fingertips,
is that I want you.
His confession was nothing but a raw whisper near her ear, a blade of truth so sharp it carved him open on the way out. Maybe she would regret it tomorrow. Maybe they would both break into a million pieces after. But right now, all she wanted was to soothe the ache in his voice, the responding ache in her soul. One night. It would be enough. Envy now knew she wasn't human, knew she was an equal, that neither one of them had to hold back or worry about breaking the other. They could be as wild as they desired. A ragged breath escaped her. Perhaps it was a moan or a wordless plea for more. Whatever language she spoke, he understood. He moved against her again and again. Heat bolted through her with each torturous thrust.
I want you so fucking much,
he murmured.
I should be focused on the next clue.
Hips met hers again, harder.
I should be on my way to the pillars.
Another punishing, delicious thrust.
My cord stands in the balance. Yet I'm here.
His fingers tightened on her hips, branding, possessive. Her body grew slicker.
Plotting everything I'm going to do to you. I want you shouting my name when you come, every time you come. On my tongue, my fingers, my cock. You've destroyed me, Camilla. I want to return the favor.
This time, she met his thrust, grinding against him. A low growl rumbled in his chest.
Tell me you want me.
Camilla clasped onto him, fists bunched in his shirt, holding him against her. It was the only answer she'd give him, the only one that mattered now. More. His face dropped to her neck, hips grinding again and again. His breath was hot on her skin, a bit ragged too. God, she wanted him. His grip tightened again, like he was holding himself back from a terrible fall and failing, his controls slipping. He was coming undone right along with her. Lips ghosted across her skin, the sensation haunting her senses. Maybe this was what it was like to die from pleasure, to exist outside a physical form, to only know boundless ecstasy. And he wasn't inside her yet.
Camilla.
Her name was a curse, a plea. You've destroyed me. He'd done the same to her, tearing down her walls, her happy little human life. False though it had been safety. Being near him, back in this realm, wasn't safe at all. It was dangerous and alluring and tempting, and made her recall who she truly was. He'd been right when he said she didn't want Prince Charming. She wanted the demon, the ruthless lover who'd demand and command and force her body to submit to pleasure. Camilla wasn't sure how to go back to Waverley Green, how to shove herself neatly into that restrictive box again, simpering and pretending, hiding her passion and lust for life and art and each dark game she liked to play, pretending she did not desire as men there did. Closing the distance now would send them hurtling over the edge. She moved so their lips brushed, breath panting in unison. His mouth hovered against hers.
Camilla, fuck.
The last tangled threads of their control were slipping, unknotting, releasing from their restraints. She wondered who would move first, damn them both. Knew it would be her. Destroy me. Her voice didn't sound like hers. It was rougher, lower, filled with sensual promises. Kiss me. Envy lowered his head, closing the last breath of space between them. His lips the sweetest poison Camilla had ever tasted. If this was all they'd have, she'd make it count. His erection strained against his trousers. It was cruel to keep it caged. She broke away from their kiss, working the laces on his trousers loose, needing to see and feel him without anything between them at last. He drew back, gaze searching.
You know my rule.
Camilla nodded.
You sure?
Yes. He dropped to one knee, propping her foot on his raised leg, fingering the hem of her gown. In the matter of seconds, he magicked her stockings away. A devilish smile curved his mouth, as she shuddered at the first brush of his hands on her skin. He'd only touched her ankle, yet the bolt of awareness that shot through her tingled everywhere. She leaned against the large column, eyes trained on the prince kneeling before her, head bent over her as if in prayer. Camilla reached down, running her fingers through his dark locks, tracing the curve of his jaw, then drawing his attention back to hers as she tilted his face up. From his position, it might look like Envy had surrendered, was bowing to his princess. But Camilla knew that was nowhere near the truth. On the contrary, he was about to conquer. And she'd gladly allow him to win this round, knowing she'd be the ultimate victor.
Brace yourself, pet,
He growled.
I'm going to fucking devour you.
Chapter 52. Camilla did as he'd commanded, holding on to the column behind her as Envy slowly pushed her velvet skirts up, trailing open-mouthed kisses as he travelled higher. His hands wrapped around her thighs, moving in slow, wonderful strokes, his thumbs getting closer to the apex of her body with each pass, revealing more and more of her tantalizing skin. Desire pulsed through her and directly into him. He grew harder at the thought of finally coming with her, of bringing their flirtation to that aching finish line. The payoff they'd both feel would be unmatched. He thought about taking her to his bedchamber, but couldn't resist the way she looked so prim and proper, with her back pressed against the marble column, foot balanced on his thigh. It was her gaze, though, that promised she was a sinner in the sheets. Because she chose to be, just like him. Envy's teeth grazed her skin, little goosebumps rising in his wake. His own desire sparked low in his belly, his cock so hard it pressed against his stomach. He swore he could come just from tasting her, but he needed to delay that gratification. He pressed a chaste kiss just inside her thigh, right above her knee. Camilla squirmed against the column, growing impatient.
He pushed her skirts to her waist, and she took them from him, watching as his hungry attention roved over her. Thighs, hips, the throbbing apex of her body. He wished to taste every delicacy she had on display, and couldn't decide where to start. She was wet, glistening, aroused by the sight of him kneeling before her. He flashed a knowing grin. Sweet, deviant. You like me bowing before you? She bit her lip, nodding, grip tightening involuntarily on her skirts. Good. Praying at the altar of your body is one of the only ways to get a sinner like me on my knees. I promise I'm going to worship every inch of you, starting with this incredible, wet pussy. Her silver gaze shimmered with lust. He'd noticed it before, but was now certain she loved it when he used dirty language. It turned her on. The proof was there in the way she squeezed her thighs together, her breath coming in short bursts. Lucky for them both, Envy could be a filthy fucking bastard. He pressed another kiss above her knee, then higher up the inside of her thigh. Chaste, sweet brushes of his lips that he sensed made her hunger for more. His hands caressed everywhere his lips had touched, then began their own independent exploration, sending shivers of pleasure through her. Envy's gaze darkened when he finally reached the slick folds of her sex. The first stroke wrenched a foul curse from her, her back arching off the column as if she'd been struck by a lightning bolt, even though it was soft, languorous, like slowly licking cream off a dessert. The second stroke was firmer, parting her folds as his tongue dipped inside. She tangled her hands in his hair, holding him right where she wanted him. He rewarded her with another slow swirl. You taste like sin, Camilla. His thumb followed the path his tongue had just taken, pressing against a bundle of nerves that made her push herself onto him, kneading him deeper. She was drenched, and he'd only just begun. I absolutely fucking love it. He lowered his mouth to her again, alternating between letting her ride his fingers and replacing them with his tongue. Envy opened his senses so he knew exactly what she needed and when. Oh! She moaned, eyes rolling back. He traced the seam of her body, following every drop of wetness, growling his own need against her sex. Oh, God! She panted. Don't stop! He was not God, but he would damn well make her think he was a god before the night was over. He hummed against her, noting that the vibration of his voice, the depth of it, pushed her toward that edge. Her breath turned short, ragged, her orgasm was close. He repeated the sound, then slid 2 fingers inside, stretching her. Envy rocked back on his heels, watching as she began to pant. Riveted, he slowed to massage her gently, sliding his fingers across her slick folds, hitting that secret bundle, then drawing back before she climaxed. No more playing, Camilla warned. He grinned as she took over, rolling her hips seeking release. Still thrusting deep with his fingers, he began kissing her legs, her stomach, nipping and sucking, the friction so glorious neither one of them seemed capable of catching their breath. I'm close, she panted. So was he. When he lowered his mouth to her sex, her orgasm crashed through her. Camilla gripped his hair, holding him against her, her body spasming with each wave of pleasure that broke. His strokes slowed, lapping up each drop of her desire, until her breathing evened and she floated back into her body. Envy pressed one last kiss to her, then flicked his attention to hers. That was... She bit her lower lip, seemingly without words, except one, written clearly across her face. More. I need you inside me. He needed to be inside her too. He'd murder anyone who interrupted them now. She gently tugged his hair, beckoning him to stand. As he came to his feet, his body sparked with energy, with power. He was charged in ways he couldn't recall ever feeling before, her orgasm still fresh on his tongue, inciting him to crave more.
Camilla dragged his shirt up and over his head, then went at the laces on his trousers again, this time undeterred from her mission. He gave her a lazy smile when she pulled his cock free. She inhaled sharply, then gave him an almost shy look as he kicked his trousers off. "You're magnificent." Huge was what she didn't say, but Envy was well aware of other lovers' reactions to it. Her expression shifted to concern, then determination. Even if he hadn't been reading her emotions, he'd know exactly what she was thinking. She had no idea how it would fit. Nervous or not, she was very willing to try. "Lie down," she commanded him. God's bones, he adored it when she ordered him around. Envy led her back toward his throne, then stretched his long body out on the hunter-green runner at the bottom of the dais, arms folded behind his head, lips quirked. It wasn't the most comfortable place to take a lover, but neither one of them seemed concerned by the hard floor. Camilla gently knelt, spreading her skirts around her, and then reached over, tracing his length with a graceful finger. "Nervous?" he asked, grinning wider. "Not at all." He released a low chuckle, sensing her dishonesty. She moved to straddle him, just below his knees, studying his erection. The blunt head twitched each time she touched it, forcing him to bite his own lip. God's fucking blood. With a small smile, Camilla boldly wrapped her hand around his thick shaft, which pulsed harder than steel. He all but passed out. A bead of liquid glimmered on the tip, proof of how aroused Envy was too. She swirled the liquid with a fingertip, circling the ridge, and he let loose a curse. Her eyes darkened. Without warning, she suddenly lowered her mouth, following the same path with her tongue. His body coiled from the sensation of her gentle sucking. She drew back, licking her lips. "You taste like sin too. My favorite kind." "Camilla." His hands pressed into the marble floor, his breathing turning shallow. She had him by the balls, quite literally. She drew more of him into her mouth, her grip on his shaft just shy of painful, while she swirled her tongue across the tip. He jerked inside the heat of her mouth, but she took him deeper, pumping her fist up and down as she licked. She couldn't seem to help herself. She moaned, and the vibrations sent little sparks of pleasure up his spine. Fuck, Camilla missed nothing. She swallowed him down more, then groaned as if sucking his cock turned her on as much as it turned him on. He propped himself up on one elbow, watching with half-lidded eyes as she played with him, licking in slow, lazy, tantalizing strokes. Fuck! He threaded his fingers through her shimmering hair. Her head bobbed up and down, her rhythm getting faster, her suction harder. She wanted him to come. The muscles in his abdomen tightened with each flick of her tongue. He was close. He wanted her, all of her, desperately. She paused and looked up the length of his body, over his strong hips and his muscled stomach, his tattoos dancing across his gleaming chest, drinking him in. Camilla had tamed the beast. The uncivilized demon pacing below the surface of his princely veneer bowed to her, a loyal servant to its master. He saw the exact moment she realized that. A slow, wicked smile crossed his face. He knew, too. Maybe he'd known longer than she had that one day this silver-haired, sharp-eyed, clever woman would bring him to his knees, and he'd be all too willing to go. Envy suddenly pulled her up onto his chest, her velvet dress caressing his flesh, his knees bent behind her in support. His cock twitched against her bare backside. His gaze turned molten. "Take off your dress." His command, his low growl, it appealed to her. He felt the truth of that by how much more aroused she became. She liked when he ordered her around in the bedroom. Camilla arched a brow, bracing her hands on his shoulders. "What happened to you, destroying me?" He skimmed his hands up her sides, along her collarbones across her chest, and then ripped her dress down the middle from collar to hem, savagely tossing the pieces aside. She had on a beautiful scrap of lacy lingerie that he admired for all of one beat before he shredded that too. If she wanted him to be wicked, he would make all her dark fantasies come true tonight.
Chapter 53.
Devastating.
His roughened fingertips traced the curve of Camilla's breast, thumb rolling across her tender nipple. She felt the corresponding twitch of his arousal against her backside, spread her thighs a bit wider as she rubbed herself against him. Camilla brushed his dark hair from his brow, pausing to admire the beauty of him. He was all bronze skin and sharp shadows now, the light of the moon revealing only slices of the chiseled angles of his face. She couldn't help but drink in the deep hunter green of the runner on the throne room's checkered floors as they spread behind him. She imagined painting him like an angel, unfurling in the darkness of this room. She tentatively traced the bridge of his nose, as strong and powerful as the rest of him.
Camilla.
His voice was as tender as his touch when he pulled her closer.
I have one request. I want you to say my true name when you come.
She pulled back, searching his eyes. It was no small request. I thought demons closely guarded their true names.
Which is why I only wish for you to say it tonight.
She considered this, knowing it couldn't be a normal request. Otherwise, half the realm would likely know his true name. But maybe he needed to feel less alone, just this once. After walking through his empty corridors, she thought she understood why. If anyone knew what it was like to want to chase away loneliness, it was Camilla. She nodded. All right. Tell me.
Leviathan.
It was beautiful. The way he'd whispered it rolled off the tongue. Leviathan. He'd spoken like it was two words, two names. She imagined them as the wolves of his house symbol, Levi and Athan. Camilla leaned forward, kissing him softly, then nipping at his lush bottom lip, giving him a secretive grin. The time for talking was through. He'd promised to be a demon, and right now he was being far too charming. She lifted herself up a few inches, then angled her body, before lowering onto him, only taking the first inch or so, testing. Fuck. His breath came out in a harsh burst. In another wondrously fast movement, he had her on her back. Her legs spread wide as he pressed closer, lowering his weight, supporting himself on two strong arms on either side of her head. His powerful mass was an erotic sensation on top of her. She inhaled as deeply as she could, his scent filling the space around her. All she could see was him, all she could feel. And she loved it, wanted more. Envy kissed her. Slow at first, his tongue reminding her of all the sensual things it had just done to her. She clawed him closer, her body already throbbing as his cock twitched at her entrance. He smiled against her neck, pausing his torturous exploration as she attempted to seat him inside her from their current position. His low laugh sent a dark thrill through her, the pulse shooting straight to that juncture between her legs.
Patience, Camilla, darling. I promise I'll fuck you as hard and fast as you like, soon.
Before she could argue, his mouth had closed over her breast. His tongue did that glorious thing, a combination of tantalizing strokes and slight scrapes of teeth that made her throb everywhere. Her hands tangled in his hair again, her body arching up to meet his. They'd played this game long enough. She needed him, needed that release. Please! Envy glanced up, his hungry expression matching hers. He positioned himself at her entrance, rubbing his tip back and forth across her folds, ensuring that she was slick and ready, even though he knew damn well she was. He pushed in slowly, allowing her time to adjust to his size, her walls clenching around his intrusion. Envy brushed his lips across hers, the kiss quickly becoming a tangle of tongues and teeth, then pushed in deeper, her breath catching against his. Camilla realized the kissing was a distraction, to help her body relax, to welcome his impressive length. They repeated the motions, him slowly thrusting in, inch by inch, pausing to kiss and tease, bringing Camilla to the brink of pleasure, then pulling out. Each time, he plunged in farther, stretching her, but she still feared he'd never completely fit. With a final, powerful thrust, he was seated fully inside her. He propped himself up on his forearms, searching her face.
"You're all right?"
Yes. Camilla's voice was breathless. All right was an understatement. His size filled her beyond what she'd imagined she could take. She felt every twitch of him, every throb of herself responding to that silent call. She'd never felt more alive. Tentatively, she gripped his elbows and shifted her hips, sliding across the marble to take him impossibly deeper. He pulled out with a hiss and then thrust back in. God, he was enormous, taking up every trembling inch of her, owning her flesh with each stroke. He hadn't lied. He would ruin her. Camilla wasn't sure how anyone else would ever compare. She caught the sharpness in his gaze, moments before snowflakes began to fall across her skin. He must have sensed she'd thought of others, the territorial, beautiful beast.
"No one will."
He pulled out, leaving only the tip inside, before slamming back home, earning a moan from her. What? She was nearly incoherent from pleasure, waves of it crashing through her, with each expert roll of his hips. But he needed to say it, confirm her thoughts.
"Touch you again,"
he said.
"I'd kill them."
His mouth claimed hers, branded her. When they broke away from the kiss, his look said it all. Mine. Something primal in her liked that, wanted to claim him in return. He must have read the look on her face. If he'd been holding back, he stopped. Envy set a punishing pace, one hand now gripping her hip, anchoring her as each thrust went deeper, faster, moving her body with its force. Camilla gripped his shoulders, nails viciously digging into his flesh, branding him. Hers. She matched his pace with her own, meeting each of his strokes, slamming their bodies together until they were both swearing out loud. Sweat dripped down his chest, mixing with hers. Their limbs slid together everywhere, the sensation erotic. The sounds of their bodies slapping together, the musky scent of their union. It was heady, wonderful. So beautifully wicked it made her pulse pound. Harder, she commanded.
"Fuck, Camilla."
His voice was raw, his grip on her tightening. They were both going to be scratched and bruised by the end of the night. If he was going to ruin her, she wanted to ruin him too. Let him remember this night of passion. Think of her hips crashing against his, their bodies shattering long before their stubborn wills ever would. She wanted him to shout her name, his orgasm ripped from the deepest depths of his soul. More, she said, pulling him closer, tasting every inch of his salty skin she could. She tugged his hair harder, his mouth crashing against hers, before falling over her neck, her chest, her breasts. He licked and kissed and nipped until she thought she'd go mad. He slipped a hand between them, playing with her sensitive clit, his cock still pistoning in and out. She was drenched, her body holding onto him tightly, needing him deeper. He was branding her, forever imprinting himself in her body, and worse, her heart. She reached down, gripping his length too, her hands slick with their passion.
"Camilla."
He swore, fucking her so hard, the chandeliers began to sway above them. She hoped they'd bring his throne room crashing down around them, still making love in the debris. Powerful. That was what she wanted to feel right now. She wanted him to remember this night, the same way she would never forget it. Wait! He stopped instantly, his breath ragged. He was still buried deep inside her, cock throbbing with his heightened pulse. It was almost enough to make her forget her request. The way it hit that spot deep inside her. He was her god in that moment, though she'd never admit it. She pushed at his chest. I want to fuck you on your throne. He looked her over carefully, his expression inscrutable. Then he grinned. Lovely little deviant. His smile was radiant, warmer than any summer's day, his eyes just as bright. It was an expression she'd never seen on him before, an expression that made her breath catch. For a male whose displeasure chilled the air around them so often, she really shouldn't have been surprised that his joy could rival the sun with its warmth. In a flash, he was seated on the throne, with Camilla on his lap, facing away from him. She steadied herself by gazing out at the chamber. From where they sat now, with the tall arched windows directly behind them, they were both bathed in an otherworldly glow. Camilla ran her fingers across the arms of the throne, admiring the silver filigree she hadn't noticed from afar. Hunter green velvet cushions softened the back and seat, with 2 covered sections on the arms. It was a beautiful throne, powerful and sleek, like the male who ruled from it. Emeralds glittered in the metal, the gemstone meant to inspire envy. Across from them, towering canvases hung on the walls, winged beings, florals, scenes of war and glory. This, too, was a battle, one she'd not fought before. Envy leaned back, legs spread wide, allowing her to do with him as she pleased. She shifted forward, flattening her palms on his thighs for better leverage. Envy positioned himself against her entrance, waiting for her to make her move. His other hand stroked her spine, encouraging, tender. He misunderstood her hesitation. Camilla hadn't paused out of nerves. She was allowing him to drink her in from behind, freezing the moment so it would imprint on him in some way. She knew he'd have a wonderful view of her backside, knew it would drive him wild. The idea of him being turned on, losing control, made her so wet it ought to be a crime. She wanted him to picture her there, poised to take him, right there on the seat of his power. Camilla wanted Envy never to forget that he might rule over his sinful court, but she'd ruled his body for one blissful moment in time, just as he'd owned hers. He expected her to take him inch by inch again, and she earned a surprised huff as she sank onto him in one hard motion. They both swore, their panting a mixture of pleasure and pain. He filled her so incredibly much. From this position, he went deeper. Camilla slowly lifted herself up, all the way up his shaft, then dropped again, this time circling her hips. He swore, his mouth finding her shoulder, his teeth grazing her skin. Envy gripped her hips, kneading her flesh as he allowed her to set the pace. She rolled her hips, her movements slow and purposeful, until she leaned forward, hitting a spot that made her moan, and fire seared through her veins. After that, their game didn't matter, only their pleasure. Soon his thrusts matched hers, his hands moving her up and down as she bounced on his length. Her muscles ached from the movement, tightened. She didn't care. Envy kissed along her spine, his fingers digging into her sides. His cock swelled inside her, the same moment the most intense bolt of heat raced through her. They both swore, fucking harder, knowing the end was upon them. She was no longer sure whether he was making love to her, or she was making love to him. They were frantic, feral, pounding against each other as if their very lives depended on it. Right before she came, his fingers slid across her slick folds, teasing her clit until she lost herself in the sensations, her orgasm roaring through her. Wave after wave of sparking pleasure hit her, tugging her under, over, and she yelled his true name. Leviathan! Warmth spurted inside her as his release found him, and Camilla plummeted over the edge again, riding the last waves of pleasure, until she turned boneless and fell back against Envy's chest, breath heaving. His arms circled her, drawing little shapes along her stomach, under her ribs, along the curve of her breasts, with his own quivering muscles. Fucking hell. His breath was warm on her neck, her skin pebbling pleasantly. He softened a little, but remained inside her. You kiss like a saint, but fuck like a deviant. I wandered out one night to count. Fucking hell, he said again, quieter this time. Perhaps she had ruined him. Her lips twitched upward before the smile faded. Dawn wasn't far off, and they needed to get the next clue. Their time was over. The moment she stood, she knew she'd be leaving this fantasy behind. To his credit, Envy didn't seem to be in a rush to leave their little bubble behind either. She knew he must be thinking of the game again too, and what it meant to his court. Yet he stayed right there, with her, like he didn't wish to be anywhere else. His hands moved to her arms, lightly tracing them. Their breathing had long since evened out, and the silence hung heavy between them. The slow, light touches moved along her silhouette, her waist, the curve of her hip, then meandered below her navel, sliding closer to where their bodies were still joined. Her breath hitched as his hand dipped lower. He was hard again. What about the game? She asked, hating that she had. Do you want me to stop? She shook her head. Not at all. Thank fuck. He shifted, so that Camilla was fully seated on him, but he was in a more commanding position. While she was still facing away, her back to his chest, he was the one in control, lifting her up along his shaft, teasing her with the ridge as he slowly pumped in and out, making love to her like he'd never let her go. There wasn't anything hard and fast about his movements. Now that he was back in control, he focused solely on wringing as much pleasure from her body as he could. The ridge of him hit a spot inside her that stole her thoughts. He pulled out, then thrust in again, hitting that same glorious place. She leaned against him, hands curled back around his neck, playing with his hair. He reached around, cupping her breasts as he moved, allowing himself room to thrust. See that mirror over there? He asked, pointing to a gilded mirror she hadn't noticed across the room. Yes. Watch. He widened his legs, forcing hers to follow his lead, exposing her glistening sex. If his court had been here, they would have had quite the show. She had quite the show. Envy's fingers swirled over her clit, pressing against it, while he slowly thrust up. Camilla practically panted from the sight. Watch how hard I make you come. Camilla bit her lip, already feeling her body's response to his wicked demand. His gaze remained locked on where their bodies were joined, drinking in the sight like a starving man who'd come upon a feast. He drew his fingers to his mouth, attention locked on hers in the mirror, as he licked her arousal off. So fucking sweet. When he touched her again, with his erection nestled deep inside, it was almost too much. He pressed tender kisses to her neck, his fingers continuing to slowly torture her. He thrust once in a while, just to add to the overwhelming sensations vying for her attention. His legs widened farther, bearing her more. Soon, much too soon, her breath turned uneven. Her climax was close. Her eyes drifted shut. Envy slapped her clit, sending a wave of sensation through her. Eyes open. Feast! You fucking adore it. That she did. Camilla kept her attention fixed on their show, feeling and watching his skill as a lover. He was drawing pleasure the same way she could draw realms, and he was every bit as talented. Come for me, love. His teeth were on her neck, his thrusts coming faster now. Still slow, still punishingly wonderful. But he was close again too, waiting to join her the moment she tumbled over the edge. Camilla tried to hold off, tried to prolong this moment. But her body responded to his quiet demands, finally giving in to the overwhelming pleasure. Leviathan! She came with his name on her lips again. This time, when he shouted her name, then held her in his arms, she felt like he was already long gone. Like a star shooting across the night sky, there was nothing left but the memory of how beautifully bright it had once shined.
Part 4. Deception is the most wicked game of all. Chapter 54. Surprisingly, Envy wasn't the one who ended their night. Camilla rode him 2 more times on his throne, calling his true name every time she came, backward and forward, her appetite insatiable. Each time she said his true name, something inside him wound tighter. He should have felt the tension easing after the first time they made love. It didn't abate as he imagined it would. He bent her over the damn throne, stroking and teasing and worshipping every inch of her body, until she snapped at him to fuck her again. Still, the want, the need persisted. They'd gone to his bedroom suite, so he could monitor what she saw in his house, while his court was unpredictable, and so he could devour her on his mattress 1 more time. 1 more time led to 3 more times, her coming on his tongue, him on hers. They were currently sprawled on top of his sheets, her legs tangled up with his fingers stroking the length of her arms as he considered what had gone wrong. Late morning sunlight slanted into the room, signaling that their night had been over hours before. It was well past the time he'd normally feel sated. Camilla pressed a kiss to his palm, then rolled to face him. It's morning. His attention flicked to hers, amusement lacing his tone. I do comprehend what the sun indicates, pet. Her gaze narrowed. We need to get out of bed. He pulled her on top of him, nuzzling her neck. Soon. Camilla kissed him, softly at first, then succumbed to the gentle tease of his tongue against the seam of her lips. He was hard again, ready. They could definitely spare another hour before they left. He'd clearly deprived himself of carnal pleasures for too long. It was the most reasonable explanation for his thirst for her. She pushed herself up, bracing against his torso. It's time to get up, Envy. We need to go to the Twin Pillars. He gave her an annoyed look. It's Envy again, is it? Why wouldn't it be? She challenged. Did you expect something else? He raked a hand over his face. No. Lie. He looked her over. Fae cannot sense lies like demons can. Perhaps not, but I can read your face well enough by now. She scrutinized him much too closely. You're not satisfied. Incorrect. I am much too satisfied, hence the issue. Camilla didn't speak for a long moment, the tension growing uncomfortably thick as she stared down at him. It would have been less irksome if his cock hadn't been twitching against her body every time her gaze flicked over him. We agreed to 1 night, she finally said. Is that something you want to renegotiate? Of course not. Envy sat up, carefully lifting her and setting her down on the bed. I'll never break my rule, Miss Antonius. Don't confuse my arousal for romance. I simply enjoy your tight, wet cunt. She sucked in a sharp breath, her eyes flaring with challenge. He knew he'd gone too far. We'll see then, won't we? Her smile was pure malice.
I'm sure you'll be completely unaffected if I should run into Wolf again. Perhaps I'll allow him to enjoy my tight, wet cunt for the rest of our long, immortal lives. At least he doesn't act like one." His jealousy ignited in a blaze. Before he could call her back, apologize, Camilla stormed into his bathing chamber, grabbing the new dress he'd magicked for her on the way. She slammed the door hard enough to rattle the portrait on his ceiling, the one she'd eyed with mirth instead of lust earlier. Envy fell back onto the bed, cursing. He was a miserable prick. It had been hours since Envy had been inside Camilla, an hour since their fight, and the craving still hadn't abated. If anything, it had worsened, especially after he relived each of their encounters, his mind pausing when she'd suggested they move to his throne. He knew exactly what that had been about, and she'd been correct. Envy would never sit on it again without picturing her round little bottom bouncing with each thrust, silver hair gleaming like the dagger it was aimed straight to his heart. She'd skewered him with her cunning. She'd owned him on his damn throne, and he liked it. Camilla was dangerous. She made Envy want things he shouldn't. After she'd left him hard and wanting in bed, all but calling him the cunt he'd been, he reminded himself of the game, his goal, his court, and the mistake he'd made that continued to punish him. He needed to move on from their night, focus. Perhaps Camilla was the ultimate test. If Envy didn't win, he would no longer have a court. And that would be exactly the sort of thing Lennox would want. To first see the vampire caught in chaos, quickly followed by Envy's circle falling. No matter what conflicted feelings he felt at the moment, Envy wouldn't lose sight of his goal now. Which was why they were now standing in the antechamber of a throne room that didn't belong to him, awaiting entry. He slanted a look in Camilla's direction. She stood beside him, spine straight, keeping her attention on the double doors, probably admiring the carvings. She'd worn Envy's house colors without argument, even after the frustrating end to their night. The gown he'd magicked was deep hunter green silk, bordering on black. It showed more skin than the styles she was used to in the mortal realm, but she never seemed put off by that. Modesty was coveted by humans, but she shed that easily, adapting to her surroundings and true fey nature. In fact, the longer she remained in the seven circles, the less the societal restraints of Waverley Green seemed to hold her prisoner. She would thrive in his world, should she choose to stay and stop pretending she was something less than. But Envy wasn't sure how well he'd react, knowing she was close by, likely falling for someone else. It was selfish, given that he would never invite her to his bed again. Still. Camilla looked like a royal standing there, shoulders back, gaze bordering on cruel. He told her briefly how they should act, the role they needed to play in rival courts. He sensed her excitement, though she gave no outward indication of her emotions. She wore the emerald and diamond ring he'd given her back in Waverley Green. Neither one of them commented on it. He'd offered her an emerald necklace too, but she'd declined, choosing her silver locket instead. The royal announcer stepped into the chamber. "His Majesty and the Queen will see you." Envy adopted his cold, royal expression. A new game was about to begin. The game of posturing and court politics, of provoking and winning. Without looking at Camilla, he followed the announcer into his brother's gleaming chamber, gothic and elegant, made to seduce and intimidate. Camilla's steps were steady and sure beside him, and he wished he could see her face as she took in the throne room. He did a subtle sweep, trying to view it as she might. Black marble floors with pale gold veining, a towering arched ceiling, columns in even intervals, carved from a deep grey stone. Stained glass windows allowed light to trickle in, casting muted colours along the chamber. Massive black gemstone chandeliers hung like watchful demons,
hovering 30 feet above them. Gold weapons decorated the walls, while fierce serpent sconces spit fire. A dark burgundy runner spanned the length of the room, a trail of blood leading to the dais and the Demon King sitting there with his queen. That dais was carved from opaque gemstone that looked like frozen smoke. The very same stone was found in the void between realms. 2 matching thrones sat at the top, intimidating champagne bronze serpents curved around black leather, thorny vines twined around the serpents' bodies. A nod to both regents' power. Envy fought the urge to glance at Camilla, wondering what she thought of his war-loving brother. Wrath radiated subtle menace, his power rumbling even while under control. Envy supposed his brother might also be wound up, because Envy winked suggestively at his wife. Amelia shook her head, lips twitching. She knew exactly what Envy had done, knew he'd needled Wrath for the thrill of it. What she didn't realize was that Envy needed to stoke his jealousy. He needed to pull as much power to himself as possible. His court was spiraling, and he was extending too much energy keeping them together. He hadn't fully restored himself since the vampire battle, and he'd need to do so before they left here. Otherwise, he wouldn't be helpful to Camilla or his court. Camilla stiffened beside him, and he silently cursed himself for not mentioning that this was Vittoria's twin. "Lady Amelia," he said, smiling so that his dimples showed. Wrath looked ready to launch himself out of the throne, but Camilla relaxed. "You received my gift." The Queen blushed. "I cannot believe you sent that." "Fear not. The original still hangs above my bed. I had it replicated for you, just in case you grow tired of your husband and want a little excitement." Envy turned to Camilla, his expression mischievous. "You've seen the life-sized portrait above my bed. A few months ago, Lady Amelia was given leave to use it as a stimulating visual when she was fighting with my brother. He's envious that my cock is so legendary." Wrath sat forward, eyeing their exchange with interest. "You spent the night together." Envy's teeth ground together audibly. "Yes." Wrath and Amelia glanced at each other, a silent conversation playing out. Envy practically saw them plotting right there in front of him. Some people clearly needed to stick their noses in other people's business to have any form of excitement in their lives. Camilla looked Envy over coldly, then said, "Perhaps I should offer the king a portrait of his own. It only seems fair." Envy stared at her. She'd gone and stoked his sin. Then he realized why. Even though Camilla knew this wasn't Vittoria, she was still unhappy with his gift. He opened his senses, and Camilla's envy hit him hard. He silently cursed. "I've never fucked Amelia or tried to," he said. "Else she'd be my princess." He couldn't resist adding that last part. His brother's fury and envy exploded. Envy drew it in, filling his power to the brim. Even if Wrath punched him, it would be worth it for the massive envy he'd sent out into the chamber. Wrath's glittering, night-colored wings, once wrenched away from him by magic, shot out, the span of them meant to intimidate. Once upon a time they'd been silver-tipped white flame, a weapon he'd wielded in battle time and again. Camilla still wore the cold, cruel expression she had earlier, barely sparing Wrath and his wings a second glance. This time, however, there was an edge in her tone. She was well and truly pissed off at Envy. "Do you always share nude images with other women?" she asked. For a moment, Envy had nothing to say. "I like her, dear brother." Amelia laughed, breaking the tension. "You must be Miss Camilla Antonius. I'm so happy to meet you. It's about time someone gave Envy a bit of hell." "A pleasure, Your Majesty. Please call me Camilla." "How are you liking the 7 circles?" Amelia asked, Some of the tension in Camilla's stance loosened. She gave Amelia a tentative smile.
Aside from meeting your twin last night, it's been interesting. I can imagine.
So, Envy clapped once, drawing everyone's attention back. Now that we've established that Amelia hasn't had the pleasure of riding my massive cock, I do have a request. Whatever it is, my answer is no. Wrath was not amused. His wings beat softly in warning. Their inky color nearly faded into the background of the chamber. Shadows upon shadows. It was odd to see them without the flames. Envy knew how much Wrath had loved them, how they'd been part of his very being. It was a testament to how much he loved his wife that the wings were now ebony. Through the careful sleuthing of his spies, Envy knew it was a price Wrath had paid so Amelia didn't have to. A twinge of jealousy twisted through Envy. His wings had also been taken, along with the rest of their brothers. Until his court was settled and returned to its full glory, Envy didn't have the power to summon his. They were there for the taking, but to unleash them for the first time, the magic involved would take too much from his battle to keep his court intact. With the ward holding his court's mines, he had no power to spare for his wings. I need access to the twin pillars. Wrath stared at him hard. No. The game leads there. My answer stands. Envy and Wrath stared each other down. A slow rumble shook the floor. Wrath's anger was manifesting. Envy's own sin growled a low warning in return. I'm asking nicely. Envy's voice was quiet. But I'll get there one way or another. You cannot bar me from them. As they sit below my house of sin, that's exactly what I can and will do. Envy took a step toward the dais. Camilla's hand came down on his arm, forestalling him. It would not be good for the realm if either of them unleashed themselves. Amelia cleared her throat.
Where are the pillars?
The Queen asked. Wrath looked inclined to keep his mouth shut, but never resisted his wife. The entry is in the Crescent Shallows. Her brows rose. Interesting that she hadn't known that. Envy kept silent. Amelia was the living embodiment of fury, and he didn't need to use his senses to see that Wrath had stoked her sin.
What other surprises do we house here?
Her voice was low with warning. Wrath shot his brother a look that promised vengeance. Nothing. Envy snorted, holding his hands up when Amelia glared.
What do you know?
She demanded. Envy considered his next move carefully. You recall the afternoon in the garden? That afternoon he'd stolen her magic, after she'd stolen a book of spells he'd left for her. Amelia's puzzled expression smoothed out. She shuddered.
That terrible keening howl. You told me not to be curious.
He nodded. You still shouldn't be, especially now. Abyssus guards the path to the twin pillars. Abyssus feasts on goddess blood. Placing him there was a means to keep unwanted deities away from the Fae.
Why don't I know about this?
Amelia's gaze was on her husband.
From before.
Wrath looked ready to shove his fist down Envy's throat. Envy would love to see his brother try. Camilla's grip on Envy's arm tightened in warning. Wrath could be intimidating when he wished to be, but he didn't think she was staying his movements because of that. Envy cut a cruel smirk his brother's way, but didn't advance on him. Keeping secrets from a vengeance goddess isn't a wise idea. Wrath blew out a slow breath, trying to wrangle his temper. It's not something anyone outside my court is supposed to know. Envy's spies were well worth the gold and sin he supplied them with. I don't need to enter the tunnel from your house, Envy said. We'll use the entrance in the fountain. No! Wrath's tone was harder than his look. I don't want you anywhere near the well of memory. Envy's frustration had him taking a threatening step closer, a move his brother did not miss. I will swear a blood vow to leave your precious well untouched. I just need access to the twin pillars. That's all. Your issue, not mine, Levi. It's the most direct path there, but not the only one, Wrath said, mouth set into a firm, unyielding line. Envy's pulse roared, but he kept his face free from the strain. Wrath would not budge on this. Envy turned to Amelia, playing his last hand. Do I still have the Queen's favour? After her coronation, they'd spoken about her potentially being in his debt. He didn't really mean it then, but he'd call in a favour now, even if it meant burning one more bridge, destroying the friendship before it had a chance to truly begin. Amelia, for her part, seemed amused. Envy realized she was all too pleased to annoy her husband. His anger would be taken out in the bedroom, where they both could enjoy it. He only hoped they waited until after Envy and Camilla left their circle. I do recall saying it sounded ominous, Amelia said. But I cannot give you my favour just yet. My husband and I will discuss the matter and send for you once we reach an agreement. Wrath's nostrils flared with his sin. He did not want to permit Envy to use the tunnel, but Amelia was not a submissive partner. They could be arguing for hours, and the bastard would enjoy every glorious second of it. There's a bedroom suite set up with refreshments for you, Wrath said. With a jerk of his chin, the King of Demons dismissed them. Hours later, with still no word from his goddamned brother, Envy was practically crawling up the walls. Camilla sat perched on the end of a settee, sipping tea, lips curved in obvious delight. Envy shot her an exasperated look. Am I amusing, Miss Antonius? Wildly so. Glad to be a diversion, he muttered, feeling downright ornery. I can think of more stimulating ways to pass the time. Envy drew up short, breath catching. One look at Camilla confirmed she was playing with him, testing the truth of his one-night rule. He paced around the perimeter of the room, jaw locked. Now that she'd said it, he couldn't stop thinking about all the stimulating ways they distracted each other last night and a few hours ago this morning. His frustration grew. He damn well should not be considering touching her again. Ever. You are twisted, pet. What can I say? Amusement laced her tone. You bring out the very best in me. He expelled a breath, part huff, part laughter. The problem wasn't his one-night rule. The issue was that Envy liked Camilla, far beyond her body, her clever mind, her wit. She challenged him in ways that stimulated his need to solve riddles, to strategize, to win. And now she was using those same tactics to toy with him. Fuck. Envy caught his reflection in a mirror hanging between two towering shelves of weapons. His eyes were bright, cheeks flushed, and his hair was a complete and utter mess. He'd raked his hand through it so many times he looked on the verge of madness. Or maybe he looked feverish. That was the suggestion, Camilla mocked, her tone silky. His eyes squeezed shut. He wondered what he'd done to deserve such sweet and vicious punishment. This new game Camilla was playing was downright dirty. John Lyly, immortal author of the 1500s, once wrote, "The rules of fair play do not apply in love and war," making Envy believe he must have battled Camilla at one time. The poor bastard never stood a chance. Finally, a sharp knock came at the door. Envy almost wrenched the door from its hinges as he tugged it open. Instead of a royal guard or servant, Amelia stood there, brow arched high.
"Are you all right?"
she asked, dropping her voice to a whisper.
"Do I still have your favor or not, Amelia? Time is one thing I cannot steal more of."
She pressed her lips together, rose-gold eyes studying him carefully. He knew she was concerned, that she'd sensed there was more happening below the surface. His sister-in-law always seemed to see through some of his masks, but not all. He kept his expression impassive, waiting. Camilla came to stand beside him, and he fought the urge to reach for her hand. Amelia's gaze fixed on him before she nodded.
"Yes, you still have my favor."
Her rose-gold gaze shifted to Camilla. Something soft flashed in her expression, something that looked like hope, or perhaps happiness.
"I grant permission for you to seek out the pillars."
"You've always been my favorite sister-in-law."
"I'm your only sister-in-law."
She rolled her eyes.
"But Wrath had one condition that wasn't negotiable."
Envy's smile froze on his face. He knew before she twisted the knife what his meddling God's-damned brother would have demanded.
"You must use the path that cuts through the Crescent Shallows."
Envy silently called his brother every cursed, foul name he could think of, in every language he spoke, twice. The Crescent Shallows were precisely what he'd wanted to avoid. The water was magical. It forced whomever entered it to speak only the truth. Nothing made could enter the water without causing death, which included clothing. Envy would need to wade into the magical water nude with Camilla, and if she asked any question, he'd be compelled to offer truth. As if this journey weren't hard enough. Amelia clasped Envy's hands in hers, squeezing gently.
"Don't be an ass to your lady, or there will be no more cannoli in your future."
He scoffed but didn't remark. They had been delicious, and he couldn't deny liking that Camilla was seen as his, even if it was fleeting or untrue. Amelia smiled warmly at Camilla.
"I hope to see you again, Camilla. Next time we'll leave the demons to brood and battle on their own." "That sounds wonderful. I look forward to it."
Envy kept his mouth shut. After the game ended, Camilla would return to Waverley Green. There was no point ruining the moment with the truth, though. So he silently watched Amelia and Camilla make plans, knowing it would never be. Amelia turned to him, then pulled a vial from saints only knew where.
"Here, you'll need this."
He looked it over, then smiled at the goddess. She'd given him a gift for Abyssus. "You really are my favorite."
"Go, before my husband levels a mountain again."
A guard escorted Envy and Camilla down to the cavern far below House Wrath. It would have been much faster and more efficient if Envy could have magicked them there, but Wrath's generosity had been pushed to its limit. Once they reached the tunnel, the guard stopped and stepped aside. "You may go the rest of the way on your own. Orders of the king." "How magnanimous," Envy muttered, tone dripping with sarcasm. Camilla strode ahead of him, silent since they'd left the suite. He didn't note any lingering jealousy, nor did he sense any anger. Her emotions were tightly wound, flickering too quickly for him to get a solid understanding of what she was feeling. Perhaps she was just taking everything in, cataloguing each aspect to use as inspiration. A moment later, the tunnel opened to the cavernous lagoon. Black sand glittered, and pale blue water lapped lazily at the shore. Mist hung low, inviting and unassuming. Its entire appearance was designed to entice, then entrap. The phases of the moon were painted along the far wall, indicating the next tunnel hidden behind a large stalactite.
"It's so beautiful. The water sounds... it's fizzing."
Envy grabbed Camilla's hand, tugged her back before she stepped into the water. I wouldn't do that. Why? He nodded toward the bones she'd missed, jutting up farther down the sand. Nothing made can enter the water. Nothing made, she repeated, brows knitted. You mean? We need to disrobe to cross it, and remove anything else that isn't natural, like your jewelry. Oh? Camilla asked, slowly raking her attention over him. His hands fisted at his side as he drew up an image of his court, of the bodies. Shame burned through him, more potent than any temptation or desire. No matter that he was a being fueled by and created for sin, he wouldn't allow the shallows to tempt him. Or Camilla. He decided against sharing the fact that the lagoon's waters compelled anyone who entered and survived to tell only the truth. Demon princes weren't exempt from the magical properties of the crescent shallows. It was magic that existed outside them. What happens when we emerge on the other side? Camilla asked, looking back at the water. We'll have to travel new the rest of the way. Her tone was more curious than nervous. If anything, she sounded intrigued by the thought, a little breathless. His fey artist wanted to travel naked. Devil curse him. He could lie and claim they'd need to remain naked, admiring the masterpiece that was Camilla's unclothed form as they wound deeper into the underground labyrinth. I'll magic our clothing to the next tunnel. Camilla faced him, expression inscrutable, then kicked off her shoes. She slipped her gown off her shoulders, gracefully stepping out of it, the silk pooling at her feet. She had nothing on underneath. He swallowed hard, caught by surprise. Not by her nakedness, but by the knowing gleam in her gaze. Camilla was definitely playing another game of her own, making rules up as she went. Long silver hair glimmered in the dim lighting of the shallows, covering her breasts. She looked like a nymph who'd sprung from the magical lake, tempting and wicked. He would know. She was tempting him, and he was feeling especially wicked. Envy motioned to her hand and body, his voice rough. Take your ring and necklace off, too. Very well. She turned around, lifting her hair and glancing over her shoulder, knowing exactly what she was doing. He tried, and failed, to ignore her taut backside. Unclasp my necklace. Envy drew in a ragged breath, swearing. Her lips curved. He moved to her, fighting the urge to run his knuckles along her spine. He wanted to kiss her, but their time had passed. He had her necklace off in less than a second, then stepped back. Camilla said nothing of his hasty retreat, though amusement flickered in her eyes. She pulled the ring off, slowly bent over in front of him, laid it carefully on top of her gown, taking far too long to complete the task before straightening up again. Her gaze locked with his, daring him to hold it, daring him to look away from her. Envy had been wrong when he thought the sin corridor had tortured him. This was much worse. And it shouldn't be. He shucked his clothes off, trying to focus on the task in front of them. He refused to get hard now, no matter how difficult avoiding that currently was. Come on! Camilla grabbed his hand and tugged him toward the water. He followed, barely noticing the slight fizz of warm water against his skin, then stopped. Camilla fearlessly strode out to her waist, then dove under, emerging several feet away. She flipped her wet hair back, laughing. Her eyes shone moon-bright, reflecting in the lagoon. This feels incredible! She treaded water. Come join me, Your Highness. Envy considered the lagoon. Water lapped at his calves, tempting, fizzing, a million tiny bubbles bursting over his skin. They had no choice but to wade across it to reach the tunnel that led to Abyssus. Magic was forbidden until the waters had gotten their taste. He took another step, the water encircling his knees. He hadn't gone more than a few feet before he paused, sensing he was in trouble.
"Do you want to swim with me?"
Camilla asked. He was compelled to give her the truth. Yes. Her smile was dazzling, bright enough to rival the most brilliant star in the night sky.
"After last night,"
she said, swimming closer.
"Do you still crave me?"
His throat closed, his teeth clamping together. Envy glanced back at the shore, wanting to plunge himself back to the safety of the sand. It was no use. Yes. His mind raced. He needed to get to the other side of the damn lagoon. He flashed Camilla a wolfish grin. "Do you still crave me, Miss Antonias?" Camilla dragged her teeth across her lower lip, brows knitting. It looked like she was trying to force a lie out, and suddenly realized she couldn't. She waded back, glowering.
"Yes."
He swam out deeper, fortifying his will, repeating his rule in his head. He would not touch her again, would not kiss her. But he liked that she still craved him, that he wasn't alone in his cursed desire. He swam closer, gaze locked on her as he circled her. "Do you like me, Camilla?" he asked softly. "Do you enjoy my company?" She splashed water at him, her mouth puckering before she released the truth.
"Yes, and yes."
She splashed him once more for good measure.
"And I also hate you."
She drifted away from him, then fired off a question of her own.
"Is your court in peril? Is that why you're playing the game?"
He inhaled sharply, realizing he was near the center of the lagoon now. Warm, fizzing water lapped at his shoulders, the magical compulsion too strong for him to bear. Yes. To both. Camilla was much too clever. He dove toward the other side of the lagoon. They would swim across to the other side, put their clothes on, and be on their way. Camilla was suddenly before him, reaching out, stopping before they touched. She looked him over, gaze searching. Gone was any hint of teasing. No more cunning game or strategic moves.
"Do you believe you'll win?"
He swallowed a sudden lump in his throat. His feelings were conflicted, the truth not easily accessible. He wanted to win, would fight with all he had, give everything he had to win. But whether that mattered, he wasn't sure. He pushed a hand through his wet hair. "I don't know."
"Do you want to touch me?"
she asked, softly. And he had an uncanny sense that she'd known he needed her to distract him.
"Right now."
He inhaled slowly, then exhaled. Yes. Before she could drag any more truth from him, she held her arms open, a half smile playing across her lips. "What?"
"Follow my lead, Your Highness."
Camilla surprised him by waltzing them around the water, dancing in the bath-warm lagoon like it was their own private ballroom. She held his hand tightly, laughing as they twirled, sending droplets of water flying against each other.
"See?"
she asked, grinning.
"You're touching me."
It wasn't at all what he'd meant, and she knew it. Still, he couldn't help but return her smile. Camilla had played her hand beautifully. He'd admitted to far more than what she'd truly been asking. She'd worded her question with fey cunning, a trait that made him like her all the more. For a few brief moments, there was no game, no caught in trouble, no rules to break. There were only Envy and Camilla, pretending this was what life would always be, dancing in magical lagoons, naked and wild and free. They danced with only the sound of the splashes and droplets as their music, their laughter and the echoes softly bouncing back to them. Much too soon, Envy stepped back, pressed a kiss to her palm, then led them to the other shore. daydreams were not real, and a nightmare still lay ahead. Dress quickly. Envy summoned their clothing, then turned to give Camilla privacy. I sense Abyssus waiting for us.
Chapter 55. Camilla stared down at her clothing, shaking her head. Envy had magicked more than what she'd been wearing, improving upon her clothes for their next destination. He really thought of everything. A long-sleeved dress, a delicate slip, undergarments, thick stockings, and a velvet cloak were folded neatly at her feet. Silken slippers had also been replaced by sturdy boots, supple leather, butter-soft, and finely crafted. Her ring and necklace sparkled in the strange glow of the shallows. She pulled her clothes on, stealing looks at the prince as she did so. He stood fully clothed with his back to her, ramrod straight, muscles taut, tension radiating around him. Gone was the male who'd surprised her by accepting her dance in the magical water, holding her close and humming softly. The cold, remote prince of hell had returned. Focused, ruthless, attention fixed only on his game. Camilla wondered whether Envy even realized he'd been humming a tune for them to dance to. For a few precious moments, he'd seemed completely at ease. It was the first time she'd ever seen him so relaxed. He'd been even more tightly wound after their night had come to an end, like he was fighting some invisible foe Camilla couldn't see. But in the shallows, in a place where they clearly couldn't lie, he'd been free. No scheming or plotting, no hiding behind cool arrogance or indifference. She'd only meant to start their dance as a game, but he'd pulled her closer, like it was the one moment he'd permit himself to take what he wanted. To show a softness he'd never let anyone see. He'd cradled her against his body simply because he wished to hold her. It would have been far easier if he'd tried to kiss or seduce her. Even with his insistence about his one-night rule, Camilla would understand his admitting to wanting to take her hard and fast in the water, unleashing his carnal nature, setting a punishing pace for breaking his rule. Passion and lust were simple animalistic urges, completely natural, uncomplicated. His softness was much more dangerous than those sharp edges. Camilla could snuggle into that tenderness, let her guard drop, realizing too late that she'd been carved open far deeper. She'd bleed out before she knew she'd been cut. They both needed to realize that one night was all they'd get. Because as much as he seemed to fear another night for his own reasons, Camilla needed to protect her heart. She would regain her stolen talent from the Game Master, then return to Waverley Green. She'd cuddle Bunny and give her extra treats and warm cream to make up for leaving her. Envy would restore his court, then continue with his games here. Sometimes, two people weren't meant to be more than one moment. Wondrous and unforgettable though it might be, not all good things were meant to last.
Ready?
He asked, still facing forward. As if they went far beyond modesty with each other, as if they hadn't been inside each other's skin. Each time he tried so hard to put up a wall between them, it made her want to batter into it, remind him that they did share more than a casual encounter. Even if it wasn't for more than a few hours, it was still something worth appreciating. Almost. Camilla tugged her boots on, then finished with her ring and necklace. She wasn't sure what had made her take the ring earlier. It was only meant to be used in Waverley Green, to convince society they were betrothed. It certainly didn't symbolize that here. They'd slept together, and while it was an incredible night of passion, that was in the past now. It would never happen again. He'd made it clear his rule still stood. And Camilla was all right with that, more than all right. She wanted uncomplicated, and Envy was anything but. Yet the ring. Camilla liked it, that was all. When their time together ended, she'd give it back. Fully dressed, she strode to where he waited, leaving their moment of tenderness behind with the crescent shallows. He looked her over.
Stay behind me. If Abyssus takes an interest, you ought to return to the shallows immediately. Do not let it touch you.
Camilla opened her mouth to respond, then shut it.
Touching is half the fun, Prince.
Envy hadn't been the one to speak. The male voice was not nightmarish. It didn't sound demonic or rough. There weren't many layers screeching together, no clicking of tongues or smacking of teeth, no growls or roars. It spoke in a silken purr, a low murmur that curled around your senses, rubbed against them like a house cat seeking affection, and was far more dangerous for it. Envy pressed her behind him.
I have a gift from the Queen,
he said, holding up the vial.
What care do I have for kings or queens?
Abyssus asked.
Perhaps I seek company, conversation, a taste of emotion, a kiss of skin. Perhaps I crave oblivion.
Camilla did not like any of those options, least especially the last few. If Envy responded, she would never know. The world suddenly vanished, as if it had never been there at all. There was no cave, no ground or walls or ceiling, no tunnel, no Envy, no ancient, sweet-voiced creature. Camilla was alone, completely. It was solitude in a way she'd never experienced. There was always some form of life, whether it was grass or clouds or sky. Birds chirping, bugs buzzing, wind blowing softly through leaves. She'd never realized how much life there was all around her, always. Here was empty. No earth, no stone, nothing. Vast, unending nothingness, stretching in every direction, swallowing everything. Worse than the void outside realms, this was heavy and oppressive. "Hello?" she called, voice echoing into nothing. Nothing responded. She wasn't sure whether she was relieved or more frightened at that. She took a step forward, hands outstretched, searching. It was like walking through space, except there were no stars lighting the sky, no form beneath her feet. Her heart pounded. She could be falling or standing still, nothing registered. Once, when her father had passed away and her mother was long gone, she'd thought she was all alone. Then Wolf came and reminded her there was another path, another choice laid out for her to take. Before that, there'd been a time she'd wished for solitude, a way to escape from the world. Had she ever truly grasped what that could be? This place was fear. Infinite. Solitude beyond what any creature should have to know. "This isn't real," she whispered. "I'm in a cavern, below House Wrath." Camilla squeezed her eyes shut, knowing it had to be an illusion. Some powerful magic or glamour. Closing her eyes or keeping them open made no difference. Everything remained the same, unchanged. Endless dark. "This isn't real," she whispered again, hating the tremble in her voice.
What is reality? If it looks real, feels real, is it not so?
Abyssus suddenly was there, holding a ball of glowing light in his palm. She squinted at the blazing light, eyes stinging. Once she adjusted to the glow, she could see the being in all his glory. He certainly didn't look like a monster. His skin was golden, his hair the same luminous shade as his skin. He wore a white toga, showing a powerful sculpted body. Abyssus looked like a sun god, bound to the underworld, wholly out of place. Except for his eyes. They were fully black, fathomless and hungry. Camilla's gaze darted around, searching for Envy. He was nowhere to be seen.
Do you not feel the darkness?
Abyssus asked.
Is it not real? The same as sky and earth and blood are real.
Camilla began to shake her head, then stopped. She could feel the darkness, A feat that should not be possible, even with magic. It was many things. Soft, cold, warm, terror, and protection. Each essence flickered over her wildly, until she could scarcely draw breath. "This isn't real," she repeated. Fragments of emotions mixed with physical and mental truths. Breaking and shattering and melding together until she couldn't breathe. "Make it stop!" she gritted out. Abyssus smiled faintly, amusement flickering in his dark eyes. Just as quickly as the world had been stripped away, it was back. Envy was barking orders like only a moment had passed for him. It felt like hours for Camilla.
"Don't look him in the eye, Miss Antonius."
Abyssus flicked his attention to Camilla again, a secret smile curving his lips. She was immediately ensnared by those ancient, terrible eyes. They held her prisoner, drew her in, made her forget life and happiness and light. It was different from the first darkness he'd shown her. This suffocated, corrupted the soul, made her wish for death. Darkness, cold, endless darkness swept in, chilling her. There had never been any light, never anything except this endless dark, this—
"Enough!"
A voice shattered the hold over Camilla. Abyssus lurched forward, and Envy shoved her back toward the lagoon.
"Run!"
Camilla didn't hesitate. She turned, darted 2 steps, then halted. A shadow peeled away from the cavern wall, chuckling darkly. Up first, she thought Abyssus had managed to get past Envy. Then the shadow spoke.
"Hello, Camilla, darling. You look like you've seen a ghost."
Crimson eyes glowed like dying embers in a fire as the vampire fully stepped out from where he'd been hiding. She could not believe it. Maybe he had made a deal with the devil. He certainly seemed to cheat death as much as he'd cheated half of Waverly Green's elite. Vexley. How? His head canted to the side, more animal than human in movement.
"Foolish woman. You had no idea how much venom was running through my veins."
He flashed his teeth. The incisors were gleaming, sharp instruments of death.
"It hurt like hell. The change took a while for me to come to. I wanted to find you, thank you personally, repay the honor."
Horror filled Camilla. She'd turned Vexley into an even worse demon. He took a step closer, attention fixed to her neck.
"We were interrupted before, Camilla. Procreating might be difficult, but we can certainly try. I still need an heir. Why not make an immortal legacy? Let me turn you."
Envy was suddenly there, eyes glinting and dangerous. Camilla glanced around, feeling the walls closing in. She wanted to ask what had happened to Abyssus, but kept silent. Envy must have a plan. He always had a plan. Vexley drifted closer, gaze darkening with thirst. He hadn't noticed the demon yet.
"Don't." Envy's dagger glowed softly. "She's mine." "Lord Sinton,"
Vexley laughed, shaking free of his thirst.
"I've heard many interesting tales about you. Too bad we're both playing the game. I might have liked you, Your Highness."
Camilla felt trapped between mountain and stone, between supernatural predators, and the deadly lagoon. The tunnel was much too narrow for all of them. If they couldn't get past Vexley, they'd need to retreat toward Abyssus. Worse and worse. Envy stalked closer. Fear in a handsome male form. Camilla could suddenly breathe again.
"My brother gets a little touchy when creatures cross his wards."
Envy pressed the Queen's vial into her palm, nudging her back in the other direction. She clutched it to her chest, taking a step back.
How did you cross them?
She suddenly understood what he was doing. He was distracting Vexley, catering to his vanity. Vexley all but preened at Envy's appeal to his ego, the idiot.
Connections. Perhaps you don't know the right creatures.
Envy smiled faintly. Between one breath and the next, Vexley attacked. His fangs scraped across her throat, liquid heat dripping down her neck. But his move had been sloppy, wild, a feral animal too mad to be strategic. Immediately, he was tossed across the tunnel, the demon's rage nearly ripping his arms off. Vexley crumpled, and Envy turned back toward Camilla. Envy didn't see him coming, didn't think he'd get up. The demon was focused on Camilla, his gaze locked onto her blood. She screamed, but nothing came out. Vexley leapt, his hands transforming into talons, his fangs lengthening. He was no longer a simple vampire. He looked like a werewolf, a beast, some demonic being that could only be spawned in the underworld. He opened his fanged mouth, a roar bouncing off the tunnel walls, and he ripped Envy's head clean from his shoulders in one brutal swipe of his teeth. She dropped to her knees, retching, over and over. Vexley had killed Envy. She couldn't... She heaved, emptying the contents of her stomach, tears streaming down her face.
Camilla!
A voice bellowed behind her. She couldn't focus. All she could do was stare at the headless body of the prince, heaving. Vexley was gone, like he'd never been there. It was so shocking, so unexpected. It wrenched her from her tears. Camilla glanced around, confused. Why would he kill Envy and not take her? She crawled to Envy's lifeless body, shaking him. "Get up!" she screamed. "Please, get up!"
Camilla!
Her name was a command, issued by one she could not ignore. She turned, and the world flipped upside down once more. Envy was standing there, shouting her name over and over, his expression furious, terrified. Camilla glanced back. There was no headless body, no vampire. There never had been. For the first time, she noticed the pile of bones, the darkened earth, walls splattered with entrails, and God only knew what over the millennia. A circle of shimmering gemstones was embedded deep in the earth. She'd crossed them. She looked back at Envy. He was on the other side, pounding his fist against a wall she couldn't see. Hot breath caressed her neck. A tongue darted out. She realized with growing horror that the blood had been real.
Little deceiver. You may only pass once the tithe has been paid.
Abyssus crooned softly.
Should we take it from the prince?
No. Abyssus canted his head.
No. I do not enjoy that word.
She rushed forward, nearly tripping over her feet as she tried to cross the line. It sizzled over her skin, hissing, and tossed her back. She scrambled on her backside, crawling away from the ancient being who now stood over her, surveying her with growing intrigue. He crouched in front of her, golden skin glowing.
Did you truly believe you wouldn't be tested?
He purred.
That you would simply walk back, be given all that you seek? We both know that's not the way of kings, most especially dark ones.
Camilla froze, her mouth dry. Abyssus had removed all their surroundings again, set them hovering in a suspended state of nothing. Darkness devoured her hands, tendrils curling over her where she remained sprawled on the ground. What had once been the ground.
It's when we're trapped in complete darkness that our true selves are revealed.
His otherworldly glow winked out.
Who are you when the world fades away? What are you made of? How strong is your mind, your will, your capacity to fight? When there is nothing, who do you become?
He was pressing her, taunting her. All the while the darkness shadowed all. Blackness was a colour she knew. It had form, variation. This was the absence of all. No colour, no matter. Her eyes were open. Closing them didn't make any shift in the endless void she was trapped in.
What do you fear above all, little Fae?
I don't know.
Look deeper.
Then even his presence was gone. There was truly nothing. No spark, no life, no joy or pain. No past or present, no future she could ever hope for or dream for. No way out of this endless abyss that had swallowed the world. But there was fear. Camilla felt it pressing into her chest, stealing what little air remained. The darkness learned her, carved her open, tasted what her soul was made of, decided to play. It sipped from her fear, drank down her cries, indulged in the sorrow that threatened to trap her mind forever. Time lost all meaning. There were no seconds or minutes or hours. They were constructs that belonged to civilizations. And Camilla was so far removed from anyone else, was so alone.
There.
Abyssus's voice drifted over her on a dark wind.
We have found your test.
Just as suddenly as the abyss appeared, it was gone. Camilla was on her hands and knees, panting. She glanced up at the cave, the walls dancing with shadows, the dirt packed hard beneath her. Tears streamed down her face. She swiped at her nose, then sat back. Abyssus was gone, the circle of gemstones falling below the surface, freeing her. Camilla drew in a deep breath, then hauled herself to her feet. She gave herself another moment to collect her emotions, then turned. Envy was nowhere to be seen. "Envy?" she called out, voice echoing softly. There was no response, no sound aside from her own voice. "Abyssus?" She felt him stir in the space around her, incorporeal. "Where is the prince?" Silence stretched between them.
Go to the twin pillars, he whispered. You'll find your answer there, if it's not too late.
A different sort of fear gripped Camilla. "How long have I been gone?"
To some, it might feel like decades or months, but it has only been a few days according to the laws of this realm, little deceiver. Run. The last clue awaits, but the king left this message for you.
Days. She'd lost days to the abyss. Critical time as the game grew closer to the end. Had Envy left her and solved the next clue? Or had something darker happened to him? Camilla took the folded parchment from Abyssus, stomach twisting.
Solve the final clue before the sun sets, or lose your talent forever.
Camilla swore. They were underground. She had no idea what time it was. Abyssus! How long before sun sets tonight?
30 mortal minutes, maybe less.
Without wasting another moment, Camilla plunged down the tunnel and ran as hard and fast as her feet would carry her.
Chapter 56. Envy slumped against the column on the edge of the underground site of the twin pillars, his eyes drifting shut from the latest wave of pain. The magical chains that bound his wrists and ankles burned his flesh, searing it nearly to the bone. Days had passed since he'd been imprisoned in the underground cathedral by Abyssus. As far as prisons went, Envy supposed it could be worse. The cavern was a beautiful mix of natural rock formation and demon-made ingenuity. The soaring walls were hewn from the natural rock found that far underground, while the floor had been laid with black marble tiles. The ceiling was reinforced with gold arches, the metal forming a Gothic architectural element that made one stop and admire it, even when one was magically shackled and beaten. The moment they had passed over the ward Abyssus set up, Envy had been spit out at the twin pillars, chained and bound by magic across from them. It was the worst sort of fate. To be in the place where his next clue was, and to be wholly unable to get there and solve it. Then Vexley appeared. And he changed. The gleaming fangs and crimson eyes were badges of honor for the fool. He now wore his sadism proudly instead of hiding behind his mortal veneer of debauchery. Envy hated him either way. The newly turned vampire kicked him in the side. Bones snapped. He felt a fragment of broken rib pierce his lung, his breath wheezing out from the impact. Envy spit blood onto the marble floor, running his tongue over his teeth, tasting the fragrant ichor that ran through his veins. "You missed a rib." Vexley hauled off and kicked him with his newfound strength. Pain seized Envy, but he gritted his teeth, defiant. "Surely you can do better than that. Are you out of your damned mind?" Vexley said, lunging forward. "I am a god now!" A god of idiocy. Envy yanked his chain taut at the last second and slumped out of the way, the vampire's fist coming down on the link instead of his head. The chain heaved, but didn't break. Envy dragged himself back to a sitting position, breath shallow. If he could get Vexley to damage the chain, even a link of it, he'd stand a chance at breaking free. He had no idea what had happened to Camilla and was determined to find a way back to search for her. If Abyssus had her and was playing one of his illusion games. "You failed Lennox's game. It's a bit pathetic to keep showing up." "That game doesn't matter anymore. I have almost everything I want." Vexley shot him a haughty look. "Perhaps I seek a different prize now." There was no mistaking what the prick meant. Camilla has made her feelings clear on the matter, what with the murder and all. "She set me free." The vampire shrugged. "Now she belongs to me until I say she doesn't. Death agreed, or I wouldn't be standing here, close to all I'd wanted anyway." Vexley paced in front of him, ticking off reasons like Envy gave any sort of shit. Black spots gathered at the edge of his vision, growing in density. Envy was worse off than he let on, much worse. It was getting hard for him to maintain enough power to sustain his court, keep the ward up around his circle, and not lose consciousness. If Envy didn't stay alert, it would be almost impossible for him to hold himself together much longer. Still upholding his court and regrowing his heart, he couldn't risk using any more power to heal himself. Eventually his wounds would repair themselves on their own, but that could take hours in his weakened state. He was lucky if he had minutes. "First, I was playing for immortality," Vexley said, drawing Envy back to his monologue. "I now have that. And an unquenchable thirst for blood, thus preventing the idiot from returning to Waverley Green until he got that minor little inconvenience under control. I will be even more legendary in Ironwood Kingdom now." Envy doubted that the satire sheets would indulge Vexley's antics when he started slaying half the nobility. Maybe they'd all get lucky and someone would behead him. Envy's eyes drifted shut. He leaned his head against the stone column near the edge of the ancient site. His breathing labored. He was certain his skull had cracked at some point, if the pounding, monstrous pain was any indication. It was a testament to his will and power that he hadn't fallen yet. "Next, I want Camilla's talent," Vexley said. "We'll make enough money to do whatever we please for as long as we please. I assume she's not human after her display of magic, which means we can lie, cheat, and steal for eternity." Except that Camilla said no. "Once I take her as my wife, it won't matter much what she wants. I know what's best." Envy's entire body screamed in protest, but he slowly got to his feet, bracing himself against the column. Half dead or not, he was going to break free of these chains, and then he was going to snap the vampire's neck. Envy would be sent to the true death before he'd let Vexley touch her. "Women are not possessions. She belongs to herself, you arrogant half-wit." Vexley's fist connected with his jaw, the crack echoing in the cathedral-like chamber. Envy's head smashed into the stone, the fracture in his skull knocking him out for a beat before he regained his footing. He went down to his knees, the bones cracking against marble. Vexley towered over him, fangs gleaming in the strange half-light that filtered in from who knew where. "There are no rules about teaming up with other players. Did you know that?" Envy's vision teetered between blurry and spinning. He should have killed the mortal back in Waverley Green when he had the chance. His instincts about rotten souls were never wrong. Vexley had been a foul man and was a worse vampire. No one ought to suffer this fool for eternity. "Arrogant demon fuck!" The vampire jabbed him twice in the gut, the air whooshing out as Envy doubled over. He was going to be sick. "You should have focused on eliminating your competition. Instead, you assumed they'd just fail." Envy hadn't thought that at all. He'd decided that moving forward to solve his clues and riddles as quickly as possible was the best tactic. He didn't respond, and only partly because he had nothing to say. The pain was beginning to overwhelm his senses. Soon he'd pass out. His eyes slitted open, barely allowing him to make out the shadow creeping along the far wall, getting closer. He didn't know whether it was really there or he was imagining it. Couldn't tell if the glint of silver rising was a blade or a beautiful, violent dream. Didn't know whether Vexley sensed or saw it too. If he did, the vampire didn't let on, leading Envy to believe that the shadowy figure wasn't there. Envy's head jerked forward, then back, his fight to remain alert slipping. Vexley chuckled darkly, enjoying every moment of pain Envy suffered. The magic in the chains sizzled, the fire going bone deep. A huff of pain escaped him, and the vampire closed in. "Perhaps we'll play a new game, too." Vexley crouched before him, crimson eyes sparkling. "The drain you dry game." He leaned forward, as if to whisper a delicious secret. "The rules are simple. I drain you dry, you slowly revive, then we repeat for eternity. How long do you think you'll last before madness creeps in?" He yanked Envy's arm out of its socket, the pain a hot sear that lashed down his spine, wrenching another groan from him. 1, 2, 500 years? Vexley asked, tugging Envy's arm up to his mouth. "I'm willing to wager if you are." His fangs pierced Envy's wrist, the venom causing an extra jolt of pain. Darkness rippled behind Envy's eyes. He could feel the venom colliding painfully with the ichor in his veins. He blinked once, twice, and in between, Vexley was dead. What? Envy tried to open his eyes again. Vexley's head had rolled next to Envy's foot. Or had he fallen over? Envy's cheek was pressed to the marble, the cool stone slick with blood. Envy stared unblinking at the severed head. It looked back with the same dull expression, the same lack of life. "Get up!" The voice was sweet, even if the command was less than appreciated. Envy's eyes closed. He wanted only to sleep, to dream of that voice. "Envy!" "Ah," he said, eyes still closed. "A dream. A lovely, wonderful dream." Hands were on him now, soft, gentle, searching. She hissed as if his wounds had hurt her too. Then she rattled the chains. "No, don't." He attempted to pull them out of reach, the movement too much. "They'll burn you, too." Featherlight fingers brushed across his brow, soothing again. "Leviathan." The sweet voice held a twinge of panic. "You must get up."
Chapter 57. Camilla glanced around the underground chamber, her pulse pounding a frantic beat. She'd raced here the second Abyssus's ward had disappeared, but she was still too late. Envy was severely injured. He should have started healing, and she wasn't sure why he hadn't, but suspected it had to do with his dwindling power. He hadn't admitted so out loud, but she'd seen his court, knew things were grim, and he would ruin himself to save his demons, was ruining himself. "How can I break these chains?" she asked, gently pressing a hand to his forehead. His skin was cold, clammy. She suddenly wanted to drag him into her arms and away from this place. "We need to hurry," she said. "Please, help me." His eyes fluttered, but didn't open. Vexley must have been torturing him for however long she'd been trapped in the abyss. And even someone immortal couldn't withstand days or weeks of being beaten without healing. The magical chains were a nasty trick, one she suspected were Abyssus's doing. The constant pulse of pain seeping through them into Envy's skin was clearly wearing him down. How Lord Vexley had gotten involved she neither knew nor cared. She'd thought it was just a vision when she'd seen him attack Envy in Abyssus's tunnel. But he must have really been here, in this place, beating the prince. It was one of the hardest things she'd ever done. But Camilla had waited in the shadows until Vexley had been overcome by bloodlust, needing him to be distracted. Then she'd struck, hard and fast. Camilla squeezed her eyes shut, forcing the image of beheading Vexley from her mind. She hadn't known she could do something like that until a savage, wild rage had descended when she saw how hurt Envy was. Something dark had awakened in her. The threat Vexley posed igniting her long-dormant instincts. He was trying to take what was hers, and she'd snapped. Camilla had used the dagger blade had gifted her, crafted of sharp immortal steel. But it had been her strength, her inner power, the fey part of her locked deep inside that had emerged. Ruthless. Feral. She'd struck at the connective tissue in Vexley's neck, soaring through the tiny bones of his spine in one brutal, ragged slash. If time hadn't been running against them, Camilla would have fallen upon Vexley's undead corpse, tearing him apart, bit by bit. She'd caught Vexley by surprise, getting lucky. Camilla needed to focus, remain calm, plot how to get them out of this predicament immediately. She darted a look at the entrance several yards away, on the other side of the ancient site. She hadn't spared more than a cursory glance at the twin pillars. She'd spotted Vexley and Envy, and had circled them, gaze split between the floor and the vampire, doing her best not to make a sound as she slowly approached. Vexley's headless corpse was gruesome, and, most unfortunately, in the way. She grabbed him by the ankles and dragged him off to the side, the procession slow and painful, his weight and size ensuring that she worked hard to rid herself of him. Once he was far enough away, she squeezed her eyes shut and grabbed his head, holding it gingerly by the hair, trying not to gag as she deposited it next to his unmoving form. That dark deed done, she rushed to Envy again. Camilla rattled the chains once more, the magic burning her skin. She wasn't sure how Envy had survived so long with them wrapped around his wrists and ankles. The pain was overwhelming in her brief contact with them. She braced herself and picked up the length of chain again, turning it over in her hands, attention searching. There had to be some way to break them. A clue, a riddle. Camilla thought of the game master, of what twisted way he'd devised for them to be unlocked. Then she saw it closer, spying a series of letters that could be moved around the lock to form an answer. The space made it clear she was looking for one word, 5 letters. For some plants, mortals, and all animals too, this begins but has no end, and ends all that begins. Answer me correctly at the start, or after 3 tries, I'll permanently stop his heart. She expelled a long breath, staring at the last warning. She had 3 chances to answer the riddle correctly, or somehow, Envy would die. She covered her face, fighting the urge to scream. Pressure built behind her eyes, in her chest, stealing the breath from her lungs as she tried to puzzle out the riddle without thinking about the clock ticking, without worrying about a wrong guess. For some plants, mortals, and all animals too, she said aloud, hoping it would spark some connection. Stems, limbs, teeth? She swore roundly. Nothing made sense for all of them. Perhaps if it hadn't felt as if a dagger were being held to her throat, she'd have been calm enough to think. Why couldn't this be a riddle based on art, on something she knew without question? Breath, souls, heart? Could plants have hearts? Camilla had never really paid much attention, but knew there were plants that had heart in the name. Bleeding hearts. It was certainly morbid and threatening enough, but was it correct? The riddle didn't say all plants, just some. Mortals and all animals had hearts. For some plants, mortals and all animals too, this begins but has no end, and ends all that begins. It didn't fully connect with the second part of the riddle, though. But maybe it did, and she just couldn't see that part clearly now. Her fingers trembled as she reached for the chain again. Please be correct. Camilla had 3 chances. If this failed, she still had 2 more tries. She rolled the first letter into place. H. Then the second, E. The third, A. 4th, R. And hesitated on the 5th. She read over the riddle again, this time with growing suspicion. It didn't mention any consequence for a wrong response, but she didn't trust the game master. For some plants, mortals, and all animals too, this begins but has no end, and ends all that begins. Envy's chest barely rose, his breathing laboured. Even if they didn't have to hurry to solve the next clue after this, they were running out of time. Camilla sent up a quick prayer to whomever might be listening, and twisted that final letter into place. T. Envy's body jolted as if struck by lightning, a howl of pain tearing free, echoing through the chamber, a symphony of agony. The magical chains flared with a light so brightly intense, Camilla had to blink several times before the little spots disappeared. Envy! She went to pull the chains away from his skin, then screeched. The chains pulsed with power now, ratcheting up in intensity. Shit! He slumped back to the ground, groaning. He was still unconscious. The chains radiated a menacing buzz now, indicating that each wrong response would intensify the magic running through them until it grew so powerful it could end an immortal life. Camilla jumped to her feet, pacing. She could not get the next one wrong. For some plants, mortals, and all animals too, this begins but has no end, and ends all that begins. What connected them all? It had to be simple. Camilla felt tears threatening. She was frustrated and scared and downright furious with the game master. His game was bad enough without subjecting them to mental and physical torture. She stopped pacing, using her surging emotions to center herself. The game master knew they were close to finishing the game, which meant she'd see him soon. Camilla focused on that, allowed it to fuel her. She and Envy had not come this far to be thwarted by the unseelie king in the final moments of their game. When she walked into that wretched court, not if, she would do so as a victor. Starting with this cursed riddle. Camilla repeated it out loud, determination running through her in waves. The game master thought himself clever, but she was too. She knew the answer, knew it was simple. Fear had shut down her logic, but she would not allow it to overtake her now. For some plants, mortals, and all animals too, this begins but has no end, and ends all that begins. Some plants, mortals, and all animals too. Think, she commanded herself. What do they have in common? The careful phrasing. Some plants, all animals, and simply mortals. They were all living things, but that didn't connect them. Some plants. Camilla paced away, her thoughts focused inward. Some plants. All plants were alive, but some plants... All right, she said. If I were in House Sloth, plants would be broken down into categories. Flowering, fruits, trees, bushes, and annuals and perennials. Her pulse thrashed. That felt right. Some plants were annuals. They needed to be replanted each year. Some plants were perennials. They came back each year on their own. Suddenly, she knew what the answer was. Chills raced down Camilla's body. Death. Some plants died. Mortals and all animals died too. Death ended all that began, and once it began, there was no undoing it. Death also had 5 letters. It fit. It had to be the correct answer. Still, as she knelt next to Envy, seeing the sickly pallor of his normally healthy bronze skin, she hesitated. One more wrong answer, and she didn't want to consider the torture he'd experience at her own hand. She couldn't waste any more time debating. Camilla hissed through her teeth as she clasped the chain again, finding the link with the letters. She twisted them into place quickly this time, pausing for only a beat on the final letter. Death. She hoped she wasn't dooming Envy to his. The H clicked into place, and an eternity passed in a second. Then the glow intensified, and Camilla internally damned. The chains shattered in a flash of fire, freeing the prince. Camilla sobbed, and then gently pulled him into her lap, stroking his head. Please get up. She had read enough fairy tales as a young girl to know that the prince was supposed to wake the love of his life with a kiss. But Envy was a demon, and Camilla was no damsel in distress. She pressed her lips to his forehead. He didn't magically stir, but his skin was starting to regain some color now that the chains weren't constantly attacking him. Camilla rocked him gently for a few more seconds, still painfully aware of the clock Abyssus said was counting down their time to solve the final clue. They were so close. They were in the sight. If they lost, her talent would be stolen forever. She could leave Envy, find the next clue on her own. Awareness suddenly prickled against her skin. She glanced down, startled to find Envy's emerald gaze locked onto her. "Did we lose?" he asked, his tone void of emotion. "Not yet." "You could have left me." She could have. There was a question in his eyes, one she did not have an answer for. Camilla carefully maneuvered him off her lap and stood, brushing down the front of her dress, then glanced around. "Abyssus said we have until sunset to solve the last clue." We're almost out of time.
Chapter 58. Envy took quick stock of his injuries as he sat up. On the surface, he didn't appear too bad, but looks could be deceiving. The worst of his aches and pains were still there. He pushed himself up to his feet, head pounding from the strain. Camilla, thankfully, had already turned her attention to the pillars. The fear he'd seen in her, the tenderness, both were gone, replaced by a brutal determination. If he hadn't seen her, hadn't experienced that hellish torture, she'd have given no outward indication that they'd battled a dark force. He wanted to ask about Abyssus, if she was all right, but she clearly was. She was a woman on a mission, and he was glad of her help. Unable to move just yet, Envy watched Camilla take in the pillars, a look of awe and reverence on her face. He understood her fascination. Even in a world full of magic and riches, they were truly something to behold. The pillars stood 22 feet tall and were each carved from a solid piece of shadowstone, a gemstone found only in the 7 circles, but was like a smoky moonstone. Each massive column was adorned with images ranging from flora to fauna to astrological. Many had speculated on what the symbols meant, but no one could be certain that their theory was correct. Only the oldest of the Fae knew what the pillars had fully been capable of. She was looking at them with appreciation, but he also saw the way she methodically scanned them, running her hands over each image, her mind hard at work to solve the mystery of why they'd been sent there and how it related to the game. He looked them over from where he stood, slowly regaining his strength. In the mortal world, there were a few ancient sites that were similar, but nothing compared to these pillars. Some believed supernatural beings had created the ones across the mortal world, but if they saw what had been made by the Fae, they'd understand the differences. These columns glowed with an inner moonlight, the art casting shadows. And that was while they were buried below ground, far from the sun and moon, which legend claimed they'd been created to celebrate. Envy had seen the pillars once before, when Wrath had each of the 7 ruling princes of hell come together to nullify the Fae magic, in a sense leashing the pillars. What they knew of the twin pillars was that they were an access point, like a mortal train station of sorts, where both the light and dark Fae could travel to different realms. When the portal was open, they could go to the mortal world whenever they pleased, bypassing the gates of hell and any royal request they'd need to make. That had been their ultimate downfall. The Unseelie liked playing with mortals, liked taking human pets. Changelings were also amusements. They left Fae children in human homes, watching them wreak havoc on the unsuspecting parents. Both courts had been warned that such games were not to be played in the mortal world. The Seelie took their pleasures elsewhere, never as intrigued by humans as the Unseelie were. Lennox and Primrose weren't as easily tamed. Since they were embodiments of chaos and discord, it wasn't unexpected. Until the portal was sealed, they continued to freely send their court to meddle. Wrath had issued 2 warnings, the first a courtesy, the second a royal decree. Lennox had sent even more of his court to spite the king of the underworld. The pillars were buried below the earth and bound shortly after. Now, as they stood in the ancient place, once teeming with magic, an odd sense of muted power thrummed from the inert columns. Envy had never felt that before, wondered if the game was responsible. He made his way to them, the ache in his body dulling considerably. Camilla walked to them like a person possessed, touching and marveling at each carving. The reproductions at House Sloth, they pale in comparison. The carvings are different too, at least on this one. Envy snorted. Please tell my brother that. He'll be furious. She traced the art, slowly circling the columns. He wished they could remain there for as long as she liked, coming up with their own theories, but that wasn't meant to be. She'd said Abyssus had mentioned sunset. He'd wagered that was less than a quarter of an hour away. He left the artist to her quiet contemplation and strode around the perimeter, looking for any clue or hint of what they were meant to do next. The cavern had no other unique attributes aside from the fey relics. He studied the shadows cast on the ground, wondering if they were meant to spark an idea. Camilla expelled a breath, the sound breaking the stillness of the chamber. He turned to face her. She'd been watching him, as closely as she'd been just examining the pillars. "What's wrong with your court?" she asked. "Before we go any further, I need to know. I know that's what's driving you. I want to know what happened." His brows rose. That was the last question he'd expected her to ask him. "The butler, your guards, the blood." She narrowed her eyes, as if she could see through the wall he'd erected. "I've been going over my interactions at House Envy, and I can't make sense of them." "What interactions?" "Your butler didn't remember where he was or who you were. Your guards could only repeat the same phrase continually. It's like..." She nibbled on her lower lip. "It's like they're all losing their memories. And the blood..." She glanced back at the pillars, brow crinkled. "That's it, isn't it? Your court is losing their memories, and in the wreckage somehow tearing each other apart." She wasn't looking at him, like she knew if she did it would be too hard for him to respond. He remained still, silent, waiting for her to piece more together. After a moment, she continued. "The artifact you're after. Somehow that will stop the memory loss and whatever is making them attack one another. That's why you need to win the game. Your court is falling apart, literally ripping itself apart in the process." Envy ran a hand through his hair, pacing away. "I wouldn't say falling apart. Fuck." That was exactly what was happening. He walked away, shaking his head. Camilla watched him silently, allowing him time to speak without prompting. Envy had been holding on to this secret for so long, he didn't know how to let it go. He stopped pacing. "Like all demons in each house of sin, my court isn't immortal like me and my brothers, but even being long-lived is not without its complications." Camilla gave him a wry smile. To sum it up succinctly, yes, my court is failing. Every few hundred years or so they need to purge memories in order to make new ones. A problem mortals wouldn't understand. There are complications when they aren't able to purge. Namely, they begin forgetting. Overloaded, they confuse delusion with reality. Friend becomes foe, everyone poses a danger. Understanding flickered in her gaze. If they can't remember or make new memories, they cannot fuel their sin of choice either. He gave her a bittersweet smile. She was much too clever indeed. "Which in turn cannot fuel my power," he added softly, for the first time confessing the full scope of what he'd been facing. The chalice was the missing piece. Envy had inadvertently given it up more than 2 centuries before, and every year since, they'd been slowly losing power. Then the game had begun, and things had gotten worse. Camilla did not gasp or pity him. She was suddenly beside him, grabbing his arm, squeezing it firmly. Silver eyes flashed like lightning, her words just as striking. "You're going to win." His mouth curved into a faint smile. "I never should have lost to begin with." "Don't blame yourself." "It was my fault. I gave up the chalice of Memoria, setting everything in motion." He wished he could take that action back. It was one of the few regrets he'd ever had. "It's a long story," he added, noting her continued look. "We don't have time for it now." "We absolutely do," she said. "I think I solved the clue.
but I need to know what you're really after before I hand over whatever prize you're seeking." He knew she wasn't lying, so he finally gave in and told her the whole story. "Without the chalice of Memoria to offload memories, eventually my court will weaken to extinction. My rule will weaken, and my circle will be susceptible to being absorbed by another, more powerful circle or sin. The chaos of a circle falling. Let's just say it would give the unseelie king an opening to create more discord in our realm." He exhaled. "There are two objects needed to set things to rights: the chalice of Memoria and the ether scrolls." Camilla remained silent, listening. "I loaned the chalice of Memoria to the mortal I was involved with. It was a silly request. She wished to drink from it on her birthday, be the envy of her friends. She knew your sin." He nodded. "It was only supposed to be gone for a few hours, so I didn't see the harm. I should have. I knew what losing it would mean to my court. Instead of a small gathering with her mortal friends, she brought it to Fairy that night. When she died, Lennox found it and discovered its value. She sounds like she was selfish." He lifted his shoulder. "Aren't we all sometimes?" Camilla pursed her lips, looking like she had a lot more to say on the matter but wouldn't. His sin ignited, flaring with her burst of jealousy. It fueled him, healing some of his wounds. Camilla misunderstood his defense. Envy did not care for the mortal. He refused to even speak her name. He simply didn't view her selfishness as her worst sin. "What do the scrolls do?" Camilla asked. "It helps to fully understand the chalice first. The chalice of Memoria is carved with symbols and runes, so it not only siphons memories, but when activated properly, can grant immortality, strike an enemy down, or give someone infinite wealth, or anything else they desire. It is an object of immense and terrible power that predates even the oldest demons in the realm. The ether scrolls contain the spells needed to activate the chalice." "All the players were after the same prize, then?" Envy lifted a shoulder. "The chalice of Memoria can become anything for anyone, making it unique to any individual. I imagine that's why Lennox used it." "Why can't you give your court memory stones to help?" "That would be rather convenient, wouldn't it?" He gave her a wistful smile. "Memory stones only work when the person purging the memory recalls what they'd like to forget with clarity. Since the memory fog started, my court cannot recall in enough detail. Even though it's been a slow descent into madness, when it first started, we weren't prepared. The fog only lasted for a few moments, easily passed off as tiredness. It wasn't until things got much worse that I understood. Then it was too late to offload any memories to the memory stones." Camilla seemed as frustrated by that as he had been. "Who has the scrolls?" He hesitated. This was information even his second-in-command didn't know. "I do, but I can't access them now." "Why not?" "Because I cannot summon my wings." "Expand on cannot summon them, please." "My wings are still there, under my skin, waiting. Sometimes the need to summon them is uncomfortable. But I can't risk it. Yet, I do not have enough power to hold my court together at the same time, especially when seeing Lennox is inevitable. I cannot waste an ounce of reserves before I fight him." "And how do your wings relate to the scrolls?" He thought of the single emerald feather Lennox had sent him, the mockery of the gesture. "After the chalice was stolen, I had the scrolls fused with my wings to keep them out of enemy hands. Think of them like invisible tattoos, I suppose. It's an ancient demon trick." Camilla stared, stunned. "You've had access to them this whole time?" "Not truly. As my court weakens, so does my power, and they mean nothing without the chalice." But you fought those beasts and the vampire prince, she argued. How is your power that diminished? Brute force, darling, not magic. What about the hexed throne? I stabbed it with my house dagger. No magic needed. Envy clasped her chin, drawing her gaze to his. His tone hardened. This, look, is exactly why I haven't told anyone. I am not yet defeated, Camilla. Do not pity me. She bared her teeth, a lovely little feral animal hiding behind her pretty, cultured smile. I don't pity you. I'm simply trying to make sense of your story. Truth for truth. His attention sharpened on her. Time for you to share with me, Miss Antonius. Camilla pointed to the carvings. I believe the scales here represent Libra. These circles are the sun and moon. The sun sits on one scale and the moon on the other. They're equal in size, but the moon is lower, heavier. She dropped her finger to an intriguing creature. At first I thought this was simply a stylized satyr, but look closely. The legs and horns of a goat are likely a depiction of Pan. She dragged her finger across a series of dots and lines. This half-goat, half-fish also symbolizes the sea-goat. And a sea-goat relates how? Simply put, this geometric design is the constellation Capricornus. Pan standing beside it is the biggest indication. She followed the carvings up, past what looked like crude depictions of evergreen branches to the top, where a sword dripped blood, a crescent moon shadowed on its blade. This is basically a carved set of instructions on how to activate the pillar. A chill caressed his spine. Camilla, you're brilliant. He went to prick his finger, but she stopped him. Not your blood, mine. She nodded at the pillar. The symbols all indicate a date. The evergreens, the constellations, the moon. Everything represents the winter solstice, the longest night. What does that have to do with you? Something flickered in her expression. It's my birthday. He sensed a partial lie. The date can vary for mortals. We're not in the mortal realm. But the pillars were carved thousands of years ago. By your own admission, you weren't born then. Envy. Something in her tone made the skin along Envy's spine prickle. There's something A deep rumble shook the ground, splintering the marble floor. They were almost out of time. Envy flashed a grim smile. Now, Miss Antonius, whatever you have to say, let it wait. A war raged behind her gaze. It shouldn't be delayed. You really ought to. Another crack split the floor near the mouth of the cavern. She flinched. We don't have the luxury of time, Camilla. Activate the pillars quickly, now. She looked torn, but finally heeded out of necessity. Once they made it through the next several hours, Envy might consider the possibility of breaking the rules he'd set for himself so long ago. Because he knew where they were headed next. The wild court. Maybe if he could face his own demons there, he could pursue Camilla after all. Because, truth for truth, Envy would have to admit, one night hadn't nearly been enough. He was starting to want much more. Not starting. He wanted more before she'd ever left his side. And with the game nearly won, perhaps he could have it all. When you're ready, he said, handing her his house dagger, hilt first. Let's end this.
Chapter 59. Camilla's nerves twisted into intricate knots as she took his dagger, wondering how they'd gotten here, stuck in this tangled web of deceit. She went over the events of the last several weeks, searching for a different choice she could have made. Why hadn't she tried talking to him then? She knew, of course. Fear. Her father had told her repeatedly that fear was the one force that drove all darkness in the world. Love, on the other hand, was the greatest source of power. Love strengthened the weakest, gave them a ferocity that fear never offered. Mothers defended their children. Partners, friends, good people stared down evil, becoming something to be feared, because of love. Yet love wasn't the path Camilla had chosen. She'd succumbed to that same mortal trap. Change was terrifying. The unknown always was. It was the very essence of its being unknown that made it so. The familiar was comforting, even when it wasn't necessarily good. She recognized instantly what she'd seen in the prince's face, knew it intimately herself. Fear flashed in Envy's eyes. It hadn't been from the strange rumble of warning cracking the ground under their feet. His fear had meant something else. A look so unsettling, she realized she'd never seen it on his face before. And Camilla wondered if he knew, even if he hadn't admitted it to himself. Maybe he was afraid of being right, of what it would mean. Perhaps this was one last game he was playing with her, the game of denial. To acknowledge the truth meant accepting change. Neither one of them seemed ready for it. Change was terrifying, but necessary, especially now. She wished she could save him from any hurt she'd unintentionally caused. She hadn't known what he would come to mean to her, not really. Somehow, along the way, she'd grown attached to the game-playing deviant, and she saw, through all his bluster and lies of omission, that he felt the same for her. Camilla hadn't believed it was real. She should have. It was there in his actions all along. Against all odds, despite his rules, Envy liked her. Not her body, but her mind, her passions. He liked her ruthless, savage side as much as her soft, artistic side. He'd seen her kill a man, and he'd seen her walk before a king. There wasn't anything she could do to shock or disgust him. But that wasn't quite true, was it? Taking a deep breath, she slashed her palm with the blade, ignoring its greedy glow, to place her palm on the pillar. Delaying the inevitable only made it worse, and things were about to become worse enough as it was. Her attention moved to the pillars, to the glittering sheet of light that had burst between them, giving off a soft, otherworldly hum. Jasmine, gardenia, wisteria, and musk. Night and its many pleasures. The scents of the wild court. Once they walked through that portal, everything would change. Envy hadn't looked at the portal, still wouldn't. He'd been watching her. His expression was carefully blank. But he was no fool. He solved impossible puzzles, and it looked like he'd finally pieced the mystery of her together. She wondered if this was the one riddle he'd never wanted to solve. But it was too late. Before she lost her nerve, Camilla grabbed Envy's hand and stepped through the portal, emerging directly into the Unseelie King's stronghold. They'd won the game, but Camilla couldn't help but fear she'd just lost so much more.
Chapter 60. The wild court was a tangle of flora and limbs, not unlike the last time Envy had visited this court. He drew in a deep breath, forcing his mind to think of the game, not of hunting down the bastard king and pushing his demon blade through Lennox's rotten heart. The portal had spit them out at the back of the king's garden room, a long rectangular outdoor terrace directly off his throne room, where the dark fae enjoyed dancing and making love under the moon. Wide paved stones covered in moss were still used for the dance floor. Trees lining the perimeter twisted toward the night sky, sheer panels hanging between their branches to act as partitions for fae games. Flowering ivy crawled up trellises, the walls living and seductive. Thick, wide trunks, carved from the most ancient of trees, had been sanded down, used as raw-edged tables to line the dance floor, holding glittering bottles of fae wine and liquor and overripe fruits. From all outward appearances, it was an enchanted world, an ode to the night and its many wonders. Envy glanced at Camilla. For a moment, she looked so small and afraid, her gaze locked on the far end of the space. Then she noticed his attention, and her expression shuddered. He wanted to grab hold of her hand again, but refused to give Lennox any more reason to hurt her. Camilla took a small step toward the dais at the opposite end of the outdoor chamber, but Envy stopped her. "Wait!" Around them, Fae writhed against each other, dancing or fighting or fucking to dark, pulsating music. Behind them, two giant pillars knifed upward, slicing into the night sky like unsheathed swords. The transverse of the twin pillars, still sizzling from their arrival. That dark music, discordant and loud, started pounding like an unsteady heartbeat, vibrating across the paved stone floor, up the makeshift walls, setting his teeth on edge. Night-blooming vines twisted around tables and upturned chairs, while Fae rolled around the earth, tangled in each other, completely unaware of their newest guests. Until all at once, they weren't oblivious anymore. Envy counted how many unseelie surrounded them, strategizing the best plan to keep Camilla from harm should they desire to stir up discord. The dark Fae stared at them, some snickering, some sharing knowing looks. Against his better judgment, Envy grabbed Camilla's hand, an unspoken promise that he would not leave her side, no matter what. Camilla raised her chin, ignoring the growing whispers. To be Seelie in this place was not ideal. Envy was proud of her defiance, of her unwillingness to be cowed. The Unseelie were midnight creatures, born of moonlight and wickedness, and they were all suddenly still, staring as Camilla dropped Envy's hand. She started walking toward the Shadow Storm throne. "Camilla," he whispered, charging after her. No matter what Lennox wanted with her, no matter how their courts felt, it was dangerous for her to march toward him, almost in challenge. Light against dark, the night battling the day. Envy's hand twitched toward his dagger. He couldn't use it before he'd collected his prize. He prayed Camilla had a plan, that she wouldn't forget that he still had much at stake. She stepped nimbly over broken branches and shattered glass, her attention fastened on the Fae male who'd put this cursed game into play. Her expression was as cold as his was. Lennox, the Unseelie king, had stopped speaking mid-sentence, watching her approach. Silver and white hair cascaded down to his shoulders, his skin a deep bronze. Elegant pointed ears poked from beneath that sheet of ethereal hair. He was ageless, beautiful, and utterly without conscience. It was easy to see why so many mortals thought him a god. He was cold, untouchable, forbidden. He had no concept of morality. Lennox did as he pleased whenever he pleased. And if someone died, it was their fault for being fragile. Some believed he'd inspired mortal gods, had actually been the great Zeus. Envy knew he was no mere god. He was a titan, the beings who birthed the gods for their amusement. But mortals had it wrong in their legends. The titans weren't bested by their offspring. They thrived in the chaos. The way he looked at Camilla, Envy's sin threatened to ice over the entire court. But finally, Lennox's gaze, midnight black with glittering stars winking in and out, shifted to Envy. A cruel smile lifted his full lips. "Prince Envy." While Lennox might have tried to orchestrate the outcome of the game, it had played out differently than he'd anticipated. It was written all over his cold, arrogant face. Something dark paced in his gaze, amused. In a life that spanned eons, anything that produced a thrill was welcome. Whether stirring up discord, crafting war, or meddling with mortals, Lennox lived for the wild hunt he'd once created. a hunt the Seelie had forbade him from continuing, as once per year he'd unleashed the most ruthless hunters of their kind. Their prey was human and fey alike. Envy's attention cut to Camilla. Was that why Lennox wanted her? To somehow barter or, more likely, threaten the Seelie with giving him back the hunt?
Well, this is unexpectedly pleasant.
His voice was a dark rumble, more elemental in nature than any human sound. It could raise tides, summon constellations, make the moon itself fall at his feet, only to be crushed if it amused him. Envy paused beside Camilla, slanting a look in her direction. She'd completely shielded her emotions from him. Her attention had shifted to the male Lennox had been speaking with, a golden-skinned, dark-haired fey with dark eyes. He wore a deep crimson tailcoat, looking like a ringmaster.
Aiden.
Camilla's voice was cold. Envy glanced between them, brows knitted. That she would know another fey wasn't surprising, but that one... He knew who Aiden was by name, knew he was an unseelie prince. And her tone... He swore his heart started to thud painfully against his chest.
Last I heard, you were terrorizing mortals with your carnival tricks. What was it? The midnight circus?
She asked, her tone mocking. Envy had gone very still beside her. The Fae gave her a once-over, annoyance clear in the pressing of his mouth.
The Moonlight Carnival.
Lennox chuckled, dark and ominous.
Still boasting about your midnight bargains?
Camilla needled.
Who was the unfortunate lady this time? I assume she didn't succumb to your seduction, or else she'd be here.
The unseelie prince tugged at his white gloves. Envy noticed moons stitched across the knuckles, the ode to his court.
Still pretending to be a mortal artist?
The unseelie prince shot back.
Better than a two-bit magician.
Envy's gaze bored into her, like two hot pokers at the back of her head. He knew she sensed it, saw the slight stiffening of her shoulders. A horrible, startling realization clicked into place. Envy forced his feet to stay planted on the ground, not to let the betrayal show. Lennox had been watching very closely, so Envy knew the moment he decided to have his own fun. He leaned forward, steepling his fingers.
Children,
he all but purred.
Enough.
His gaze was fixed on Envy, the flicker of victory unmistakable. Envy's hands curled into fists, his expression as icy as the coldness rushing through his soul. Camilla had been keeping many secrets, it seemed. Camilla was not Seelie. She was an unseelie princess, daughter of the male who'd ruined his court, his worst enemy. A flash crossed his mind of when she'd nearly fainted on Vexley's roof. Of course. The metal roof had been iron. No wonder she'd gotten so ill. She finally dared a glance in his direction, but Envy refused to acknowledge her. Envy might be a ruthless bastard, but Camilla had far outplayed him. How foolish he must have seemed to her, speaking of his hatred for unseelie royalty, while fucking her on his throne. He thought of that night in a new light now, of her mockery. She'd owned Envy on his seat of power, knowing damn well her father had royally fucked his court. It was really quite impressive, how alike she was to Lennox. To think he'd even briefly fantasized about breaking his rule for her, screwing Envy and his throne. It sure as hell would be the last time an unseelie royal ever played him.
The game is over,
Envy said, definitely feeling the first slow beats of his heart. Of course it would fucking regenerate now, right when it was poised to break.
Where's my prize?
Chapter 61. Camilla imagined Envy hated her beyond anything, had probably jumped to all the wrong conclusions the moment Lennox confirmed their familial connection, because she hadn't confided the truth. She wanted to comfort him, to explain, to beg forgiveness. But weakness in the Wild Court would never stand. If her true father saw how much she cared for the prince. She gave her father, the unseelie king, a ruthless smile her mother had taught her. He won the game, but I want my talent back. Now. She finally flicked a glance over her shoulder, scanning the demon. Envy stared back at her, hard. If looks could kill, Camilla would be lying dead at his feet this moment. Give him his prize and be done with it, she said, bored. The unseelie king sat back, studying her far too closely.
You speak for him?
Lennox asked, his voice low with warning.
Why?
It wasn't a question. You sent him to my realm, had him require my assistance for your pathetic game. Then you had the hexed throne steal my talent.
And?
Lennox asked, his voice a silken, dangerous purr. It was obviously a way to force me here. You knew I would only come for my talent, since sending Wolf to fetch me years ago didn't work so well. Mother said you do not understand the concept of being denied. Camilla was almost certain Envy still hadn't drawn a breath. Please, I want to restore my magic and go back home to Waverley Green. She saw her father's gaze narrow, felt his displeasure a moment before violence erupted. The unseelie king was in front of her a moment later, eyes bright and flashing like starlight. His hair had changed too, gone with the silver and white locks, replaced by inky strands. Night was light and dark, moonlight and the absence of it. The unseelie king's eyes and hair changed with his mood.
What did you say?
He asked, his voice low and terrible. Unseelie chattered excitedly in the background.
I'm sure no child of mine deigned to plead.
Camilla internally cursed. Mortals so often said please, she'd forgotten what an insult that was to unseelie royalty. How she'd just proved herself no better than a human pet.
You want to be restored, daughter?
She held his stare, jaw locked. Yes. His fingers turned to talons. In a move that was all preternatural speed, he reached behind her, then slashed those talons across the back of her head. Hot blood spilled down her neck, dripped to the floor. Where he clawed, her skin burned. She bit down on her scream, refusing to give him the satisfaction of seeing her in pain. Envy flinched beside her, his hand drifting to his blade. She didn't dare look at him.
I wouldn't do that.
Lennox hadn't missed the demon's reaction either. Camilla gritted her teeth, knowing exactly what Lennox had done. Magic sparked over her skin, revealing all she'd kept hidden from the world. Her ears lengthened to elegant points. Her limbs regained their immortal strength. The wound on her hand healed instantly, along with the cuts her father had just made. Her talent came whooshing in next, filling her, that hollow void brimming with power. The return of her essence was a balm, but the soothing victory was short-lived. Gone was her glamour, the mask she'd hidden behind for most of her life. Lennox had destroyed the symbol tattooed under her hairline, revealing the truth of what she was, what she'd always been. Unseelie. An unseelie royal, the beings Envy despised above all others. She couldn't bring herself to look at him again, couldn't see the disgust. After his story of why he hated the unseelie court, guilt had eaten away at her. Camilla was everything he loathed, symbolized the near destruction of his people. She hated the king, hated this court, hated herself for being too weak and afraid to tell Envy. But he'd kept secrets from her too, had initially even lied about his name. Instead, Camilla glared coolly at Lennox. Are we through? I need a bath.
Camilla, you don't.
His laughter was dark and sinister. He glanced at Envy, giving him a conspiratorial look.
Changelings. They do delight. Full fae, but with human sentiments.
His gaze was hard when it turned to her.
There is no Waverley Green for you anymore. Welcome home, princess. We'll burn the mortal blight out of you.
Camilla lost some of her false bravado. Lennox meant that more literally than figuratively. He would torture her until she became as cruel and twisted as her elder sister and brother. They'd not been given over to the mortal world. They'd been trained to lead their courts. That they weren't here now indicated they were playing twisted games with their own fae. Her younger brother surprised her by stepping forward.
I'll bring her to my court.
Aidan stared their father down, his expression a practiced snarl.
Two brilliant little fools. More mortal than fae in spirit.
Lennox nodded.
What trouble might this stir? Leading your courts? Or will they lead you? Chaos.
He considered Aidan's offer. Then he looked at Envy again. A slow, saccharine smile curved his mouth.
My daughter will stay here, with me. The Wild Court could use fresh royal blood. Give me her locket.
He motioned to a male standing near the dais, one of his personal guards, with a piece of iron piercing his nose, a sign of strength, of his power, and his penchant for enjoying pain. Camilla clasped her mother's locket in her hand, backing away. This belongs to me. Lennox gave her a dark smile.
Your mother stole it from my coffers before she stole you, too. The locket is mine, and I've gone to a lot of trouble to get it back.
Camilla inhaled sharply, still holding onto the locket, as the guard approached. He held a hand out, eyes glittering with challenge. She didn't hand it over, but he didn't seem to care. He sliced the metal from her neck, then brought the prize to his king. Lennox closed his fingers around it, a strange silver light emanating from his closed fist. Camilla hadn't known the locket held that kind of power, had been told it repelled unseelie males. It worked against Wolf, but the king was different, she supposed. Had that truly been what Lennox was after all this time? Not Camilla, but her locket. Lennox glanced up, as if he'd forgotten he had an audience. He waved a hand dismissively.
Get the demon's prize. Send him on his way.
Lennox flicked his hand toward another member of the court. Wolf stepped out from behind a tangle of unseelies, his pale yellow eyes gleaming.
Claim your prize, Wolf.
Wolf looked Camilla over, his perusal long and lingering.
With pleasure.
Unseelie chittered and laughed, delighted by the charged look Wolf gave her. She kept her reaction perfectly bland. Once upon a time, he'd been sent to Waverley Green with an invitation for her to return to the Wild Court. She'd refused, of course, but their night together had changed everything. His expression was as rakish as ever as he slowly dragged his attention over Camilla again. Wolf would never cross any unforgivable lines, but he'd play the part the court expected in public. She knew this was only an act, but Envy didn't know that. She sensed him beside her, a storm of barely leashed jealousy whipping below the surface. Envy hated her, might never wish to speak to her again, but his sin was still provoked. Wolf didn't appear to notice he was needling him. The Fae strolled down the dais, gaze locked on her.
Let's get you naked and wet, princess.
I'll bathe on my own, she said, knowing what he'd meant. Wolf did notice Envy's coiled violence, was continuing to provoke him. Camilla recalled the way Envy had fought at the vampire court, knew it wouldn't end well for anyone if he finally snapped. One glance at Lennox, and she realized that was exactly what he was hoping for, had set into motion. Chaos and discord were his happiest melodies, and he'd played them all. He wanted Wolf to bait Envy, wanted an excuse to delay giving the demon his prize.
"Congratulations on your win, Prince Envy,"
Lennox said, tone far too innocent.
"Unless you'd like to stay and watch our little show. Get out."
The iron-pierced Fae went to usher Envy out, and the demon exploded. In a movement that was almost too fast to see, the guard flew across the room, landing at the unseelie.
Lennox was Camilla's biological father, but she had not called him that. He'd seen the love she had for Pierre when she spoke of him, the pride in his studio and its secret passages and entries, saw the hurt when she'd recalled his death. He had not sensed any lies. Envy was starting to think that Lennox's inclusion of her had less to do with taunting Envy than with Lennox's luring Camilla back to the wild court. She was one of the 4 unseelie heirs. Maybe her father wanted her to rule over one of the smaller courts. Or maybe he was just pissed off that her mother had stolen his trinket and wanted it back. Not my court, not my problem, Envy muttered to himself, lying to himself. Camilla must have known, must have figured out what her father was truly after. Yet she'd continued to help Envy, had come all the way to the Fey realm, knowing what lay in store for her, knowing how much Envy hated unseelie royalty. Though that wasn't out of the goodness of her heart, as he'd just found out. The hexed throne had stolen her talent, driving her to follow the game until it ended. A detail Camilla hadn't shared. One more unseelie royal playing him for a fool. Devil below. He'd fucked an unseelie princess on his throne. A sworn enemy, hated beyond anything, owned him in his court. And Envy liked it. That was what needled him the most. He couldn't even pretend that he hadn't considered giving everything up, damning his whole circle, because he'd gone and gotten addicted to the clever, wonderful female who'd stood up to him time and again. No wonder her passion was endless. It was her nature, seeking emotions that were large, feeding her own power. That didn't quite sit truthfully, though. Logic told him that what they'd shared was real. The hurt he felt, that was also real. A soft knock had him yanking the door open, ready to either kiss or kill. Wolf! The Fae's eyes glittered darkly. Expecting someone else? Get the fuck out! Wolf folded his arms across his chest, staring down his nose at Envy. The look was pure Fae arrogance. Envy thought about punching it off his face, feeling the satisfying crunch of bone. I don't like you, Wolf said simply. Envy gave him a dark look. I do like Camilla. I like her heart, her creativity. And I love that sound she makes right before she comes. Envy's jaw locked, his hand curling at his side. If he struck Wolf, Lennox might hold off on delivering his prize. His court. He had to think only of saving his court now. Get to the point, Wolf. I want her. I go after what I want. With gusto. Wolf's gaze flared. But she seems to want you. Personally, I think she'll get over it. Once upon a time, she liked me, too. When you're gone, I'll still be here, comforting her. Envy silently counted backward, focusing on his failing demons, on the monstrosity of his court, on the way it would feel to have Wolf's blood spilling across his fist. And when she wants me to, I'll be right back in her bed, pleasuring her. Envy went to slam the door in the Fey prick's face, but Wolf shoved his boot over the threshold, blocking him from doing so. There was a satisfying crunch, though. Would you like me to set up a parade? Envy asked. When you walk out of this court, Wolf said, I want you to think about what you're leaving behind. Who And then I want you to remember that there are others who are far less foolish, who won't simply walk away when things get hard and aren't a perfect fairy tale anymore. Any other words of wisdom? If you hurt my princess, Wolf quietly growled, I'll hunt you down, demon. Your princess! Envy's sin ignited. Camilla will never be your anything, Faye. Ah, but I'll always be her first. Wolf's expression turned mocking. And now her father wants us together again. Who am I to deny the king? He suggested I escort her down to court, then take her in front of them. Remind her what fun we used to have. A thin sheet of ice shot around the room, coating the furniture, the ceiling, the walls. Envy's internal meter was turning away from betrayal and landing solidly in the section of wanting to destroy anyone who threatened Camilla. What do you think of that, Your Highness? Should I remind her what it was like? Should I stamp out any traces of your demon taint upon her skin? Wolf cocked his head, eyes narrowing. Do you think that now that she's unbound, she'll fuck more ferociously? He whistled. Two unseelies going at it. You cannot begin to imagine the intensity. Passion feeds in a mirroring loop. I cannot wait for her pretty mouth to be filled with my cum again. Wolf was goading him. Envy knew it, and he didn't give a shit. Envy took a step toward the unseelie, allowing every dark thing that made him a prince of hell to roll off him. Camilla belongs with me. Wolf smiled. Then I suggest you pull your head out of your arse and go after her. Lennox will send for her soon. If I were you, I'd come up with a plan before then. The king is not kind to mortals, and Camilla is far more human in behavior than Faye. All amusement vanished from Wolf's face. And my original message stands, demon. Hurt her, and I'll make you regret it. He stepped back into the hallway. Now come, Your Highness. I'll take you to her. Indecision warred inside Envy. He didn't want anything to happen to Camilla, but he wasn't ready to see her. Envy had never been someone's hero, didn't know how to be. Wolf looked him over, a sneer forming on his face. You don't deserve her. Never said I did. Wolf was silent a moment, then said, I might have forgotten to mention. Lennox has summoned you. He expects you in court in exactly 30 minutes. Without looking back, the unseelie walked away, shaking his head.
Chapter 63. Camilla stared at her reflection in the mirror, at once foreign and familiar. Her face was almost unchanged. If anything, her eyes were a bit more metallic, the silver polished to a gleam. Her hair shimmered with a brightness it hadn't had before, like moonlight on a cold winter's night. Her ears. There was no denying what she was, no hiding. Any notion she might have harbored about returning to Waverley Green was gone now. Not that she wanted to return anymore. After experiencing the Seven Circles, and even the terrors of Malice Isle, Camilla had seen the breadth of the world. The idea of returning to Waverley Green without her family, without anyone, no longer appealed. But she wanted Bunny, needed to go back and retrieve her sweet cat. Say a proper goodbye to Kitty, too. She touched the soft tips of her elongated ears, now foreign to her. The choice to be glamoured hadn't been Camilla's. Not much in her life had been, in fact. She was a child when everything familiar was suddenly wrenched away. Her home, her family, her realm. One night, she was a high princess of the wild court. The next, she was a mortal child without magic in Waverley Green. Her mother, Primrose Fleur, had kidnapped her from the wild court for reasons she would probably never fully understand. Ever since, Lennox had been trying to tempt her back, wanting her to take her throne. To Camilla, it had been one of the worst games her parents had ever played. But one piece still didn't fit. Why had Primrose stolen the locket and then left it with Camilla? And why had Lennox gone through so much to get it back? More puzzles, more riddles, more deception. Such was the way of her family. Not all had been a lie, though. Her mother had become fond of Pierre, had even used her true middle name, offering him some honesty. It hadn't taken much magic for her mother to convince Pierre that the young child had been his. She'd given him false memories of her being pregnant, of the first few years of Camilla's life, of him teaching Camilla how to hold a paintbrush nimbly between her fingers. All lies, pretty little magical glamours. But Camilla had truly loved him. Staying in Waverley Green, running Pierre's gallery, that had finally been Camilla's choice. With her human father, Camilla had learned how powerful love was, how fear could never hope to compete. Camilla wondered, though, if her mortal father had known, if there had been a piece of him that could see through Primrose and her fey magic. She feared that that was what ultimately drove him to his obsession and madness. But perhaps it was also what led Pierre to fill her head with fairy tales. He'd been the one to warn her of the Fae and their bargains. He taught her about the vampire prince and the 7 ruling princes of hell. Camilla did not believe in coincidences. Her fingers brushed the soft curve of her ears again. Would her mortal father hate this form? No. He'd love her anyway. Pierre's love was unconditional, without games or strings. She dropped her hands into her lap. Envy was not Pierre. He would not care for her now that her truth was revealed. "Princess," Wolf called from outside her door. "You indecent." His tone held a note of teasing and maybe a little hope. He would wait for her. He told her as much when he'd walked her to her bedroom suite. And that ought to comfort her, knowing she wouldn't be alone. Envy was only ever going to be hers for one night. That was truer now than it had been before her deception was revealed. "Princess, you're making me think thoughts that are downright filthy." Camilla finally managed to smile, the first since she'd arrived here. "Come in." He slipped into her chambers and gave her an appreciative once-over. "Bold." "I tried." She knew he didn't mean the cut of the gown, which plunged to form a deep V to her navel in both the front and the back. Camilla had chosen the deepest shade of green in the wardrobe she'd found in her suite. It might not matter, but even if Envy wasn't there to see it, she wanted the wild court to know it hadn't all been a lie. Her father, however, would not be pleased. She assumed he'd hate the emerald and diamond ring she'd strung on a necklace to rest over her heart even more. Wolf's gaze paused on the emerald. "He's an ass." "He's hurt," Camilla said. "I should have told him who I was." Wolf snorted. "I'm sure he was nothing but honest with you." "I'm not responsible for anyone's actions but my own," Camilla exhaled. "My human father taught me better. I was afraid. I let fear of losing my talent forever rule my actions first. Then, as I grew closer to Envy, I feared how he'd react to my truth. He hates unseelie royals." "I repeat, he's an ass." "I imagine you aren't here to discuss my love life," she said, smiling weakly. "Has the king summoned me?" Wolf nodded slowly, his gaze drifting around her private suite. Windows took up 3 of the 4 walls, and the ceiling was also made of glass, allowing the moonlight to cascade in like a silver waterfall. When his attention came back to her, he seemed uncertain.
Play your father's game, Camilla, or things will go very badly tonight.
She'd already played enough of Lennox's games, but she nodded to keep from speaking the lie aloud. Wolf looked her over, a frown tugging at his lips, then escorted her to court.
Good.
Lennox glanced at Camilla, his gaze narrowing on her gown. He didn't miss the subtle "to hell with your court and games" of her colour choice.
You're right on schedule.
He motioned to the guards flanking him.
Bring her here. I'm ready to begin.
All but the new head guard descended on her. He hung back, holding an object under a velvet cloth. Surely something nasty to threaten her with if she didn't do as her father said. She felt Wolf stiffen beside her, didn't dare to look in his direction. Her father was watching her every move, the cunning gleam speaking volumes. She hadn't failed to notice that no one else was present in the Crescent Court now. An oddity. When she was a child, the room, shaped like a crescent moon, was always filled with fae. Now it was still, silent, save for the handful of guards, Camilla, Wolf, and the Unseelie King. Perhaps they were all still indulging outside on the terrace. That didn't feel right. She glanced around again, her unease growing. The silver floor had been designed to reflect the moonlight streaming in through the glass ceiling, but for some reason, her father had had the roof covered. Another ominous, foreboding sense of worry gnawed at her. The Wild Court worshipped the moon, bathed in its light, celebrated it. That her father had covered its magic didn't bode well for her. She allowed the guards to usher her to her father's throne. An easel and a small wooden table had been set up near the foot of the dais, holding a strange assortment of art supplies. A paintbrush, charcoal, silver paint, black, gold, and iridescent fey colours not available in the mortal world. The fey colours drew her eye, made her drift closer, despite the prickle of trepidation she felt.
You will paint the key and locket together.
Lennox held the portal key up in one hand, and the silver locket swung in his other fist. Camilla's heart raced. Pierre had become obsessed with that portal key. It looked so much like a regular skeleton key, with an emerald set in its base. But to her, it had become so much more. She wanted to steal it back, hold it to her chest, and promise her mortal father that she'd never let it out of her sight again.
Camilla.
Lennox's voice was laced with disapproval.
I thought the mortal adoration was an act earlier. Tell me you don't actually harbor feelings for that pet your mother played with.
Wolf's warning fluttered through her mind. Play your father's game. Camilla bit the inside of her cheek, stopping herself from snapping at the king. Instead, she stared at the portal key and the locket, trying to puzzle out why he'd want them painted together. What nefarious plot had he hatched now? Asking him outright would only enrage him. The Unseelie King's orders were to be met with obedience. Still. How are they meant to be painted together? She asked, the question innocent enough. Lennox's hair shifted from silver to white to black, his mood rapidly changing.
A chain, a rope, a ribbon of silk, he said, shrugging. Your talent will guide you. All that matters is that the two are bound.
Camilla knew exactly what she wouldn't paint then. But her defiance. She swallowed hard, then picked up the paintbrush, her gaze once again drifting to the shimmering, ethereal fey colours. One, lavender, blue, silver, undulating in iridescent waves, was magic in liquid form. She dipped the tip of her brush in it, then accepted the portal key and her locket, laying them both on the little wooden table on top of each other, her pulse suddenly racing.
Oh, one more thing.
Lennox's voice was a dagger dipped in poison, pinning her in place.
Should you not do as I say, I'll destroy this."
He motioned to his head guard, who unveiled what he'd been holding. It was meant to torture her, all right. Except it wouldn't simply hurt her. It would destroy Envy's court. There, clasped in the guard's hands, was what had to be the Chalice of Memoria. The cup was etched over with runes, the magic dulled but waiting. Camilla swallowed the sudden lump in her throat. Her father hadn't let Envy leave yet, hadn't yet ended the game. No matter that she didn't want to bind the portal key and the locket together, she couldn't harm Envy or his court again. Lennox watched her closely, the corner of his mouth tipped up. He loved it when his plan unfolded perfectly. I'd bet she'd fall into line. And worst of all, he was correct. Outmaneuvered, cornered, and without choice, Camilla dove into that well of magic, the talent that came from other worlds. Just like her. She closed her eyes, allowing her muse to take over, to show her how the object wished to be bound. Thin, fey-coloured chains spiderwebbed around the key in the locket. Giving herself fully to her talent, Camilla painted each thread in the magical colour, going so far as to add little droplets, like dew on a spider's web. The stem of the portal key slowly fused with the locket, the silver liquefying and seeping until the two objects melded into one. It wasn't a painting, but a new, tangible object. A shocking, horrible truth broke free, tossing Camilla backward in a magical blast. Her body flew back several feet across the throne room before she crashed and fell into a heap, her head smashing against metal bars. She could scarcely see the here and now. She was still half lost to that strange power. Last time, Envy had been there, shaking her back to reality. Now, she was on her own. And what she'd seen. Hexed object! It was all she could manage to whisper. On their own, they'd been just a portal key and her locket. Bound, they became something more, something other. Camilla commanded herself to focus, to find her reality. Cool metal pressed against her palms. No, she was sprawled on a metal floor. The Crescent Court's floor wasn't metal. She blinked, trying to force herself into the here and now. A clang rang out, drawing her attention up. No! Her voice shook. He'd caged her, and hung her far above the throne room, where her cage swayed dangerously with each of her movements. It was a fine prison, a mockery of a cell. "Let me out!" Lennox didn't bother to look at her. He strode down to where she'd left the bound key, plucking it up and turning it over.
"Do you have any idea what this is now capable of?" he asked.
Nothing good, clearly. Camilla's hands wrapped around the metal bars, burning from the iron. She wrenched them back, then tried again, shaking the door. For doing as he'd commanded, her father had imprisoned her in iron. It was unfathomable. "You cannot cage me!" Lennox gave her a pitying look.
"I just did."
"Why?" she asked, uncaring that she wasn't meant to question the king. "I did as you asked." His hair turned black and his eyes gleamed white.
"Is that what I did? Ask you? Like a nice mortal friend, a loving human father? Or did your king give you an order? One you would have refused had I not given you a reason not to."
He advanced on her, his gaze steely and void of any pretense of civility.
"You mistake your place in my court, daughter. You were invited to come home. Twice. First, with a friend I sent for you in case you needed one of our kind. Next, I sent Wolf, in case you required a mate. You chose to stay in that mortal cesspool, lowering yourself, pretending you were a human."
Anger unleashed her tongue. I didn't choose to leave in the first place. Or have you forgotten your little game with Mother? You made me a changeling. Then you condemn me for choosing to stay where I'd been just another game piece. I would never have left the Wild Court.
The Queen stole you,
Lennox snapped.
You should have proven your loyalty to our court when I summoned you the first time.
My loyalty? It seems like I am simply your little pawn, moving around your game board based on your whims. His smile was crafted of nightmares. He held the key up.
This is the Silverthorn key, little pawn. Do you know what it does?
Camilla felt as if she'd taken a hit. She slowly shook her head, an awful realization emerging. Puzzle pieces clicked into place. Pierre's obsession with the portal key, with keeping it in Waverley Green. The locket her mother told her never to let go. Silverthorn Lane. The dark market in Waverley Green. The place where unseelie, solitary and exiled fae bargained with mortals. Somehow, someway, the key and the dark market were connected. And if Camilla's growing fear was correct, she had likely created a direct link from the mortal world to this court. No. Lennox's gaze turned ebony again, his hair shifting back to its godlike silver-white curtain.
I see you understand perfectly well. Silverthorn Lane is a realm line. This key, it unlocks that doorway and leads it straight to...
He walked to the silver mirror leaning against the wall, oversized, wide, large enough for even the tallest human to pass through.
Here.
Lennox stuck the key directly in the center of the mirror, the glass rippling like liquid as he twisted the hexed object. Camilla stared, trapped in her cage, as the mirror flickered. Shadow and light, light and shadow. Images played across it, too fast to see clearly. Then came sounds. Birds, people, carriages. The sounds of Waverley Green's bustling streets. No, Camilla said again, rattling her cage. The iron burned, the pain a wild ache in her bones. Please, leave them! Lennox glanced over his shoulder, his expression one of egregious delight.
One by one, little pawn, I'll lure everyone from that city here. We're in need of fresh fun in the Wild Court. And once Waverley Green falls, we'll move on to the next. Now be silent.
He cocked his head, then ran a hand over his clothing, magicking a new suit before her eyes. If Camilla hadn't known how dark and twisted he was, Lennox would have looked like a fairy tale prince. Except this prince was a diabolical king, and this cruel king wasn't interested in stealing hearts at all. He wanted to break souls. Beaming with false kindness, he turned back to the mirror as the first few mortals stumbled through, bright-eyed and dreamy. Widow Janelle, the Lords Harrington and Walters, and several other regulars from Vexley's circle stepped into the throne room. Camilla pressed her hand to her mouth, biting back a scream. She knew these humans, had attended parties and gatherings with them, and they did not deserve the fate that awaited them here. Their gazes swept around the chamber, then paused on her fey ears. Camilla looked at them and screamed, "Run!"
Chapter 64. Things had changed inside the Wild Court since the last time Envy had attended a soiree there, more than a century before, and not for the better. Unseelie gatherings used to be sinful, delicious events, where wine flowed freely, lovers paired off for a night of fun, and the king and queen ruled over all with dark glee. Art and passion were celebrated above all. When the moon was full, even better. The entire Unseelie court had been crafted as an ode to the moon, the chambers all designed to mirror its shifting phases. Most of the castle roof was made of glass, allowing the moonlight to bathe everyone strolling along the floors below. All the furnishings were in silvers and midnight blues and plush black velvets. Little fairy orbs floated in the chambers and corridors to make guests feel like they were walking among the stars. It was ethereal, grand, otherworldly in a way that both seduced and relaxed. All the senses were fed by its beauty, and the wine. It was transportive, addictive. The flavors rich and decadent and made to be savored, spicy, sweet, sour, and robust. Demonberry wine came close, but nothing tasted the way fairy wine did. It found every fun, passionate part of a person and magnified it, giving them confidence to dance and sing and fuck and create whatever their innermost passions called for. As long as guests were consenting adults, the wild court became the individual's fantasy. Everyone wanted an invitation to the wild court back then, from princes of hell to witches and the normally stoic shifters. Lust even envied the dark fae for their full moon indulgences, honoring the heavens from which they drew their power. That was not the wild court Envy saw now. He walked into the crescent court, which had once been the most beautiful of all the chambers. Now it was dark, and not just because the ceiling had been painted black. Torches burned around the room, the fire heavily licking the air. High above, guests had been penned in cages, like cattle awaiting slaughter. Horned fae took turns taunting them, setting pokers into a nearby fire until the metal glowed crimson, then screamed along with the humans, whose flesh sizzled and scarred. The sickly sweet scent of burnt flesh wafted through the castle, the smoke prickling Envy's eyes. That wasn't the worst of the horrors or depravity on display. Humans already chosen from their pens were tied to tables, their meat being carved from their bones while they still lived. Even for a prince of hell, it was horrific. Then Envy stopped short, recognizing Lord Harrington. He was screaming as they peeled his flesh away strip by strip. Bile seared up Envy's throat, burning as much as the rage he choked back down. Lennox had been a mischievous king, rejoicing in his wickedness, but this was beyond depraved, beyond cruel. Wolf sidled up to Envy, a dark cocktail lightly smoking in one hand. Envy would pay a serious amount of coin to send the damn mail on his way. "Welcome to the new Wild Court." Wolf sipped his drink, attention straying to a nearby fairy whose wings had been set on fire. "Home to the female you refuse to claim." Wolf tossed back the rest of his cocktail, then threw the glass against the wall, smiling as a courtier cursed him. "If you think Lennox will treat her any differently just because he wanted her back, you really are a dumb fuck." He twisted, dropping a mockery of a bow. "Your Highness." "She's Fae. Do you think he cares?" Wolf asked quietly. "Lennox wanted the necklace first, Camilla second, and only because Primrose kidnapped her. Do you think he'll be kind to the daughter who refused to come home? Look around, Your Highness. Does it seem like Lennox likes mortals? Like he would appreciate one of his heirs defying him for them? You were in Waverley Green for a time. Notice anything familiar?" A sick feeling gripped Envy. Lennox had targeted the city Camilla loved. "How long?" Envy didn't ask so much as demand. "The mortals?" Wolf paused. "I thought you would have pieced it together." "I've had a lot on my mind," Envy snapped. He still hadn't fully healed from his torture. His power needed to be replenished, and he needed to get the fuck out of this court to save his demons before he couldn't get out. "Is he only taking from Waverley Green?" Wolf glanced around, lowering his voice. "For now." "And how is he doing it?" "Now that he's brought Camilla back, he's somehow been able to open a new portal by uniting her locket with a key." The portal key. Envy's mind spun. The game had never been about him at all. What does the portal do? Wolf waved at the scene around them. It lets Lennox come and go in the mortal realm whenever he pleases, specifically from the dark market. All these humans. He scanned the room again. They're only the beginning of Lennox's new nightmare court. This is what he brought tonight, a lesson for Camilla. Imagine a week from now, a month. We are outside the 7 circles here, our wards legendary. Even your king cannot breach this territory if Lennox doesn't will him to. It needs to stop. My brothers won't let it stand. But you will. Wolf studied him for a long moment. Better not keep the king waiting. A fight broke out behind Wolf, and Envy saw his mask return. With a look of puckish delight, he howled and flung himself into the fray, biting and snarling and punching his way through the growing madness. Envy watched impassively, the brawlers giving him a wide berth. Even the most rabid Unseelie sensed the menace radiating from him. The wild court wasn't Envy's problem to solve. He had his own court to mend. And yet, these weren't all strangers. They were humans he'd come to know, even briefly, while he'd been in Waverley Green. They'd come to his estate, danced at his ball. And this torture was beyond any Fae amusement. He could not imagine what Camilla would feel when she saw it. Hoped she was somewhere far away. Envy pushed through the fight that had grown to 24 Fae, heading toward the throne. Wolf was correct about one thing. Camilla was in many ways more mortal than Fae. Surely the king would not subject his own daughter to this. Envy hadn't even posed the question to himself before he knew the answer. His steps faltered as he took in the horrific sight next to the throne. There, dressed in Envy's colors, hung proof of what Wolf had said about the Unseelie king. Lennox would make Camilla pay for denying him, was making her pay. Envy's freshly regenerated heart thudded painfully, his need to protect urging him forward. But he had to plot his next move carefully. This scene might have been designed to prey on Envy's reaction to seeing Camilla trapped in a cage, 12 feet off the ground. Or it might just be a punishment the Unseelie king doled out to a defiant child. Maybe this was his way of breaking Camilla's will. Nothing would surprise Envy when it came to Lennox and his manipulations. He took in her prison, noting with horror that it was much worse than he'd thought at first glance. The birdcage was strung up over a fire, the flames licking greedily at the metal floor, heating it to an angry orange-red hue. Inside, Camilla had been chained by iron handcuffs to the cage's center pole. Envy stared at the welts forming on her skin, at the smoke curling around her shoes. The metal floor must be unbearably hot. But Camilla stared out defiantly, silver eyes blazing star-bright, jaw locked, like she refused to allow one tear to fall, to show 1 ounce of pain, to spite her father. Envy went still, the full scope of what Lennox had done sinking in. Unlike a human who would eventually succumb to the torture, Camilla's immortality wouldn't let her die. She would be tortured nightly, over and over until the king eventually tired and found a new game to play. How many of the friends and acquaintances she'd made over the years would he parade past her during that time? All because she'd chosen a life for herself. Envy now stood before the throne. Lennox! The Unseelie king's head swiveled, his dark eyes glassy and unfocused. The chaos and fighting were fueling his power, so much he was drunk on it. Shame you didn't bring any other mortals. The king slurred. That last one amused greatly the things she liked to do with her mouth. Well, I'm sure you remember. Envy kept his attention on Lennox, made sure he didn't glance in Camilla's direction. His mask would slip if he did. "Give me the chalice." Lennox sat forward.
"That's not all you want, though, is it? You want my daughter."
Lennox was prying, testing. Envy threw a wall up around his emotions. "Already had her. I don't do repeats." One side of Lennox's mouth curled up.
"Interesting."
He flicked his attention to where Camilla was trapped in the cage. Lennox was trying to force Envy to follow his gaze. He didn't. Lennox eyed him again, looking bored. Envy was no longer the most amusing creature in this room.
"Perhaps you and I are more alike than previously thought. I, too, believe in rules. A win is a win. Here's your prize."
They were not alike at all. The king held up the chalice of Memoria. The gold glinted in the moonlight, the runes stark as tattoos. Magic hummed from it, like sound from a struck tuning fork, almost lost in the cacophony behind them. Lennox didn't move from where he sat on his throne, forcing Envy to take the 2 steps up to him. He felt Camilla's gaze on him, would know the feel of it anywhere. He did not succumb to the temptation to drive his house dagger through the Fae. At least not yet. Envy gently wrapped his fingers around the chalice, the magic flaring when it recognized its owner. It had taken centuries, but he'd finally be able to save his court. Envy's grip on it tightened, and the unseelie king let it go, that mocking smirk still fixed to his face.
"Congratulations, Your Highness."
Lennox's voice was silken, low.
"I'll give my daughter your regards. Well, after the show."
Envy couldn't help it. He glanced over at Camilla. Her expression was a mask of regret and pain. She held Envy's gaze, as if silently saying a final goodbye. She knew what he'd been after. And now he couldn't linger.
"My little dove needs to be reminded what happens when she flies the proverbial coop. Her mother played a dangerous game, stealing her away, all because I was, how did she put it? Losing myself to depravity. As if Primrose ever felt an ounce of anything else herself."
Envy's heartbeat tripled, his mind racing. When he spoke, his tone was bored.
"You never sent her away." "Of course I didn't. She's far too valuable. Why else do you think that bitch queen kidnapped her?"
Lennox stood, eyes and hair rippling darker.
"Time to celebrate your princess,"
he called out to his court.
"Who wants to play with her in the cage?"
The unseelie behind them erupted. In their excitement, they were tearing one another apart, limbs and wings and talons flying. They wanted to hurt their princess, watch her burn. Later, he'd blame the influence of the wicked court, fueling his magic. He'd claim the chalice had restored him. He'd say that his hatred for Lennox made him snap. He'd lie. When the first Fae climbed up to claw into that cage, ripping Camilla's dress with its talons, Envy became the demon he was. He thought of Camilla being trapped in that cage for eternity, thought of the Fae mocking her, hurting her, and the magic he'd resisted wielding to free his wings, the power he didn't have to spare, shattered against the full might of his sin releasing. He felt the ward around his circle break, felt the minds of his demons slipping from his grasp. He knew he had only a few minutes, which he needed to make count. Then he needed to be gone. Dark, glittering emerald wings shot out from between his shoulder blades, his feathers razor-sharp, slicing through the Fae gathered near him like daggers. Blood splattered across the silver floor. It wasn't nearly enough. It wasn't Lennox's blood. His wings pulsed with unspoken power. The spells from the ether scrolls, tattooed across each feather, inert for decades, searing to life. They called to him, begged him to use them. They offered a cruel spell for a crueler king, but they offered him something else first. He plucked one of his feathers and flung it swiftly at the cage, its magically razored edge blasting the door open, freeing Camilla. Lennox let loose a howl of rage. Envy turned to the king, a vicious smile curving his mouth. He held his house dagger in one hand now, aiming it straight at the unseelie king's heart. "Get in the cage, Lennox!" Envy knew the king wouldn't submit easily. He sneered. "You first, demon!" Lennox unleashed his moonbeam magic, blanketing them all in a complete whiteout that temporarily stole all sense of sight and sound, like a blizzard crafted of moonlight. Envy realized this wasn't the end. A new game had just begun, and this one would end in death.
Chapter 65. The birdcage prison blasted open, the impact of the spelled feather nearly knocking Camilla off her feet. Silver-white light fell upon her, like celestial snow, before she had regained her footing. Her father's moon magic. Camilla blinked against the blinding light, knowing he'd call forth his shadow magic next. The moon was light and dark, and so was Lennox's power. Now a sea of unending black rolled through the chamber. It was the darkness of killers, of nefarious deeds. But after a second, it blasted back to brightest moonlight. Lennox alternated between the two contrasts, a rapid strobe from light to dark and back that made it difficult to see anyone approaching until they were right on top of you. He was chaos, and all now felt it. Lennox's power meant to disorient his victims, and it worked beautifully. Though most were fleeing, tripping over themselves and others as they shoved and darted toward the exits at each corner. Envy had been standing entirely too close to Lennox when he'd let his cloak of night drop. Camilla saw that he was still reeling. Camilla had recovered faster, nimbly climbing out of the cage and stealing across the throne room. A large male fae barreled into her, knocking her into a table where a human had been tied. "Please," the woman mouthed. "Help!" Camilla cursed, unable to turn away. She worked the ropes tied at the human's wrists, her fingers slipping in the blood. She was trembling, trying to hurry, while still glancing back to where Lennox and Envy were slowly circling each other below the throne. Even without his senses fully intact, Envy was a predator who would not easily be taken down. Camilla moved to the woman's ankles and stopped short. The moonlight and shadows flickered violently, but she saw enough to know that the woman wouldn't be walking out of this room. Her legs had been carved to the bone, her feet missing. Bile rose up swiftly, but she swallowed it, trying to keep the fear and horror from her face. She turned back to the woman, ready to lift her and carry her to safety. But the woman's eyes were glazed, lifeless, fixed on a point hopefully far better than here. Camilla was frozen with grief for a moment, glancing around at the chaos. This was her father's court, his nightmare. Fae crashed into each other as they panicked, trying to flee. No one wanted to be around Lennox when he lost his temper and let his magic out to play. Mortals who'd been tied and savaged either fainted or screamed. Camilla wanted to help each of them back through the Silverthorn Lane portal, back to Waverley Green. Then she'd smash the damn hexed key. A flash of emerald caught her attention. Envy's wings were spread wide, striking out like weapons. Silver, white, black, and emerald. The colours of the two males battling blurred as their powers clashed and clawed. Something else caught her eye. Gold ichor. Envy had been injured. No. She stared as her father changed the flicker of his power, stretching the time between the light and the dark so he could move without being seen. Envy must not have fully recovered from Vexley's attack. His wings! He'd told Camilla he didn't have enough magic to call forth his wings, hold the ward around his circle, and help his court. Oh, God. Camilla's blood turned to ice. He'd used his final store of power to save her. No matter that he was furious about her secrets, no matter that she was the flesh and blood of his enemy. Envy had risked everything he'd fought for to ensure that she was safe. She could not let him ruin his court for her. Lennox struck another devastating blow, slashing his fey blade low, tearing through the demon's shirt. Even in the strobing light, Camilla saw Envy wince. Camilla searched for a weapon, anything she could use against the king. She hadn't come armed to their meeting, and even if she had, Lennox would have taken anything from her when she'd been imprisoned. Think. She wasn't physically strong enough to overpower the king. She couldn't hold him back while Envy ran him through. She couldn't bind his powers or use hers to stun him. There had to be... A sense of calmness dropped over her. Camilla was dangerous with or without a weapon. Because she could create one. All she needed to do was get to the paint and the brush. Then she'd summon a weapon deadly enough to kill an immortal king. Two large hands grabbed her by the waist and tugged her back. She thrashed, calling forth the magic that had killed Vexley.
Easy now.
Wolf's mouth pressed against her ear.
You're getting entirely too close to my favorite appendage.
Pump me down! He did, but didn't unhand her. Wolf, she warned. Wolf dropped his hands, but remained close. She didn't have time to waste. With Wolf following closely on her heels, she picked her way around the chaos and snatched the brush from the floor. Understanding what she was attempting, Wolf grabbed an unbroken jar of paint, thrusting it toward her, then jerked his chin toward the alcove behind the throne. She spared him one long look. Wolf was committing treason. If they failed, Lennox would torture him, slowly.
Go on, princess,
he mouthed. She nodded, then took one final look at the raging fight. Envy and Lennox were locked in battle, their blades flashing across the darkened light like lightning strikes of gods. Camilla pushed their fight from her mind, rushed to the alcove, and dropped to her knees, forcing herself to dive deep, deep into that well of power, summoning an image of what she needed most. At first, there was only glittering darkness, no shapes or images to be found. Then, like moonlight rippling across a lake, she saw it. A bold, curved sword forged its way into her mind. The blade was graceful, violent, and the weapon was made of fey-killing iron. With the image of the curved sword in her mind, Camilla began painting it across the silver floor, her brush flying back and forth, the strokes heavy and light, bold and thin. She hoped she was working quickly, that she wasn't transported to some other realm. That she was in Fairy gave her hope that only a few moments had passed. When the sword practically gleamed, she reached into the floor, yanking the weapon free from where it had slumbered in the ether. She hissed as the very real iron burnt her palms, searing the shape of the hilt into her flesh like a brand. Wolf jerked back as she pushed to her feet, gritting her teeth to keep from screaming. Not that anyone would hear her cries, with Lennox's power surging as strong as ever. A series of moonbeam blasts drew her attention to the dais. Envy was on the floor, her father towering over him. She gasped. But then the demon prince's wings shot out, knocking the king down. They grappled on the floor. Blood splattered everywhere. Camilla took one excruciating step at a time, hand clamped around the sword, refusing to drop it. Even as her flesh sizzled and the sickly sweet scent wafted through the room, she forced herself to where her father battled. Lennox was drawing his arm back, sword dripping with Envy's ichor, ready to end the fight. Camilla didn't think. She acted. She swung the curved blade as hard and fast as she could, aiming for the back of Lennox's knee. She felt the metal bite through his flesh. With a roar that broke through the oppressive power of unseelie magic, her father spun on his good leg, eyes flickering between black and white. A vicious sneer lifted his lips. He advanced on her, sword swinging. Camilla held her ground, striking again. This time, the iron seared across his chest, carving a gaping wound. Over Lennox's shoulder, she saw Envy rise. He towered anew, his wings fully unfurled. And when Lennox lifted his sword to strike his daughter down, the demon prince drove his blade straight through the unseelie king's chest. Immediately, the flickering, strobing light stopped. Sound returned, crashing down like a rain of glass. Lennox went down on one knee, glittering blood smearing across his teeth as he coughed. Holding a hand to his collapsing chest, he spit the blood out near Camilla's feet. Instead of snarling at her father smiled. It frightened her more than if he'd screamed.
You are my child, through and through.
Camilla's eyes burned as she dropped her weapon, shaking her head, holding up her charred palms. Of all the things she'd imagined him saying, Envy dragged his demon blade across Lennox's throat, silencing her father forever. She stared at the unseelie king slumped to the ground, unmoving. A terrible war took place inside her. She hadn't dealt the killing blow, but she'd ensured that he didn't win the fight. Her own father. Fingers wrapped around her wrist, squeezing gently. Envy, I'm so... She turned, then closed her mouth. The prince hadn't taken her hand. Wolf gave her a sad smile.
I'm sorry, princess. He left.
A fist clutched her heart, squeezing until she felt dizzy. It couldn't be true. Not after what they'd just done. Her gaze darted around, searching. There were no emerald wings towering above the chaos, no gleaming demon dagger shining like its own bloody star. Wolf was correct. Envy was gone. He'd left her. Tears pricked her eyes, but she blinked them away. Sometimes actions spoke far louder than any words. The demon prince had not forgiven her after all. Now that he'd won the game and killed his greatest enemy, he'd gone home. It shouldn't hurt so much that he'd done exactly what he'd always said he would. But hearts weren't always logical, and Camilla's ached at the loss.
Your Highness,
Wolf asked, voice quiet.
What will you have me do?
Camilla pulled the broken pieces of herself together, then glanced around the chamber. No living creatures remained, all fled or crumpled to the ground. The beauty of the Crescent Court was buried in blood and smoke. But against the wall, the portal still gleamed, and she knew what to do. We find all the mortals and escort them safely to Waverley Green.
Then?
I'll close the portal and destroy the Silverthorn key, she said. Wolf winced. What?
Princess, the key is gone.
Chapter 66. Is it working? Alexei asked, pacing around the stark room they'd set up to restore Envy's court in the farthest wing of House Envy. They'd emptied the chamber of everything except for the oversized wool rug, a high-backed chair, 2 stools, and a small table to set the chalice on, and chains. Too soon to tell. Envy lifted a shoulder, forcing casualness he didn't feel. His gaze slid between the demon strapped in the chair, his unfocused eyes feral with fear, to the clock. For the 100th time in a second. Thus far there was no discernible change. The demon seemed as terrified and as lost to that terrible fog as ever. Now, Alexei pressed. Does he look restored? Envy snapped as the demon struggled against his restraints. Envy blew out a breath, bringing his emotions back under control. We'll know when it works. He'll recognize us. It had begun when Envy had picked up the chalice of Memoria, the activation runes glimmering hunter green. It looked like it used to. Envy had cast the same spell he'd always used before, then offered the chalice to Lord Alden. The demon had knocked the first attempt out of Envy's hands. Then Alexei had come in
held him down. When that didn't work, they'd strap the demon to the chair and force the chalice to his lips, tipping his head back to pour the spelled drink down his throat. 47 excruciating seconds passed. The fog didn't dissipate from behind the demon's eyes. Frustration built in Envy's chest. Winning the game was supposed to save his court. To think it had been one more false hope. Fuck! Envy paced around the room, mind whirling. He could seek the crone again, the creator of the underworld itself. The crone was to goddesses what titans were to mortal gods. If anyone could help, it would be her. But he'd been desperate once before, had asked her years back. She'd laughed in his face and vowed to do worse next time. He supposed he could kidnap her daughters, force her hand. But that wouldn't end well for any of them. Envy walked to the arched window on the far side of the room, gazing out at the grounds. It was twilight, a soft blanket of snow falling, the flakes tumbling and swirling as they danced down to the winter grass. Your Highness? There was an odd edge in Alexi's tone. Envy twisted, gaze snapping to Lord Alden. The demon blinked slowly, then squeezed his eyes shut. His head moved from side to side, as if shaking some internal nightmare away. Envy moved closer, hope igniting once again. He paused a few feet away, his breath lodged deep in his chest. Another 30 seconds ticked by. A minute. Come on, he silently urged. Open your eyes, recognize where you are, remember who you are. Lord Alden's hands fisted, his wrists twisting, testing the restraints on the arms of the chair. Envy and Alexei both leaned forward, neither daring to speak. Lord Alden opened his eyes, squinting at first, then glanced down at his bound arms. He looked back up, brows knitted as his focus moved from Alexei to Envy. Is this some new kink, Your Highness? He asked, sounding annoyed. I despise chains. Air whooshed out of Envy. He wanted to grab the demon by the lapels and plant a kiss on him, but refrained. Lord Alden was properly aggravated, a personality trait he'd had for the last 6 centuries. How do you feel? Envy asked instead. Lord Alden's gaze flattened. Like House Wrath is looking appealing, Your Highness. Unless I'm being held for treason, untie me. Alexei snorted. Same old prick. It had worked. Envy expelled another breath, relief barreling through him. The chalice of Memoria would stop the memory blight. After years of turmoil, that dark, unending descent, the nightmare was finally ending. Part of him couldn't believe it. Alexei began untying Alden, then directed him to the gallery of dreamscapes, where Envy had set up refreshments, in hopes the newly saved demons would need a safe space to wait until they'd restored everyone's memories. Once Alexei returned with the next demon, they started all over again. After the second successful restoration, they brought in more chairs and restraints. Days passed, Envy staying right there with his court, even though plenty of volunteers had come together from the healed, helping their fellow demons. Once it was clear the tide had turned, days later, Alexei cleared his throat. You haven't said a word about her. Envy stiffened, then carried on as if he had no idea what the vampire meant. Alexei gave him a look that said he knew better. There is nothing to say. She's unseelie royalty. You don't honestly give a shit about that, Alexei said. Envy's attention snapped to his second. The vampire's smile was all fang. Your Highness. Envy assisted the next demon in line, then strode to the other end of the room, swiping an icy glass of water from a tray. His cursed second trailed after him. Everything is under control here. You can go back to the wild court. Talk. Envy's jaw strained. Talk. Yes, open and honest communication worked so well for us before. There is nothing left for us to say. You knew she had secrets. You're just angry that she outplayed you. I didn't take you to have so much pride. Alexei was pushing Envy too far. Envy's eyes flashed and Alexei held his hands up, slowly backing away. You like her. Enough to consider breaking your rule. Don't let another sin get in the way. Do you think Wolf is sitting back? If you're all right with him taking her to his bed, his cock pounding all memories of you out, then fine. Leave her to it. She'll be better off. Envy stood in one of his favorite galleries, where a statue of a fallen angel was proudly displayed. All the years his wings had been trapped, he'd come here, sipping a drink as he was doing now, plotting. With his court almost fully restored, his power was growing stronger, hour by hour. He summoned his wings now, allowing them to spread wide. It felt good, the muscles between his shoulders straining as he moved them, testing the weight. His thoughts turned to Lennox, to the final battle. Camilla hadn't been the one to deal the killing blow. Envy had made sure of that. He'd seen something in her face just before he drove his dagger through the unseelie king. She did not like her father, but it would have cost something precious for her to murder him. Camilla was good. Lennox had seen it, hated it. He tucked his wings in close, then leaned against the wall, his dark and sinful going down easy. A detail flickered across his memory. In the cavern where the twin pillars were, Camilla had been about to confess something to him. Envy sipped his cocktail, turning that conversation over in his mind. Looking back, it was easy to see she'd been about to tell him who she really was. She'd known, the moment they entered the wild court, that he'd figure it out. He had, though, already known. He scratched the back of his neck. Truth be told, Envy had started suspecting much earlier. It was easier for him to blame her for betraying him. Otherwise, he'd have to consider facing the truth. He'd recently been able to lie to others, but Envy had been lying to himself far longer. Did his one-night rule truly protect his court, or did it prevent him from ever feeling heartbreak? He finished his drink, staring into the glass. Camilla might not want to see him. She might be perfectly happy in the wild court, with Wolf. That meddling prick Alexei. Now Envy couldn't unsee Camilla and Wolf rekindling their flame. Envy squeezed his eyes shut. That God's damned Fae had truly gotten under his skin, too. He knew the unseelie would be attempting to win Camilla back. Maybe he already had. Perhaps Wolf was holding her right now. Jealousy froze the glass in his hand until it began to crack, drops of bourbon leaking into his palm. Envy glared at the physical proof of his displeasure. God's blood! Miss Camilla Elise Antonius, lover, betrayer, unseelie princess, drove him absolutely fucking mad, even here, realms away from Fairy. The question now was, what was Envy going to do about it? He sensed one of his spies a moment before he materialized, partially corporeal. I have news from the wild court, Your Highness. His tone made Envy's skin crawl. And? The spy handed him a folded piece of parchment. Envy scanned the report, then crumpled it in his fist. Fucking hell.
Chapter 67.
Are you ready?
Wolf's voice carried through Camilla's bedchamber. She stepped out from behind the ornate dressing screen, her silk floor-length gown a beautiful lavender grey. Camilla looked every inch an unseelie princess as she situated a flower crown on her head. She twisted to the side, admiring the silver cuff she wore on one of her elongated ears. Little moons and stars were carved along the metal, an ode to her heritage. She'd stopped wearing hunter green days ago, when the Prince of Envy made no attempt to contact her, when he'd left without uttering a single word, not even a curse. She'd been foolishly hopeful those first few nights, thinking he'd returned to his court, save them. Then he'd be back, fighting with her, kissing her, playing games they both loved. Surely he had something to say after everything they'd been through. Camilla thought his freeing her from her father's cruel games meant he'd forgiven her, or would at least allow her the chance to explain, to admit how terrible she'd felt, keeping this secret. But she'd been so afraid, scared that he'd react exactly this way. His silence spoke loud and clear. The Prince of Envy was never coming back, and Camilla needed to move on with her life, help her brother Aiden establish his temporary rule, then return home to Wisteria Way. She missed her gallery, her cat, and Kitty. Wolf gave her a long once-over, momentarily snapping his mouth shut. The gown was indecent by Waverley Green standards, clinging to every curve like a dream. In the Wild Court, it was rather tame, but she was not interested in playing courtly games, at least not here. Things might have been different if her mother had never kidnapped her, bound most of her magic, and made her grow up human. Maybe if she'd grown up in Fairy, she'd be as abominable as her older brother and sister. Wolf's gaze slid back up, his yellow eyes darkening. He'd made his intentions clear. The blessed reprieve lasted only a moment. Then Wolf started in again.
Aiden cannot rule in your father's place forever, he said. We don't even know if he's capable. He might disappear one night and play carnival again.
Well, until our mother decides to return, there's not much choice, is there? Camilla said, her tone as gentle as she could manage.
Your mother might not ever return, Princess.
They'd had this same disagreement for the last week, and it was growing tedious. Camilla wanted to return to Waverley Green, had no interest in staying to help rule the Wild Court. She had no interest in ruling the court she was supposed to see to, either. It had been running as a principality for decades, and was doing just fine. You know I have no wish to stay here, she said. My brother will marry soon and have an heir. In a few decades, the issue will resolve itself. His heir will rule over his court until, and if, our mother returns. Over the past week, Wolf had helped her glamour the minds of all who'd been tortured by the king, a necessary evil, a choice Camilla did not make easily before sending them home again. It was one of what would be many difficult decisions in the wake of Lennox's death. Wolf wanted Camilla to take hold of the Wild Court before her debauched elder brother or sister scented opportunity. She'd immediately suggested Aiden step in. He had his faults, but he'd spent time among humans too.
And you'll simply live alone in Waverley Green, glamoured for the rest of eternity. You know that doesn't suit you anymore. You have friends here, family. Me.
He'd struck the one chord that always hurt. Camilla did not want to be alone.
We could mate for life, Wolf suggested. I would help you acclimate again. You might not love me now, but love grows.
Except for that bothersome little fact that I do not wish to stay here.
Fairy, he pressed, or the underworld as a whole.
Wolf was fishing. He wanted to ask what she thought about Prince Envy. And that was much too complicated. Part of her wanted to pen him letters of apology. Part of her wanted to paint his head onto an oversized donkey, pointing out that he was obviously an ass. But the longer they went without speaking, the more unsure she became. Maybe it was for the best, giving up, letting go. Then Camilla wouldn't have to worry about him leaving again one day. A knock sounded at the door, followed by a mule. Camilla rushed past Wolf to the door, smiling for only the second time since she'd set foot in this court. Kitty! Bunny! Her friend swept in, setting her cat on the floor, and hugged Camilla close, then stepped back to look Wolf over. "Did I interrupt?" Lady Catherine asked, ever hopeful. Camilla snorted. "Hardly." "That tone is most unappreciated, ladies." Wolf shook his head. "Has no one in the mortal realm heard my legends recently? I might have to rectify that." "How are you here?" Camilla asked, ignoring Wolf. "You didn't have to leave Waverley Green, Kitty." "I did, actually. When your glamour broke, mine did too. Most inconveniently." Lady Catherine pulled her hair back, revealing her elongated ears. "It took some time for me to explain things to William, but he's coping surprisingly well. You're all right?" Camilla lifted a shoulder, then dropped it. Kitty had originally been tasked with asking Camilla to return to the Wild Court a decade before, when Primrose had finally left her side. Then, when Camilla refused, Lennox had commanded Kitty to stay, to keep an eye on Camilla. Little had he expected the two to unite as friends, and after her first refusal to return to the Wild Court, their true identities were a secret they never discussed. Now, with her standing here, in all her unseelie glory, Camilla knew Kitty had never forgotten her home. Bunny threw a fit that rivaled William's. Think she's tired of her glamour too. Camilla smiled. The cat had transformed into her true being, a lovely little grey and white fey lioness. "You could have talked to me," Kitty said, her voice unusually soft. "About everything. We were close, weren't we?" Camilla expelled a breath, nodding. "Of course." She wasn't sure how to say it. Part of her had worried that Kitty preferred being blissfully unaware, freed of unseelie chaos. And the other part had worried that Kitty remained a tool for her parents. Someone sent a spy and report back. Lennox and his games were never ending. Instead of admitting that, Camilla said, "Vexley's a vampire now." Kitty looked at her for a solid minute before bursting into laughter. "How?" Camilla told her. I was the one to kill him, though." "You beheaded him and set him on fire?" Kitty's eyes were round, a mixture of impressed and horrified. "Not exactly. But I did behead him." Wolf looked pained. "Unless you set him on fire and watched his ashes scatter, he likely isn't dead. A vampire isn't easy to kill." Camilla felt oddly relieved. Vexley was a nightmare, but it was one less death on her hands. Kitty remained far too amused. "Fitting. A mortal driven by his thirst for lust is now driven by his thirst." When he was a human at the vampire court, he was still Vexley. Kitty laughed, delighted. "Please tell me he bedded a succubus." "He held her tail and—" Camilla shuddered. "I'm sure you can imagine. Bloodlust at the vampire court is a sight." "Speaking of lust," Kitty said, far too casually, "I heard the most interesting rumour. It seems your Lord Sinton is the Prince of Envy. Please," she grabbed Camilla's hands, "please tell me you had wild demon sex with him." Camilla's thoughts went immediately to the throne room. "You did?" Kitty jumped. "Oh, I think I'm experiencing envy at the thought. How was it? I've heard his cock is huge. Is it?" "Please, don't answer that," Wolf muttered. "Oh," Kitty practically bounced. "Please, please tell me it was as legendary as they say." "There are rumours a portrait hangs above his bed, a kind of visual stimulant. Would you sell your soul for another taste?" Camilla sank her teeth into her lower lip. The portrait did hang above his bed, but nothing compared to the reality of the demon. She couldn't very well admit it aloud. I'm curious too, Camilla, darling." A low voice drawled from the doorway. "Would you?"
Sell your soul?
At the sound of his voice, Camilla spun around, a hand pressed to her heart. Envy stood in the doorway, his enormous glittering wings tucked close to his body. Blood dripped from the feathers onto the floor. For a horrifying second, she couldn't tell if the blood was his. Envy stepped fully into the room, scanning Wolf, then Kitty. He gave no indication of surprise when he took in Kitty's true form. He did pause on the lioness, though, and she could have sworn amusement flickered before he banished it. His attention settled on Camilla. Cold. Merciless. She glanced again at the blood dripping off his wings. It wasn't Icor. It was Faye. What have you done? Her voice was barely a whisper. His gaze remained locked on hers when he said,
I'd like some privacy with the princess.
Kitty came up to Camilla's side. No. Envy arched a brow, waiting. His expression said, You owe me that much. Despite the dangerous glint in his eyes, Camilla silently agreed. Go, Camilla said. It will be fine. Kitty's jaw tightened. She looked to Wolf, who stared Envy down. We'll be close, he promised, gaze on the prince. It was a warning. Wolf escorted her friend out, leaving Camilla alone to face the very angry demon prince.
Chapter 68. Envy took a perverse bit of pleasure at seeing the shock flicker over Camilla's features. She hadn't heard his approach, hadn't expected him to be standing there. She certainly hadn't expected to see his wings. Truth be told, he hadn't expected to be there either, and he likely wouldn't have been if Alexei hadn't taunted him. A wild, snarling, territorial beast had risen inside him. He'd almost leashed the monster inside. Then his spies brought news of an assassination attempt, sealing Camilla's fate. He knew right then it was time to challenge the Fae. Seeing the wild court as it had been after Lennox had opened the portal, Envy would not leave her to the plotting of her wretched siblings. If he had to throw her over his shoulder and magic her to his court, so be it. He didn't know the first thing about being a hero, but he excelled at being the villain. Now that they were alone together, Envy looked Camilla over and swallowed thickly. His gaze snagged on the necklace she'd made of his ring, then hardened. If her cursed siblings had gotten to her first, they would have ripped it from her throat. Camilla must have mistaken who had angered him. I'm sorry, she said, reaching up to undo the necklace. I wanted to give this back to you. She dropped her hands, looked at them. I wanted to tell you the truth. I should have. But he'd given her every reason not to. When he'd told her how much he hated unseelie royalty, she'd flinched. Thinking back on that conversation now, when Envy had admitted what had happened to make him despise the king so much, he saw her reactions in a new light. She'd paled when he told her the role her father had played. A tear had slipped down the curve of her cheek. She'd also apologized. Envy thought it was that foolish, mortal reaction of accepting blame for others' actions. Now he knew. Camilla had been apologizing on behalf of her family. Apologizing was no small thing for a Fae. It was something they rarely did. And she'd just done so again. Fresh anger iced the chamber. Do you know whose blood that is? Envy pointed to the floor. She swallowed hard, the column of her throat moving with the action. Some is Onyx's, Envy said. The rest is from his guards. Her gaze sharpened on him. My brother? Yes. You killed him? Are you mad? She hissed. She looked around as if searching for any spies. You probably just started a war. He gave her an amused look that seemed to rankle her more. Whose side will you choose, pet? She glared at him, notching her chin up. Envy wasn't sure how he'd ever mistaken her for anything but royal.
My own. Devil grant me sin. That tone, that haughty, defiant look. He was inconveniently aroused. Your brother isn't dead. He's caged. Envy's smile was all teeth as he thought of Onyx. He'd thrown the scheming, unseelie prince into the birdcage Lennox had crafted to torture Camilla. A clever ward would keep him from hearing or speaking to anyone outside his cage. There would be no plotting or escape. Onyx would have a good long while to reflect on his sins. I spelled the bars, trapping him for eternity. Unless, of course, your other brother decides to grant him a pardon, though I wouldn't count on that. Aidan will make a fine king. He seems to have everything under control. You're doing, I imagine. I helped, yes. A tiny crease formed between her brows. Why did you strike Onyx? Without thinking, he reached over to smooth the crease away. She flinched, and he dropped his hand. He plotted to kill you, my spies reported back. If she was surprised by this revelation, she didn't appear so. If anything, she seemed to exhale relief. She'd known it was only a matter of time before her older brother or sister made a move. My mother will hear of this and fight. Your mother hasn't been seen at court since she left you. Envy hesitated. My spies have been looking for her for years. No one knows where she went. Several emotions flickered across Camilla's face before she schooled her features into forced indifference. He understood how complicated their relationship must be, understood that it wasn't easy to walk away from the ones who'd hurt us the most. She's been traveling. But she will eventually hear of this and return. This court means everything to her. Envy wouldn't mind if the Queen burned in the deepest, hottest pit of sorrow he could find, but he hated the worry in Camilla's voice. Don't, he warned quietly. Don't romanticize her. For all we know, she is playing another game and couldn't be bothered. He glanced around the suite. He could feel more and more of his court being restored and needed to get back. Do you want to take anything from here? What? He knew she'd heard him. He also knew she was trying to figure out his plan. Envy kept his smile to himself, walking around the room. He fingered some of the clothing. It was pretty. His tailors were better. If there's anything of sentimental value, grab it now. If he listened quietly, he was almost certain he could hear her heart pounding. He pivoted and stood before her, holding out his hand. She looked at it like it was a snake ready to strike. What are you doing? She asked. Grabbing what has sentimental value to me. He took her hand, braided their fingers together. She didn't remove it. We're leaving, unless you wish to stay here. Her thumb stroked his, hesitating. His heart raced. A small eternity passed. Your rule. Fuck the rules, he growled. You're mine. Her excitement hit him a second before her desire did. Thank fuck. In all the stories, the damsel didn't get aroused by the villain threatening to steal her away. But this was their twisted fairy tale. You can come back, of course, as you need, he said more softly. Camilla gave a small nod. This has never been my true home anyway. Oh, but wait, I can't leave without Kitty and Bunny. A few moments later, after being ushered back in, Kitty promised to travel to House Envy on her own. She had family in the wild court she hadn't seen in years. Wolf gave Envy a hard look, but hugged Camilla close, promising he'd also visit soon. Bunny gave Envy a long, lingering look of her own, then sauntered over. The unusually coloured little lioness hopped into Camilla's arms, nestling in.
Envy dragged Camilla and her lion closer, wrapped his other arm around her waist, then magicked them all to his house of sin. Chapter 69. What did I tell you? Gluttony grinned, rubbing his hands together. Pay up, brothers. You don't know that for a fact, Lust shot back sourly. The invitation said, and I quote, "We would be honored to celebrate our betrothal with you," Gluttony said in falsetto. Facts are facts, brother. You lost. Again. Envy ignored the petty argument, his attention straying to the silver-haired beauty holding court with the queen of the wicked, Amelia, her friend Lady Fauna, Lady Catherine, and, much to his constant annoyance, Wolf, the god's damned silver-tongued unseelie. Though Envy supposed it was beneficial to his court to have him around, Camilla gently but playfully provoked his sin just to get a rise out of him. And rise he did. Camilla's passion ignited his constantly. They'd barely slept since they returned to his house of sin. Once the last of his court had drunk from the chalice, chasing off the madness of no new memories, they'd focused on one another, healing old hurts, forging a bond stronger than steel. He was relieved to show her how spectacular his demons were. And spectacular they were tonight. They wore their best gowns and suits, their finest jewels, their eyes as clear and cunning as ever as they flitted around the party, mingling with the other demons, showing off their riches, attempting to inspire jealousy by sharing stories and discussing new art. Envy had never been happier, seeing his court as it should be. And Camilla, she was worth facing his fears. Envy had never imagined the strength he'd feel the moment he became vulnerable. His unseelie princess had been a tireless lover, demanding he make love to her in every room, every floor of his sprawling house of sin. Harder, faster, gentler, deeper. Camilla loved ordering him around. And Envy must be mad, because it made him hard as steel every time. But he could only take orders for so long. He'd push her down, spread her thighs wide, devouring her in the kitchens, on the dining room table, in their bedchamber, in the gallery. She'd arch up from the table, shouting his name, cursing him, praising him, bucking as he suckled every bit of her arousal, then flipped her over and fucked her until she came again, and again. His court would hurry by, averting their gazes, though he knew they secretly adored Envy's infatuation. They wanted their prince as happy as possible, wanted him to enjoy all he'd fought for, and Camilla enjoyed stoking envy in everyone who knew she was the one to make him break his rule. They'd made love on the throne every night, fingers, tongue, cock, and he wanted more, forever. And since she wasn't human, they had all that time and more. For the first time in his long existence, he wanted to experience everything with another. More laughter, more quiet moments, more midnight snacks, strawberries dipped in chocolate, the two of them sprawled in front of the fire, talking of art. More games and bringing out each other's human aspects that hadn't existed before. More walking the hallways of House Envy, rearranging paintings and sculptures based on what she preferred. When they could manage not to tear each other's clothes off, they moved some of her art from Waverley Green, combining their collections. It wasn't enough. Envy wanted more still. More running his fingers through her soft hair, watching her drift off to sleep, her face peaceful, those full lips parted in dreamy contentment. More games to play, and he was delighted he didn't even know what they'd be yet. Envy would remake worlds for her, would break every rule to make her smile. Are you even listening? Gluttony waved a hand in front of his face, shaking his head in disgust. Witch's tits! You're worse than he is. He jabbed his thumb in Wrath's direction. And he's abhorrently in love. Look at him. He's making doe eyes at Amelia right here. The demon of war bared his teeth, his smile feral, so at odds with his finely made suit. One day you're going to gorge yourself on those words, brother. Rath's voice was laced with dark promise. Gluttony snorted, the sound filled with derision. The reporter he was feuding with hadn't responded to the invitation Envy had sent, and he was sure Gluttony's foul mood had nothing to do with that. Don't count on it, Gluttony said. I bet Lust will be next. Not a fucking chance in any of the realms combined. Where's Sloth? Lust asked. Maybe he'll make a chart and line up all the variables for me. I cannot fathom how you're all content to bed the same person for the rest of your days. He shivered. Sloth went to find pride, Rath said, gaze landing back on his wife. I saw a book in his jacket, though. Of fucking course, Lust groaned. I'll see where he's hiding. If he doesn't start acting like a goddamned demon, we're all going to get bad reputations. He jabbed a finger into Rath's chest. You need to lay down a law or something. Rath's gold eyes glittered. First rule, don't touch me again. Don't kill each other in this room, Envy said. I just had the floors waxed. He'd had the entire house scrubbed of any evidence of how close the court had come to falling. Looking at it now, no one would ever suspect they'd been on the brink of collapse. Gluttony glanced around, brows knitted. Where's Greed? There was an issue at his gaming hell, Envy said. He sent his regrets. Gluttony snorted. I'm sure he did, prick. Rath and Gluttony began debating about boxing, and Envy took that as his cue to leave. He strode down the corridor, walking to where Pride lounged in a chair he'd pilfered, his crown tilted to one side. His shirt sleeves were rolled to his elbows, showing corded muscle, his shirt half untucked from his trousers. His head was tilted all the way back, his eyes closed. An empty glass hung from his fingers. Pride played the role of debauched prince so well, Envy wondered if he'd finally become that. He stood over his brother, then kicked Pride's boot, drawing his gaze. It was slow, unfocused. Party over, Levi. Envy noticed the rest of the empty bottles, the broken wine glasses. They'd been shoved into the alcove beside him. This time, Pride wasn't pretending to be the drunken royal. What happened? Envy demanded. Pride lifted a shoulder, dropping it as if he couldn't be bothered to respond or care. Envy kicked him harder. Answer the damn question, Luke. Cersei won't tell me anything. The first witch, Pride's consort's mother, had cursed them all when Pride and Lucia wed and then refused to dissolve their relationship. Witches and demons were sworn enemies, but that didn't stop Pride from falling in love with the one witch he shouldn't have. Lucia was strictly off limits, but they chose each other, despite all the reasons they shouldn't have. One day, Lucia left House Pride without a word. Pride didn't know if she'd been taken against her will, imprisoned somewhere, or given a true death. He'd been searching ever since, even when the first witch cursed them all, keeping them trapped in the 7 circles for years. She'd done something worse to Pride before that, though, something he refused to speak of. Envy knew it had been the true root of the miscommunication between Pride and Lucia. None of the demons felt anything but hatred for Cersei and her quest for vengeance. How convincing were you? Envy asked. Pride gave him a withering glare. She knows where my wife is, knows what happened. Do you think I showed any mercy? Envy thought Pride would never be as ruthless as he could be. He might hate the first witch, but he loved Lucia and wouldn't hurt her mother. She's contained? He asked. Pride nodded. Until I know what happened to Lucia, She stays at my house. I'm going to ask you something. You're not going to like it, but I don't particularly care. Understand? Pride narrowed his eyes but nodded again. Do you want Vittoria? That's a bullshit question and you know it. Then answer it. Pride's hand tightened on his glass. Are you keeping something from me? Envy smiled. I've heard rumors. Courtiers are so interesting when they're drunk and think no one is listening. Get to the point, Levi. Envy leaned down, lowering his voice. I know you never fucked the goddess. Pride had gone perfectly still. I don't know what your game is, why you let your court and wife think otherwise. I assume you have a reason, and that reason has to do with Circe's meddling and magic. He stared at his brother. Pride's expression was carved of stone. He'd locked his emotions down entirely, not giving away any secret. Admittedly, Envy hadn't heard that rumor. It was a guess. One that might prove to be true, given the way his brother had stopped breathing. If Pride hadn't been distracted and drunk, he would have sensed the lie. If Lucia is alive, if she's found happiness elsewhere, would you destroy that? Pride's teeth grinded together. Would you hurt Camilla? He'd sooner rip out his heart. Again. Envy pulled the folded parchment from inside his coat, handing it to his brother. Before he let it go, he said, Don't screw this up. Pride yanked the note from his hands, then read it over. Envy watched as the drunkenness was quickly replaced by sharpness. Pride sat straighter, body tensed, reading the note again. How? His voice was barely a whisper. My spies have been hard at work. Envy gave him a cold look. Then Amelia's grandmother whispered a secret in my ear a few months ago. 2, actually, that his house would soon fall, and the one he'd share now. Lucia doesn't remember any of it. You saw her? Envy thought about the young woman he'd had kidnapped for a brief time, to break the wards on Amelia's family home, then used to force Amelia to do his bidding. Even now his thoughts of her were muddled, like he couldn't quite recall her face, even after their memory curse had been broken. Envy hadn't known it was Lucia, and that bothered him. Circe was far too powerful for his liking. He decided to leave out the part about him sedating her with magic. No need to enrage his brother. Desperate times had called for extreme measures. Yes, I believe so. I think she might have a glamour, though. I didn't immediately recognize her when our paths crossed. Something suspiciously close to hope lighted in Pride's gaze. But she lives. Envy nodded slowly. Make sure you know what you want before you seek her. If it's just your pride. Envy didn't finish the thought. Pride knew. Pride uncoiled from his chair, note clutched tightly in his fist. He ran a hand through his hair, seeming unsure of what to do next. Well, Envy pressed. Looks like I'll be traveling to the Shifting Isles soon. You likely only have one chance. Pride gave him a genuine smile. It's more than I had this morning. He took off down the hall, disappearing around the corner. Lust stepped from the shadows, his expression contemplative. My money's on the goddess. Not a chance, Envy snorted. Pride will choose Lucia. It's always been Lucia. Mischief flared in Lust's charcoal gaze. Shall we place a wager? Now you want to bet? Envy looked his brother over. What was your bet with gluttony again? I bet you'd be a stubborn prick. You lived by that goddamned rule for centuries. It seemed like a sure win. Looks like my coffers will be as legendary as my cock. Envy grinned as his brother scowled. I accept your wager. Pride wins back Lucia. Vittoria ends up with the werewolf. Or the new vampire prince. Envy scoffed. Blade doesn't consort with death goddesses, and he's already said he's choosing a vampire bride. Lust tossed an arm around him, walking back toward the reception. Not what I've heard. Our friend secretly enjoys dancing with true death. House Vengeance and Malice Isle as a united front. Envy shuddered at the thought. Work your charm before we all live to regret it. If you're not amenable, maybe we can convince Wolf to seduce her. Hell, maybe she'll even keep the shifter, fae, and vampire. Look at you, scheming already. Lust snorted. This is why you're my favorite brother. Camilla stepped into the hall, took one look at the brothers and shook her head. Whatever you're plotting, stop. She leveled a cold look at Envy, and his gods-damned desire for her flared. I mean it. No games tonight. Envy's mouth curved wickedly. Oh, there would be games. Tonight, however, he'd keep them in the bedroom, right where his cunning little fiancée liked them. Envy and Lust entered the throne room behind Camilla, the party well underway. Emerald-encrusted trays, towering with darkened symphals, made the rounds, while a central fountain of demonberry wine cascaded in a dark, glittering wave down a tower and into hundreds of coupe glasses. House Envy twirled across the checkered dance floor. Lust went to flirt with a demon near the shellfish table, where platters were laden with pearl-like delicacies and other oceanic marvels. Envy stood in the shadows a moment after waving his brother off. He chuckled when he saw Bunny, rubbing around Wrath's legs. The General of War glanced around quickly, before scrubbing behind Bunny's ears, earning an amused look from Amelia at her husband's new friend. Envy caught a flash of silver, winding its way around the crowd, heading toward the dais. His heart stuttered a beat as Camilla climbed the steps and slowly twisted, her gaze finding his across the room. Her mouth curved as she sat on his throne, her expression a wonderful, taunting promise of what was to come. Later, after the last guest had gone, once the last drink had been drunk, Envy would take her in his arms, dancing her around the throne room. Then he'd make all her fantasies come true.
Chapter 70. Camilla clutched Envy's arm, a thrill racing through her as he guided her down another corridor, blindfold snugly fitted over her eyes. During breakfast, he'd casually mentioned he had a surprise, then sipped his coffee. Like he hadn't just ignited her curiosity, set her mind whirling in 100 directions. When she'd pressed him for more information, he'd just given her a roguish wink. Once their meal was finished, he pulled out the blindfold. Camilla's thoughts turned to the night he'd used her robe sash to cover her eyes, then kissed her everywhere. Her husband-to-be knew how to drive her mad in the best ways. The hard muscles of his arm flexed as he steered her down another corridor, their pace unhurried, unlike her heartbeat. At first, she tried to mentally follow their path, mapping out what section of House Envy he'd taken her to. But she quickly gave up when it seemed like they'd doubled back in some places and ventured down hallways she hadn't explored yet. "Are we close?" she asked, excitement lacing her tone. She felt the smile in his voice when he answered. Almost. He was as excited as she was. Envy had surprised her. In the weeks following the truth of who she was, a tender, romantic side emerged when they were alone together. Her fiancé wooed her often and with reckless abandon, as if he were making up for years of never permitting himself to have a soft side. Or maybe what he'd said was true, that Camilla made him want to do those things. Gifts, walks in the garden, around the circle, all over the house, conversations about everything and nothing. lovemaking. Envy wanted to know her mind, body, and soul. He still had his wicked side, which she loved equally. That side stirred her passions, fed her fey nature unlike any other. Envy's gaze still glittered dangerously, still owned all her senses. They fucked as often as they made love, and their appetites for each other were relentless. She wondered whether he was part unseelie or simply insatiable. Whenever she desired him, he was ready for her, ready to do everything she wanted and more. And their games, those were as tempting and gloriously sinful as ever. They finally stopped. Camilla strained to hear any sounds that would indicate where they were. After the court had regained their memories, the castle was usually filled with pleasant noise. Silence stretched, though distantly. Camilla almost swore she heard a sound like faint tinkling bells. Envy's lips brushed her ear, and she shivered from the pleasant sensation.
Ready?
She bit her lip, then nodded. Anticipation thickened the air, made her pulse pound harder. The damned demon was teasing the moment out, knowing she'd grow taut from the unknown. Was he about to make love to her here? Was there a new gown, a new painting, The blindfold fell away. An enormous arched silver door gleamed in front of them. Their reflections were distorted by the number of carvings on it. Runes. Camilla's gaze swept over the door, above and around it. Wisteria vines had been carved, so lifelike she would have thought they were real if it hadn't been for the silver. Her attention snagged on the one part that wasn't solid silver. An emerald lock shaped like a heart. She stepped forward, brushing her hand along the door. The humming, bell-like sound intensified. "It's gorgeous," she said. "Where does it go?" When Envy didn't respond, she turned to him. He held a gold key, also heart-shaped, with a tiny emerald that matched the lock. A breath caught. It was her father's key, the Silverthorn key. "You took it," she whispered.
I wanted to keep it away from the wild court, he said. But I wanted to hold on to it, in case you wished to use it.
She blinked the stinging from her eyes. He planned this before he knew she'd agree to come with him. Had hoped she would. Envy pulled her into his arms and kissed the top of her head, holding her while she cried. When she quieted, he pressed one last kiss to her head, then stepped back, holding the key up for her to take.
Feeling adventurous, pet?
She stuck the key in the lock and twisted. The silver melted, revealing a long, narrow corridor. Camilla knew exactly where this led. It wasn't Silverthorn Lane. It was much better. She grabbed Envy's hand and hurried into the tunnel, wondering how he'd managed such a thing. They emerged in her father's studio. She heaved a contented sigh. Everything was just as she'd left it. Only a month or two had passed since she'd been there, but it felt like everything had changed inside her. She donned a glamour, not as good as her mother's, but one that allowed her to pass as human, and went to her home. After speaking with her house staff and assuring them that all was well, Camilla pulled Envy into her bedchamber, then wrapped her arms around him, kissing him deeply until they were both breathless. "Thank you," she murmured against his lips. "This is the best gift in the world." Envy traced the curve of her face, tucked a strand of silver hair behind her ears, then kissed her nose.
Your gallery, your memories of your mortal father. I know how important this city is to you. I don't want you to sacrifice anything to stay at House Envy.
He glanced around, his gaze pausing on the bed, then the door to the bathing chamber.
Now we can spend the day here and come home at night.
"You're going to come back to Waverley Green too?" He smiled.
As often as I can.
"What if I'd like to spend the night here?" she asked, tugging at his lapels. Envy allowed her to lead him to the bed. In a move too swift for a human to detect, he had her pinned beneath him, his body hard and ready.
I'm sure we can find something tempting about that.
She smiled, unlacing his trousers. I'm sure we can. When he pushed inside and began those deep, rhythmic thrusts that made her body lose all control, Camilla felt as if they'd truly won it all.
Chapter 71. There's one more surprise I might have forgotten to mention yesterday. Envy stood beside the studio doors, giving Camilla the chance to enter first. This studio is yours whenever you'd like to create here, he said. I know you've got your father's studio and the gallery in Waverley Green, but I want you to feel at home here, in House Envy, too. Her attention travelled along the candlelit room, pausing on the unrolled canvas lying on the floor. A second sprawled across the mattress he'd had brought in. The far wall was entirely comprised of windows. He'd had the iron grates replaced with silver, keeping the curling filigree design. A wooden bookshelf soared the 20 feet to the ceiling and was stocked with rolls of canvases, paintbrushes, pencils, chalks, watercolours, charcoals, sketchbooks, clay, knives, and every possible object she could dream up to use, to create and mould to her heart's content. There were gilded mirrors and fruits and other objects, if she wished to paint a still life. Chairs and easels and stools. Frames in 1,000 different sizes and shapes lay stacked neatly. It's perfect. Flowers, gardenias and jasmine and wisteria, spilled out of urns and vases, the scents meant to invoke the good parts of her family's court. Envy knew she had a fondness for wisteria, knew she didn't want to turn her back on her court entirely. Though she'd made it abundantly clear she didn't wish to rule, yet. There was no telling what the future held, unless they were the divining seven sisters with their threads of fate, or the triple moon mirror with its ability to see the past, present and future. They would need to wait and see what tomorrow brought. Aidens sent letters weekly, trying to convince her she was needed to balance the 5-point star court. With their mother missing and father dead, 2 courts were without leaders. 3, technically, since Onyx was captive. Camilla did not want to take up that royal mantle. Envy would support her in any decision, but now wasn't the time for worrying about the future. This evening was about them. Paint buckets in every shade of silver, purple, blue, yellow, white, and green lined the perimeter. Their colours, and the colours found within her favourite flowers. Candles flickered everywhere. Tonight, I have a very special painting planned. Camilla's silver gaze snapped to his, intrigue igniting in her eyes. Oh, she asked, tone innocent, as if she hadn't already figured out exactly what he'd planned. He watched her roll the buttons on her bodice between her fingers, waiting for him to order her around. But only in this setting. Camilla would have his balls if he ever tried that outside their bedroom games. His mouth curved. Take off your dress. The silky gown pulled at her feet. He admired her nude form, all tantalizing golden skin, hard nipples, and soft curves. She'd taken to wearing lingerie only sometimes now, keeping him constantly guessing what was beneath her clothes, skin or lace. He liked it all. Envy jerked his chin toward the mattress, and Camilla stepped back, stopping when the backs of her legs brushed against it. He dipped a finger into the silver paint, then traced the swell of her breast, curled around her peaked nipple, then drew a line down to her navel. Camilla's skin pebbled from the cool liquid paint, her breathing turning erratic. He swirled another finger into a lighter silver paint, then drew his hands up the sides of her thighs. Camilla watched him with a hungry, silent stare. She wanted him to use her body as a canvas, had wanted it for quite some time. Tonight, they'd both get their wish. He considered the green paint, then dipped both hands into the one that matched his eyes best. His palms dripped with it, and Camilla let out a little gasp when he clapped both hands to her plush bottom, leaving his mark right where he wanted. "Sit down, love." Camilla's gaze sparkled. She did as he asked, making sure to slide her body across the canvas he'd laid out on the bed. He stripped, enjoying the way her pulse ticked faster with each layer he slowly removed. When he kicked his trousers off and his length sprang free, she wet her lips. She sat up, like she was about to lick him from tip to root, then stuck her hands deep into the silver paint. She tossed a handful of liquid silver at him, laughing as it dripped down his chest, splattering his erection. "That, my love," Envy purred, "means war." He unleashed his wings, knowing how much she liked them. Camilla traced the emerald plumage, a touch gentle, stimulating. He almost forgot his plan, just as his brilliant wife-to-be had plotted. He grabbed a bucket and tossed its contents at her, loving the squeal of delight as she shrieked and jumped back. She tossed a bucket of hunter green paint at him, laughing as he swore. Soon they were both covered in paint, panting and rolling across the canvas. His wings became a mess of wild color. "Fuck me now," she demanded at last, breathless. "With pleasure." He slammed inside her, and they both cursed. Camilla's walls clenched around him, milking him as he thrust in and out, the paint erotic as it glided over their skin, their love creating its own masterpiece. Camilla's nails dug into his shoulders, right between his wings. She tucked him closer, wrapped her legs around him. He fucked her hard, their bodies smearing the paint all over in wild strokes. He slipped a hand between them, playing with her clit until she panted. They both roared as they came, bucking until each last ounce of pleasure had rocked through them. He knew, without a doubt, that the work below them would be the most prized painting in his collection. They lay entwined for several long minutes. Then Camilla climbed on top of him. "More." He admired her as she rolled her hips, taking him slow and deep as she set the pace. Then he flipped her over, shot them out through the window, then flew up until they were soaring and made love to her among the stars. At some point, they returned to the studio, rolled around in the paint some more. Camilla demanded he climb on top of her, extend his wings so she could hoist her legs up over them. He did as his princess commanded, holding her legs straight up, bracing them first against his shoulders, pumping into her hard and fast, their skin clapping in pleasure. Later, once they'd finally managed to drag themselves away from their art, he had the piece framed. He grinned at Camilla, splattered from head to toe, and every delicious crevice in between in a rainbow of colors. "Where should we hang this?" She pretended to think for all of one moment. "I know just the place, Your Highness." She led him to their bedchamber, then glanced up at the ceiling, brows raised expectantly. He tossed his head back and laughed. Apparently, his legendary art was being retired. Envy couldn't imagine a more perfect replacement. Before he could offer any sort of retort, Camilla drew his mouth to hers and kissed him. "I love you," she whispered as she moved back, gaze searching. He stared at her, heart pounding. Truth slammed into him. And for once, he didn't lie in return. "I love you too." Soon they were tangled up in his sheets, dried paint flaking off onto the hunter green silk. And Envy found he didn't care about anything but the female he'd happily break all his rules for, from now until forever fucking more. Encourage writers and artists to produce the creative works that enrich our culture. The duplicating, uploading, and distribution of this book without permission is a theft